Is this thing on?
Hello.
Hello, and welcome to the Inksane Invitational 2024, also known as Battle of the Bands, and not bands. We're not saying you guys have money. I mean, if you do have money, you know where to put it. There's a donation link at the top of the chat. This tournament is for charity. The top two teams will be donating a portion of the donation pool to a charity of their choice. So whether you want to watch the whole tournament or just want to pop on by, if you have spare money, I recommend. I'm just saying.
Chat. I'm just saying, if you like charity, you like people having good stuff for them, go donate money. Money's good for society and for people that need it. So, you know.
To be fair, we might be getting a little ahead of ourselves. I think it's fair that we introduce who we are. I'm Derpy_G. You can just call me Derpy. And this is Alola Wace. You can just call him Alola. We're both from Inksane. We're here to commentate for the pools portion of the tournament. Alola, do you have anything else you want to introduce yourself with, or do you just want to be silly?
Much it. No, I'm just a silly fella. Hello, I play Splatoon and Animal Crossing and Pokemon. Yes.
And I play Spagoon and I play Ace Attorney. I love Ace Attorney. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Our teams are getting ready for the moment. We'll hit you guys up with the round 1D. Actually, I think we already know the round 1 matchups. I'll go ahead and find them real quick. Oh, I need to find the list. I'm very blind. Oh my god, start putting it on the screen. Thank you. Yeah. We have for our first round matchup 3 right turns versus the Goofy Goober Guppies. I am so gonna get tongue twisted on that name. I already know.
It is.
It's so bad.
We started the triple G's.
The triple. That's what I was thinking. The triple G's. That's so cute.
So awesome. Notable people. We have Jack on the 3 right turns. That also I struggle to say somehow.
You struggle to say Jack?
No, the team's name. He just has a lot of T's. Okay.
Oh, 3 right turns. You guys should have just called yourselves the left turn. Come on, man.
The left turn. That's how it works actually. But yeah, we have Jack that is from Inksane, and BH Queen who also has been taking over your social media on Splatoon currently.
Oh my god, really? Am I just a peepaw living under a rock?
You kind of are. You're the peepaw of the Splatoon community. We also have on the other team. I only know the content creator, so if you can help me out with the other.
With the competitive players. Yes. Listen, I recognize some names here. I'm not gonna act like I know them all. But what I do know is that they're all better than me.
True that. Me too. But yeah, we have Cactus, the one and only who put Blue Chara on the New York sign thingy, which awesome.
Yes, that's their only claim to fame. They have done nothing else. They have put Blue Chara on it's in Times Square or something, right?
It is. I've been to that same sign.
I've probably been there before. I don't remember. And then we also have Uturbium, which is a content creator that I know. And is very nice. And then I've heard of both Kira and Rice before. I know they're good.
That is how these competitive people work. Honestly,
they're good at the game. That's it.
And that is why this competitive players and Splatooners combination is such a great combination, because you have the best of the best and then the worst of the worst.
That's crazy. Hey, you gotta give the content creators a little more credit. They're not the worst.
That's coming from the person who was the anchor on the team, but I don't mean anchor as in the sniper. I just mean anchor as
you're weighing everyone down.
Yes, exactly. Oh my god.
I don't know. Listen, I know Jack is no, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna say that. Jack is good roller player. BH Queen I've seen around a fair bit. They play a lot of Spagoon. I know Uturbium and Cactus are both nice with it, but the competitive players are definitely going to be pulling a little bit more of the weight, which is totally fine. You know, I think the goal of the content creators is to be funny. So either give me something
and raise money for charity.
This is true. This is correct, actually. Again, the link is at the top of the chat. It's also The QR code. I need to have chat open. I'm so silly. I'm so silly. Jack, I didn't mean that. You're not supposed to be listening to me. Shh.
You're not supposed to be
Go
listening.
get ready for your match, sir.
Oh my god.
Ma'am.
Yeah,
Person.
actually, wait a minute.
What?
Should be perfect. Yeah, Jack should be perfect, not in chat.
That's what I'm saying. Get your hands off the keyboard. Get your hands on the sticks. What are you doing?
True.
But if you guys want to be like Jack, again, donations links at the top of the chat. It's also at the top of the description. If you don't know how to click either of those links, I'm sorry. I'm
just sorry. Maybe this tournament is not for you then. But what do we think on like what do we think we'll see here? I mean, I know Jack's gonna probably pull out his roller.
Pull his roller out. I don't know anyone well enough to know their weapon pool. But I do know that we're gonna have a nice close game. But yeah, once again,
yes.
What I do want to say is, Jack, thank you for the $10. Again, if you want to be like Jack, I just think at the top of the chat. I was going to say something else, but as per usual, I forget.
That is so real, honestly. Like,
guys, can I get some hand raises? Can I get some ones in the chat if you have a short-term memory loss?
Short-term memory loss is crazy.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. If you don't have money, if you're a brokey, I mean, if you don't have money to spare, obviously you're not obligated to donate. Then I do recommend taking the link that's pinned at the top or on the top of the description and sharing it to someone who you think would be kind enough to donate, or just like, you know, share it around in general.
Yeah, also share out the stream as well.
Yes, share the stream.
You don't know what would happen. Maybe some rich Elon Musk or something is gonna come to the stream. That's the only rich person I know. I know he's not very likable.
I know you can think of a better person who's rich, Alola. There's plenty of good rich people, and I don't know about that.
I was gonna say like I wouldn't say better than.
Why are all the philanthropists evil people?
People, damn. But yeah, I do not know what either of these, like any of these people actually play besides like Jack, and I played with both characters, and I think BH Queen as well. So that's kind of embarrassing.
Listen, I watch them play. I don't watch what they play. Okay, all I'm seeing is that they're doing good or making good content.
Are we gonna see meta? Are we gonna see?
Are we gonna see meta? Guys, how many pencils are we gonna see today?
We just have a counter on screen.
It is worth to keep in mind that today's tournament rather, is Battle of the Bands, and that title isn't just for show. Each team gets the opportunity to ban one weapon class, one mode, 6 stages, and 1 special weapon. So it is totally possible we're not going to see any pencils or tacticalers of that nature today. We might be doing some coolerless gaming,
but
some warm gaming.
Jack's like being known for the roller might be good, but for this situation, maybe they would anticipate that and ban all the rollers.
If Goofy Goober, oh my god, I can't say this name. If Goofy Goober, if Goofy Goober Gubbies decides to ban roller, I think that'd be really funny. And I'm not saying you should, but it'd be really funny. If you just, you know, poke target one specific person in a nice way,
I wonder which person.
I'm just going for Jack because I know Jack plays roller and likes roller, so I think it'd be really funny if they banned roller.
Honestly, it would. I'm gonna like stalk all these people actually.
But you're gonna do a quick look up to see what everyone plays. You're gonna get a good feel.
Yes, look
at you doing research.
Research. I opened the wrong social media. We're starting off great.
I gotta find here we go, live updates. I got the latest contributors list up now. There you go. I knew I was forgetting something. I need the list of people who are donating. So if you do decide to donate, my ass will read them out. I promise. Maybe.
Maybe. You know, who knows?
Listen, no. Listen. I'm just a little. I'm just a little. There's a lot of juggle. I'm looking at a few different things here just to make sure I'm on top of everything. So I apologize if I don't get everything immediately. Thank you, Photo, for the donation. $10. I appreciate it. Let's go battle the birds. Yeah.
Early.
Are you ready to rock? Sorry.
What does that mean? Oh my god.
Are you ready to ban? My brain is so tempted to say battle of the bands, but
yeah,
there's no music that I can't hear any music.
Yeah, SMH. Imagine music in Splatoon.
No. I don't check.
Surely we'll get it in Splatoon 4. No, I know.
Low key, we do need the music feature. I want to be able to pick what music I listen to, if any at all. I'm just saying.
True that, honestly.
Saying. Oh yeah, but I was going to say, every $100 that we hit on the donation pool, so to speak, you guys in chat will be able to add one image to the stream layout. So if you want to put, I need to think of something that's currently funny, not something that's like 6 years old. If you guys want to put someone's dumpy on the screen.
Whoa.
I don't know about that one. If you guys want to put something funny on the screen, then once you hit $100, something goes on the screen. Next $100, something else goes on the screen. If you guys want to submit images, you guys can head over to the Inksanity Discord server, which is it's the second link on the description. So totally check that out. Speaking of which, if you guys want to check out all the players that are playing in this tournament, they are also down below in the description. So do that. And then also while you're down there, subscribe to Jardonian if you somehow haven't already.
Yeah. Do that. They put a lot of effort into these kind of things. So
a ludicrous amount of effort.
True. Even though I don't know what that word actually means, I just know.
Ludicrous. It means a lot. Also, check. Thank you for the $11.69 donation. God. Why?
Crazy. Oh my god.
Oh, big spender. 69 whole cents extra too. Oh my! Keep the change, champ.
Keep the change. That's so funny.
My god. I think I've went over everything of importance I want to say.
Yeah. Right. Okay, I've been scoping out some people. Beach Queen seems to play NSAP, which a huge contest to be like a weapon to be banned,
Yeah, I was gonna say like shooters, huge ban target, cooler weapons, huge ban target. I'm just saying, I don't know if that Zap's ever gonna see the light of day. We're just got to wait and see.
We're gonna have to wait and see. Maybe people are just focused on pencil because they don't want to fight it. But who knows? The second team and the competitive players, I have nothing on. It's crazy.
Pan cooler, it's base.
True. I have seen Cactus play like Tri-Slasher, but I do not know if that's like a thing or not at all.
I mean, it depends. Tri is again another cooler weapon. There is V-Tri, but having missed Inkjet does not really seem like a nice thing to have on a comp.
Inkjet though, I mean they could.
Listen, Inkjet's good, but it's not like have a toxic miss as your sub weapon type good. Okay, I don't know about that one.
Unless toxic miss meta for real.
Toxic miss, maybe in like Rainmaker. I feel like toxic miss is like actually decent.
That could also be, and they could also ban Rainmaker as a mode. Isn't that crazy?
This is also true. Then you're really not playing Try today, I guess.
Maybe. Yes, maybe. They could also ban the main weapon itself.
So I think is Jar getting the bot fixed? If hopefully once it is fixed, you guys should be able to type !bracket in chat and pull up the bracket for the stream. And I think our teams have finally locked in their bans on the side of 3 right turns. They decided to ban Clam Blitz, Sloshers, and Zipcaster. I mean, listen, Zipcaster is a really good special. I'm just surprised it's something that people would consider worthy banning.
Yeah, it is a very hard special to use as well. So like,
yeah, it requires a good player at the wheel. On the side of Goofy Goober Guppies, they decided to ban Tower Control, Splatlings, and the Trizuka. Yeah. I can see where you're coming from. Splatlings is a very interesting choice. It means you won't be seeing any heavy edit, but we are going to see some kind of cooler. And Pencil is still on the board, which is my goodness gracious.
Crazy. But is anyone like down to play Pencil in this competition? Because nowadays, everyone feels forced to play it. But like, does anyone want to actually?
Especially because there's so many bans going around. There's no more Trizuka. You know, there might be a little bit more freedom now. You don't have like a murder from across the stage button on the floor. Alola, each team has decided to ban 6 maps each for a total of 12 maps. I think it'd probably be faster if Alola just read the maps that are still out in the wild.
It is true. We have, oh my god, a Hagglefish. We have Crab Lake Capital. We have, why is Rainwater still there? Okay, we have Barnacle and Dime. We have Mahi Mahi. Makomard or Makomard, however you call it, Inkblood. We have Umami Ruins hype. We have Ship-Shape.
Ship-Shape, there you go.
Yeah, we have Scorch, and we have Rayman, and finally Museum.
Rayman's a Splatoon? Yeah,
yeah, true, yeah.
Ramen. We have Museum.
And we have Museum, which is
we got
a
some
nice stage.
We got some bangers left over. I hope no one
picks
Scorch.
We also have Rainwater.
Hey,
we also
listen.
have Rainwater.
Hey. Rainwater's zones is playable.
Yeah. And Rainmaker?
I don't know about that one. I listen. I think the worst map mode here by far is going to be Zone Scorch. I refuse to believe any other map mode combination within this pool is worse. There's nothing worse.
Yeah,
but we
probably.
just got some bangers left over. Ramen. We have Mako. Haggle Zones is still up. We still got Crab Leg Zones. I'm curious what a good Rainmaker map in this set here would be. Like Ship-Shape's like Scorch is a good rain map. We got Museum left over.
Museum is good actually, for me at least.
I'm curious to see how
very volatile stage, honestly.
I don't actually know the what is it called? The how teams pick the stages. I'm assuming it's just like which team picks first stage is my question, because I'm imagining it's like counter picks for the next 2 games.
I would assume that maybe coin flip, maybe something. We'll just have to see. You know, since we're playing in real life, obviously the physical coin flip is the best.
I was thinking more like, you know, like the little like paper fortune tellers. Have you ever seen those before?
No. What is that? What?
Okay.
Tiny paper people in your like.
No, not paper people. No.
It's a fortune teller.
Oh, I didn't mean like a. Oh my god.
I think I know what you mean. The thing you with your like hands, like moving the square, so triangle, whatever it's called.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's like a little pyramid thing. It's like made of like a sticky note or whatever, right? That you fold up, right? And then you can like you move your fingers back and forth like a set amount of times. That gets you like a little fortune. I'm not crazy, right? That's a thing, right?
I mean, it is, but like, I don't know. If I see like paper fortune teller, I'm gonna think like a fortune teller made out of paper. And he's just whispering in your ear like, pick a barnacle and dime songs.
Oh, I'm just imagining like Paper Mario, but like instead of the Origami King, it's just an origami fortune teller.
Oh my god, I think they did have those in the game. Like honestly,
I don't play Mario. I know I'm probably gonna be looked at as a freak, but I'm not a Mario.
That's a freak for real. I mean, even then, like, if you play Mario, the chances you play Paper Mario are not that big. But this is Splatoon.
We're getting off topic. Although, I feel like I remember at some point that Splatoon was gonna have like Mario characters instead of Squids and Octos, which would have been horrible.
We also could have gotten Tofu, so we're like.
Oh yeah, that was
better.
not. We could have gotten bunnies. The Tofu was just like a little test thing. That was their little placeholder. But they were considering rabbits, which is really funny to me.
Yes, we could have got the rabbits.
Sorry, it says, wait, are we talking about cootie catchers? What?
What
Are cootie catchers? Also, my bad for missing this earlier. Drep, thank you for the $3. Big bad bands for the win. Yes, the real winners are the bands that we made along the way.
No, I thought that would have been a team's name, honestly. It like rhymes with the 3 Bs, I think. I would have. Okay, well. I didn't do my homework.
Your homework? The rhyming homework?
No.
Question mark?
The searching what teams are playing, like what are the names of the teams, you know what I mean?
They're on the screen, Alola.
No, but all the teams.
Well, how fancy that you mentioned that. They're down below in the description. Anyway, I think it's time for us to shut up. It's time to get into the games. I have to remember which team is which based on the colors because I'm a little stupid. But we have 3 right turns on the orange team and Goofy Goober Guppies on the purple team. We're seeing the Wellstring plus 10 plus Dapple on the side of 3 right turns.
Such an interesting comp. And the other side going a little bit more meta with the splash and the pencil. The 52. Oh, what?
Question mark? Was there a mispick?
There might have been one.
Oh, I get it. Cactus Rage Quit. Love that. Kidding. I'm kidding.
Crazy. Actually crazy.
I'm assuming there was a mispick? Question mark?
I'm assuming the same thing. Mayhaps. Oh my god. Yeah.
Did I miss it? Did someone pick an illegal weapon? Did someone pick Zuka?
Slusher.
Wait, what did Randy pick? Oh, let me pull up the VOD.
Idea.
I'll pull it up. Hold on. We're
Yeah,
gonna catch them in 4K.
In 4K. Hashtag called out.
Crab stamp, cooler whale. What am I? Oh,
Slusher?
the tent Zuka. Oh. It's okay.
So
listen, it's all right. There's a lot of bans going on. I don't blame people for forgetting. Or just like missing one. It's okay, it happens. Anyway, we're gonna run it back. I'm assuming we're gonna see same teams for the most part. I'm assuming he switched to V10. It might have just been an accident.
Probably.
Oh god, now the colors are flipped. I'm gonna get so confused so fast. All right, we got the blue team on the side of for 3 right turns, and we have the yellow orange. Don't quote me on that.
Yeah.
For Triple G, I'm gonna lose my mind today. Anyway,
Yeah,
as we were saying, we do see cool on both teams here. We're seeing a crab on the side of Triple G's here, as their main way to get back in. We also have a wiper for some skirmish.
We can see a cooler already in the first 30 seconds. That's
of course.
How it goes.
Classic Splatoon. Although on the side of 3 right turns. Cactus gets a good play on the 10 umbrella here. There's a lot of contesting going on in the zone. We got a 1-3 situation. Yellow's got a good hold in the mid. We're going to see if they try and get their pencils posted up in a good spot here. Although we do have to keep in mind that 3 right turns has the 10 umbrella. Oh, God. I have to remember not to get the teams mixed up. I keep messing up the colors. Oh, my God.
Well, the yellow team, orange team keeps on holding the zone. Seems like blue team cannot even push. We see a race ladder coming there, but not enough to cut the zone.
The reset is going to be a good tool to get them back in and get a neutral. The 10 umbrella does go down, which is really unfortunate. We got a 4-2 situation, although they were cooler, at least one of them were. We do have a wave breaker from the Wellstring. I don't know if it's going to be enough. They have to get into the zone now, but it looks like it's a very quick knockout, a sweep for the side of a Triple G's. I feel like I remember the team script. Was it Triple G's or 3 right turns? I have to. This is the worst. Not the worst, but like.
It was a Triple G's.
Was it the Triple G? No, yeah, it was. Yeah, I remembered. Yeah.
Let's go. You have a brain. Awesome to see. We can
awesome to see
that
is crazy.
Maybe not banning cooler. Maybe it was not the strat there because they could kept killing people, but they kept coming back. Maybe they need to focus on banning cooler and then getting kills that actually matter.
It is very crucial that cooler is just a special that lets you keep momentum despite getting picked off once, 2, 3, 4 times. Cool is just that momentum keeping tool lets you just keep pushing forward regardless of what happens. And once you once you get that zone and once you get control of mid, being able to use cooler to keep that momentum and keep the pressure going on even when you're dropping is very, very important, especially because the other team, because if you keep picking them off, they're not going to get their cooler, right? So it's also very important for the defending team to just kind of take their time and wait out the cooler and get their own specials they can push back in. But we're going to see if 3 right turns can make a comeback in this next match here. I'm very excited to see what they decide to counter pick. I'm assuming that this is a counter pick format.
I'm assuming the same. Hopefully not brine water, as I said earlier.
Listen, what if they want to cook on brine water Rainmaker?
Who knows? I'm assuming they're gonna probably go for Rainmaker since in this game it's a way slower mode than zones. Zones can end in like a second. Well, Rainmaker, not so much. You have the checkpoints and everything, so maybe that's the like mode to go.
Yeah, Rainmaker. Those checkpoints. Honestly, I feel like Brine Water Rainmaker is amazing. Guys, ban them.
No. Oh my god. Chat mods.
I feel like a lot of people view the Rainmaker checkpoints as just being like this very inconsequential addition, but I really do feel like it's very good at just like buying you that little bit of extra time where otherwise they would get like this ridiculous lead. They have to like spend time getting the pop after they get the checkpoint and then starting to make their push forward because time to respawn. Which I think the Rainmaker checkpoint is very nice. It's a very nice addition. I just wish there was 2 on every stage instead of 1, so then we'd have more routes.
Yeah, and also like in Splatoon 2, like a game could have ended on Rainmaker with 1 push. Luckily, this is not the case. Now you need like 1 push and a half or way more, which
it just slows down the mode a little bit, which is very important, I think. I am curious if we're gonna see any switch ups. On the side of Goofy Goober Guppies here, they had They had Pencil, they had a Splatana, they had a Splash, and they had 52. A very strong aggressive comp with the Pencil acting as the backbone with the cooler and the long range poke. I think it's a very strong comp. I'm wondering if they're going to change it into going into what I am going to assume is Rainmaker, but it might be that the other team might counter pick zones again and might try to run it back. On the side of 3 right turns, we did see the Dapple Dualies, which is a very interesting pick for zones. That Reslider is super great at getting at least a neutral, if not a cap, if you have no special power. And the Tenebrella with Vacuum to get the team in and just stall for time was a very strong idea in theory, but they weren't able to make it work out in this game. So I'm curious
not
if...
in execution. Also, there's Splatana in there countering a bit the Brellas in general. And also...
This is true.
The Reslider might have been missing a couple special power-ups because it did not cheese the zone at any point, actually.
Your cheese wasn't cheesy enough, sir. I like my cheese drippy.
Oh my
sorry.
God. Someone add drippy, please.
No. Please don't tell him. Please don't tell Drippy. But I am curious to see if 3 right turns is going to switch up their strategy, keep the Tenebrella, or maybe try something else different. They also had a custom Wellstring, which is a weapon we've been seeing pick up recently in competitive play, especially for zones. Just because Wellstring is everyone's favorite little annoying little thing. I'm kidding. I love Wellstring. It's so cute.
Also, very interesting on the part of Jack of not using a roller, going from the Dapples.
You know what, Jack was employing strategy. Sometimes it's not always best to go with your favorites. I think the Reef Slider pick was a good idea. I agree.
It is a good idea, but also, I know Jack's a master of all weapons, but usually you want to stick to the best weapon you have at your arsenal. We're gonna see if that strategy changed right now.
Yeah, sometimes it is better to go with your best with.
Or if it works to go with something unconventional. Not
unconventional, more so unfamiliar. I think the Dapples is an unreasonable pick.
I was thinking like something else, like they go undercovers.
Okay, there's a difference between going something niche and going with something that's P. All right, and undercover is what we'd consider in the business P. Okay.
P for perfect. I'm kidding. Okay.
No, P as in like the 3-letter word P, like P-E-E. Ew.
Damn, that's crazy. I would like to see an aerospray though. In honor of me,
guys, I think he's biased.
I do think so, but like, come on, aerospray meta when? Probably never.
I mean, it is a slider cheese weapon, I suppose.
No, it'll never happen. Maybe in Splatoon 7.
Splatoon 7, when they finally make it good. Is that what you're implying?
Yes. It's gonna become the 52 aerospray.
Yes, insane fire rate, 2-shot kill, perfect accuracy, all sponsored by Alulaways, the aerospray demon.
True that. Oh my god. Unconventional weapons.
Anyway, it looks like we're going into Rainmaker Ramen next. Let's see if we see any switch ups in terms of team comp here. I'm gonna try and remember the colors this time because I am smart. All right, we do have the lime yellowish green for the side of 3 right turns, and the purplish team for the side of Goofy Goober Guppies. We're looking at Neo Luna coming out on the side of 3 right turns here.
And no pencil on the stage right now. It's just NSAPs. 2 NSAPs. We also see the Pro Rapid Deco, which is a pretty, honestly, cool pick. Honestly,
I
it feels
agree.
so conventional to me.
Rapid Pro Deco to me is it's just a very fun weapon. I love hitting my line markers. It just feels super great. But it looks like the purple team, Goofy Goober Gubbers, is going to break the neutral, getting the first pick of the game. 2 picks in.
Oh my
Luna's
God.
on respawn. Another pick on the well string. So they're starting off with some great momentum, getting this checkpoint for free. BH Queen trying to provide some counter fire, but they do go down. That means they're not going to be getting any cooler anytime soon. The purple team's in a great spot to get some more distance. Good, Lola.
Stamp coming out there. Oh my God, double stamp right there. We see that the Dragon is trying to retreat, but it seems they killed it anyways. Oh my God. It's been dropping down. It's so interesting, this game, honestly. It's a lot going on here.
Yeah, we have a good back and forth. Looks like the 3 right turns was able to stop the push and get some ground back. They are getting some mid control, though Cactus is trying to get some contesting in with the 52, but does go down. They do have cooler. It is like it does look like this is the perfect time for them to push up here. Am I seeing a vacuum? We are seeing a vacuum from the 10 umbrella, letting the Rainmaker push up a little bit better here. Uturbium trying to fire up some verticals to keep the Rainmaker off. They are able to stop them from getting the checkpoint. 4-2 situation. This might be the end of the other team's push. So they do get the pop. Although their numbers aren't looking super great, the 10 umbrella might be able to try and stall here, but the umbrella shield is broken.
Oh my God.
Are you dumbfounded?
I'm dumbfounded because like in every single game I played from this game is not as crazy as this, except when playing on the Inksane tournament, which such an amazing tournament, I have to say. They keep on pushing the purple team. I won't even say the names because it's too hard for me to say.
Wow, you're not gonna say.
With 2 picks, 2 down on both team, and they get the pop. Surely, yes. A little bit of pressure from the Tri-Springer. Oh.
For the wells, it's okay. No. Listen, all that matters is firing darts. Oh, we are seeing Rice coming in here with a flank with a zap, getting BH Queen from the back. There's 3-2. On the for the Goofy Goober Guppies. I can't say this name. It's gonna break my tongue.
But you know why I don't see the names. I just see the colors. It's
listen,
crazy.
they spent a long time picking these names, and I would like to respect them. All right, we're looking at a 2-3 situation here. Only 1 left on the side of 3 right turns. It's looking like a wipeout.
A wipeout.
Goofy Goober Gubbers going in, closing in for the knockout. The Tenebro is able to get the pick, stopping them, but the lead of 5 is very hard to beat. We're gonna see if 3 right turns is able to turn it around.
Oh my God, they keep trying to retreat. They're trying to make them retreat, but it seems like they are still pushing. They're still strong. We see Clear coming down, but Splatoon making a lot of pressure. The bomb there. Oh my God, we see the Rainmaker sneak.
The 52 really tried to sneak it in last second. I totally respect it. Does get 1 extra point. Could be the difference between a win and a loss. It'd honestly be insane if it was. But it looks like 3 right turns has really got their back against the wall. They tried to go for the Rainmaker again and it got stopped. But I gotta respect the moxie, the determination. They really are trying to get this knockout and just clean up this game while they're still able to. Honestly, if I was on the side of 3 right turns here, I'd just throw this puppy off the map.
Yeah, I feel like in every case scenario, like resetting the Rainmaker is the best thing. They're gonna keep on coming and trying to sneak in. Like they're doing right now. They got it!
Oh my God.
There's no words to describe this game. A lot of sneaking in there. Glad that
is
on
another knockout on the side of the Goofy was it the Goofy? Yeah, the Goofy Goober Guppies here. Honestly, insane. It looks like they're going to be evening up the score here, 1-1. I honestly, that match was pretty insane. The determination from Goofy Goober Guppies just trying to keep pushing that Rainmaker over and over and over again.
Never mind. That was the score.
Oh, it's
wrong.
0-2. Okay, guys, laugh at. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that. It's all right. We had a little bit of a score mix up. But it's 0-2 on this for Goofy Goober Guppies here. Honestly, a great showing from them. Really just keep on pushing that Rainmaker, trying to get that knockout, and eventually they did end up getting it. 3 right turns did put up a good fight. Definitely gave them a lot of resistance there. Definitely made them work for that knockout. I am very curious as to why they didn't decide to throw it off the map, but I guess they were just trying to hold on to it and trying to maybe get that some mid control, but they got to be watching that left side flank. They just kept going in. They kept sneaking through. It's always very important to be checking your map, guys.
they were probably waiting for the Rainmaker to reset on its own, so they have 4 people on stage. But that was not maybe the correct play because they kept on sneaking on the Rainmaker.
No.
At least grab them. But Oh, okay. I thought we were gonna see a new like match, and I'm like, wow.
No. That's gonna be it for now. That is the end of this first set. We are gonna be hitting you guys up with the next set. I need to find the listing. Here we go. Round 2 is gonna be seeing Crushed by Soda versus the BBB. Again, if you want to know who's on each of those teams, they are down below in the description. But they'll be on screen soon. We'll read them out when we get there. But for the meantime, me and Alola are gonna yap a little bit more and make you guys hopefully laugh.
That's what we do. That is what we do.
And if we don't make you laugh, I'm so sorry. Please pay us to make us better. And by pay us, I mean by donate. The link's at the top of the chat.
Okay, what did you do today before the stream? You know, how has been life?
I played Persona 4.
Damn, Splatfest 2, honestly.
Listen. I know Fest is happening. But Persona's got me by the neck. I can't let it. It won't let me leave. It's too fun.
too addicting, honestly. Well,
it's way too addicting.
For me, I had to vote. It's not every day that you vote, and it happened to land on the same day as this tournament. So.
Oh
great.
yeah, you were doing your electoral business. That's right. Will note that donating does not actually pay the commentators. Thank you, Flota. I appreciate the disclaimer.
We will stay sad and broke. True that, honestly. But yeah, I just been voting and working. Which
oh my god, Alola getting they money up and they funny up. Let's go. We appreciate it. On that grind, rubs hands together. Let's go.
It's not even work. It's just university work. I'm just.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair.
So I get no money and I stay sad.
Listen, once I'm finished running my mouth, I'm gonna be running my hands on paper. Well, it's more like on my keyboard. I'm gonna be typing up an essay. It's gonna be really fun. But I'm having fun right now.
Really fun. Oh my god. Okay. Do you guys get like for elections? Do you guys get like stickers? I didn't get anything.
You didn't get a sticker for voting?
No, it's so sad. Maybe that's why people don't vote.
It's like
they should give stickers.
It's like a cute little like circular. It's like I voted and it has like all the America colors and like cute little stars on it. I feel like it's like being in kindergarten again, but instead of 1 + 1, it's who would you rather ruin your life?
Yeah, it's just your teachers like bribing you. Like, do you if you do this assignment, you get a sticker. And you're
I don't think anyone's like, man, I really want a sticker for voting. Anyway, we do got our round 2 matchup here for pools. We have Crushed by Soda featuring Captain Fried, Drippy, Lucio, and Krungle. And for the BBB, we have Strike, Stone, Mox, and Tiger. Tiger. It's definitely Tiger. I don't know why I'd assume it's the other way around.
No. It's just words. The English, you know. You're gonna make an essay, like.
I gotta know my English. You are right. Listen, I just like saying words in the wrong way. I think it's really funny. Anyway,
that is true.
Alola, do you have any thoughts on either of these two teams? Anything going on in your brain?
NEC. I do know all the content creators again.
Yeah, I do know all the content creators.
But I also don't know what either of them play. We can see Stone there, the presenter of the Inksane Awards that happened earlier this year.
Yeah, true. Check this out if you haven't
tune in for the next year's award as well. Love Drippy in the chat in our last game now. Gold. Oh my god.
But I. Go ahead. Sorry.
No. That was just my idea. I was gonna say like we also have Fry, a big salmon run enthusiast, which I also don't know what they play, even though we're technically the same.
I just plays weapons. I was actually a Fry disciple the other weekend. Don't ask. Okay. And I was studying the ways of Captain Fry, and it seems like Captain Fry does enjoy a lot of splatter shot and try slosher. So we're gonna, I don't know, maybe Fry might play something completely different today. I know Drippy's just like the fan of the most unorthodox silly weapons out there. Big fan of Wellstring, big fan of Dowser, big fan of Reflux Deco. Just like the weirdest oddball weapon. What a freak, honestly.
We are definitely gonna see an unconventional comp. I love saying that word.
Unconventional?
Yeah, it's such a funny word to say. But yeah, we're gonna see a weird come for the side of Riku. It's weird
Crushed by Soda.
Crushed by Soda.
For the triple B, I am very curious because while I do know Strike, I do know Stone, and I feel like I've seen one of Mox or Tiger before. I have no idea what they're gonna be taking out. I know Stone likes playing modded craziness, and I know Strike makes good videos and edits really good. But none of those tell me what they play, so I'm in the dark.
I mean, if I'm thinking like about a weapon that feels modded, that's Stutter Shot Nova. Because why is that weapon in game? I have no idea. Also, fun thing: are we gonna see a Strike weapon coming from Strike? Like that would. That would make a lot of sense.
Because their name is Strike, so they play Tri-Strike. That's so funny.
Oh my god! Oh my god! No, they're gonna go back to Splatoon and use the single Strike.
Oh, this just in. It seems like Tiger overslept, and Fish is gonna be subbing in for them. Listen, no mal thoughts towards Tiger. It's okay. I was afraid I was gonna sleep in too. We all sleep. But unless we're gonna have a substitution, Fish is gonna be popping in instead.
I also don't know what weapons they use.
What I was gonna say is that I have actually seen Fishy around before. Although again, not enough where I know what weapons they play. I have not been on Twitter, especially not comp Twitter in a while. So I am not familiar with their game.
Nah. See, but that's the magic of not knowing. We just get surprised by like Blue Dapple stand to Wellstream comp, you know?
Yeah, I think we're gonna be seeing a big surge of Splatter Shot Nova, come with some flings from foil flings a roller, some super goofy stuff. I'm sure. Nothing conventional at all, of course.
Surely. Oh my god. I mean, we did get the pencil. We got one pencil out of 2 games, which I think it's a victory, honestly. Not 2 victory pencils.
Well, you thought it was what? Yeah, I guess it was only 1 pencil between like 4 different.
Yeah,
I guess 4 different comms. But we did see a lot of zap. We saw 3 zaps.
We saw 3 zaps. Cooler is not dead yet, so we're gonna see if they.
I am curious to see if the team decides to ban Cooler.
And ban Cooler. But also banning Cooler might be good to like annoy the other team, but also is it good for your own team? Do you know how to
this
play
is
without
true.
Cooler? That is gonna be the most question. But probably if you know you're the underdog situation, the best option would be to ban it, and just try to put the other teams in a more like weird situation since they are not used to not playing without Cooler. You know what? How had to say?
Oh yeah, no. I was gonna say something, but listen. You got it. I'm not gonna interrupt you. What I was going to say is that according to the poll, which you guys can vote on by donating, it looks like BBB is looking to be the most popular team. But if you guys want to, maybe weigh your own 2 cents in on that, or maybe more cents, the donation link is at the top. Again, if you guys decide to vote, that's awesome. We get your numbers right here. But more importantly, you guys can also donate to get an image on screen. Again, once we get $100, you guys get to decide which silly image you put on screen. Within reason, by the by. If you guys want to submit images,
not butt cheeks, as you said earlier,
or zoomed in pictures of fingers that look like something else.
Crazy, actually crazy.
But yeah, if you guys want to donate, donations is at the top of the chat, down in the description, top line of the description, I should add. If you guys want to leave an image to put on screen, if you guys want to suggest one, by the time we hit $100, you guys can leave your suggestions in the Insanity Discord. My apologies. Second line of the description. Hop in there. Thumbs up. Donate $5 bajillion. And that's we got a donation from Avril. Thank you for the $25. I really appreciate it. Voting Joofy Jubers as their favorite team. We'll be seeing them later on in the tournament.
Oh my god, actually very silly donations. And very silly team names, honestly. Like, very hard to pronounce as well.
Is Parkour Civilization really that hard to pronounce?
It has civilization in the word, you know, in the like team name. I don't know. It's a
Oh,
long
LOL isn't
word.
civilized, therefore they cannot say civilization. I see. I get it. It's okay.
True, yeah. I don't live in a society as people do. If you couldn't tell, that's a funny joke.
Well,
It was funny. Oh my god, you laugh at it.
Listen, I
People
laughed
don't
because I
often
wanted
do
to be
that.
nice, Alola Ways. Come on.
Damn.
It doesn't want to accept my card. Nobody, no. I'm so sorry. Listen, I
No.
appreciate the thought. I really do. Listen, how about you give the link to someone else? They donate for you, and then you pay them back with like a milkshake. I don't know.
Milkshake.
Do people drink milkshakes anymore? Is that like a thing? Am I old?
I mean,
I can't say that. Am I old?
I do like a good milkshake, but I wouldn't go like randomly on a day. I would just go like when it's summer. And it's like, oh, I want like a savory like
See, I'm not a fan of milk.
That's crazy.
I'm not a milk guy, okay? I'm not a milk guy.
Are you immune to milk propaganda? I think it's
honestly
actually
am.
not good for you. It's so funny.
Milk?
Yeah, something like that.
That
Maybe
can't be right.
like it was something propaganda. I'm like,
Wait,
that's
is
crazy.
milk good for you? I feel like a Quora user. It's the best to
milk
consume
good?
in moderation. You can say that about everything.
The truth, even water. Like, oh my god, there's one video of like,
Imagine
you should
drowning
not
on
drink
land.
more than like 14 glasses of water. And there's one dude who drank
That one guy
14
drinking
glasses.
15 glasses.
Yeah, and it's like, oh my god, why? Why do you do this to yourself?
Listen, there's nothing wrong with liking water, even if it's a lot. So she got hyper-specific question to find an answer on a random Reddit thread. So real.
Also talking about water, hydration. As
Yes,
people say, hydrate or dihydrate.
I've been drinking water, Lola. I don't know about you. Maybe you're built bad. I don't know.
No, I've just drank a bit of water.
You
know,
did? Oh,
for
good.
the
That's a
cough.
good Lola. That's a good ways.
That's crazy. I good.
I was
Oh
gonna
my
say, man, why do I
Yeah.
have amnesia?
Words are confusing. I know. Brain
Yeah,
moment.
I want to say that Americans know on average 0.8 languages, because I don't think they know their
0.8.
own. Like
Oh
I feel
my
like I've seen
God.
this. There's probably like this big statistical map of like how many languages people know, and it's like over in like the East, it's like 2.5, 3 on average, and then America's like, I guess we know English, yeah.
I guess. That's so funny. It's like
Anyway.
someone like does text and count as a language or something. Like
Also, we got a
guess.
donation coming from Nadine with the 10 buckaroonies. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Ooh.
I will say that we are at $69.69 raised.
Who did that?
Which is beautiful, honestly. If you want to be the butthead who ruins the currently raised number of monies, you guys should totally hit the donation link at the top of the chat and top line of the description. You can open it twice if you really want to. And donate some smackaroos. We're nearing that $100 goal. So yeah. Also, make sure to vote. Which team is your favorite while you're at it with your donation? Pro tip.
Good for you. See, we get to know. I love that it doesn't like show percentage of like what team's gonna win. It just shows money.
Yeah. Which team's getting the big bucks? Please
Like,
put your money
yes.
in their mouths, please.
And then if they lose, we're gonna shame them. That's
Yeah, whichever
For
team
legal
does it.
reasons, that's a joke.
Is it fellas? Is it illegal to shame someone?
Hashtag stop cyberbullying.
I mean, yeah, this is true. Don't bully. I think this goes without saying.
Just saying.
Banning
man.
now, no!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
But
Yeah,
I
but
really find
if
it
you-
funny that the teams who just get the least votes are canonically the poorest.
That's crazy. Okay, I was gonna say like if you
Yeah.
were to play on this tournament, what comp would you be rocking? You know, if it was
I don't-
totally up to your decision.
Me, I would literally just take whatever role is it Phil. If we need a back line, I guess I'm playing Charger or heavy or something. If we need a front line, I hope I can do good.
Okay, but let's imagine a team of 4 therapies. You know, they're 4
What?
therapies on the. You clone yourself 3 times and you're playing on a team. That's called the therapies.
Derp. What am I playing? I don't know. I'd play the meta comp because that's me.
Meta comp. Truly meta. We can see the bands here.
Yeah, we got
Crushed by
our
Soda.
emergency weapons and special weapon bands. If you want to go ahead and read them out for us.
Yeah, Crushed by Soda with Rainmaker, Brushes, and Zipcaster. Zipcaster again, wow. That's
I'm
a
really
very
surprised we're
unpicked,
seeing Zipcaster bands today. I know Zipcaster's good, but I didn't know it was that good. Sheesh.
Oh my god, yeah, for real. And the BBB with Tower Control, honestly, kind of base. Shooters and Tacticaler.
All
Which,
right,
honestly, yeah, we don't want to see shooters in here. Aerospray, who? No, no one.
it looks like they're still working on banning their stages, but at the meantime, we can talk about what they have decided to ban for mode, main weapons, and special weapon. We are finally seeing our first tacticaler ban for today, and
real.
shooters being banned, which is it's gonna be very interesting because like there's a lot of shooters and a lot of people do like their shooters. I want to say like shooters are like a fourth of the weapons in the game, so like all those weapons are just bye-bye.
Just gone.
They're
Oh
just
my God.
gone.
I do find very interesting the ban of brushes because, like,
Yeah.
opposite to the shooters, there's like 6 of them. Is there 6? Yeah,
There's like 6 brushes, yeah.
So there's gotta be a brush player on the other team.
Yeah, they
Because
must be
if not-
either that, or if you do notice, the 2 modes we have banned are Rainmaker and Tower Control, leaving zones and Clam Blitz. They might be preemptively banning some brushes so we don't get any brush Clam Blitz cheese action. Although, which
It
I
could
will
be
say,
that.
personally, I don't think is a super strong strategy, but,
Yeah, that's what
I
I'm thinking.
guess.
Like, it could work on your like open series or whatever, but not in a tournament with actual competitive players. Or who knows, maybe.
Or with team coordination.
We saw like someone sneaking the Rainmaker earlier, so anything could happen in this tournament.
This is true. We might get some cheesiness. It depends on what weapon or what map rather gets picked here. We are seeing some stages getting banned here. Not the full 12 yet. So we'll come back to that in the once we get all 12 stages confirmed in here. But it really
How
just
you can
depends.
count. I was like, wait, 1, 2, 3.
I'm a professional counter. Okay, it's one of my many worthless skills.
Worth a skill. Wow.
Hey, you show me a cookie jar, I'm gonna tell you there's 527 cookies in that puppy, and I'm gonna be correct.
Then those like fair games that are like, guess how many jelly
Yes,
beans
how
are in
many
a jar.
jelly beans are
Like-
in my ass crack? I mean, in my
Those
jelly
places
jar.
must hate you, honestly. You would guess correctly every time and win like everything.
Carnivals
Oh my
hate
God.
him.
This is how therapy guess the jelly beans every single time. I don't know if he's on like jelly beans or other things, blushes, but I thought or like marbles.
I can't even remember the last time I went to like a carnival or like an amusement
Same.
park where I win prizes.
Yeah, I think
To not
carnival on
say-
its own. I have actually, I think, never gone to a carnival on its own. I have gone to like amusement park though. That do kind of have that vibe, but it's not.
It's not the same. It's not the same. I know what you're saying. Anyway, I think is that our full 12 yet? I think. Oh God.
I thought you were the professional counter.
Hey, I take a little time. I think there's one. Okay, there you go. I think we have all 12 stages banned. We are looking at Hagglefish, Flounder Heights, Bluefin Depot, Barnacle and Dock. I get those two mixed up so often.
It's hard. It's actually hard.
We have Mahi Mahi, Manta Maria, Mako Mart, Ink Blot Art Academy, Umami Ruin, Ship Shape, Robo Ramen, and Museum. Honestly, I can't imagine a single person playing Museum this tournament unless people are trying to deliberately play on bad maps, which would be hilarious, and I respect them for it.
See, and can we note that Rainwater is banned this time?
I know, my God, Alola rejoices as Brian Water is banned live on Battle of the Bands, hosted on
Yeah,
Jardonian YouTube.
You just like twitch.tv/Jardonian, but on YouTube.
The youtube.com/@Jardonian/live. There you go. I know my links. Anyway,
Wow.
Alola, I wanted to ask if you had any what is it called? Any map
comments?
mode combinations that you're looking to see or looking to not see?
Honestly, anything Barnacle and Dime. I love
That's
that map,
crazy.
and then they remade the map, and it has like a cute trench, and the aesthetics overall of that map are pretty cute. It's a very like cramped stage, I feel like, but that also makes it funnier, which is what I'm looking to see in this tournament.
I'm in terms of stuff I don't want to see. Manta Zones is a personal not my favorite. It's not horrible, but like it's just not my thing. Bluefin, I really want to see Bluefin Zones just because it's funny and I like Bluefin Zones. Bluefin Clams, I would not wish on anyone, not even my worst enemy.
They did fix it though. We have our rail in there now. People can.
Yeah, I guess it's a little better. Honestly, I really don't feel like there's a single map mode left within our pool here that is really bad. Honestly, like ship shaped clams is good. Ship shaped zones is pretty solid. Everything on Robo Ramen and Museum is good. Inkbot zones is like kind of Mako Mart's the best map in the game.
Flounder zones.
Flounder zones is nice. It's definitely a bucket map, but.
See, you got the bucket, you got the dynamo, you got the Octomesh,
Dynamo
which is banned, and the normal dynamo is also banned. So maybe that's
wait.
Cooler.
Wait. I guess normal dynamo is banned because Cooler's banned, but you still got Chump dynamo. Chump do some gaming,
and it has a splat bomb. That is the only thing I use from that kit.
Listen, splat bomb, best bomb, okay?
True. Hashtag give it to Aerospray as well. Give every single bomb to it. And we'll see which one is the best.
I really am surprised they haven't made a special called like all bomb or like super bomb rush that throws every bomb in rotation. That'd be cool.
You can select the bombs or it's just random.
Okay, that'd be redonkulous. I don't think that should be a thing. But I think like a bomb rush that like throws all the bombs like in rotation would be super cool. It's like the 8 from Mario Kart.
Every bomb at once, or like
no, like one after the other, like cycles between them all. Not all at once. I'm not insane.
Gotcha. So it is a Mario Kart 7. Oh, okay.
Or Mario Kart 8. Mario Kart 8 has the thing too, where like little 8 gives you like all the power ups.
Mario Kart 7 also has the same because Mario Kart 8 couldn't have originality. SMH, I'm kidding.
God, Mario Kart Slander Live. I'm like the biggest not Mario Kart fan on the planet, I swear.
Yeah, it's so funny because like I'm like just saying bad things about Mario Kart, but I love that game. Like, remember the tournament we played Mario Kart? And I got like so many points and you came around.
Oh yeah, we did. Oh, I did so bad on that tournament. Oh my god. I don't want to talk about it.
You did come around at the end. I think you did get
I think I got like 7th was like my highest placing, or like maybe 4th. I don't know. I was not good. I'm not a good Mario Kart player. I'm not
a good Mario Kart in general.
Yeah, I'd be a really bad car. I'd break down every 5 seconds.
Oh my god.
Sorry, man. I got tired.
Just your Mario Kart OC.
Mario Kart OC.
With so much rent. I'm like thinking about like all the other commentators talking about like, oh, this
they're like talking about like strategies and like what they're expecting to see. I mean, we're trying to do that too, but like.
And we are talking about Mario Kart OCs.
Yeah, I'd love to just have like I would love to drive a jelly bean in Mario Kart.
A jelly bean.
Anyway, it looks like we're getting into our first match here. We got ourselves Splat Zones on Robo Ramen. We have Crushed by Soda on the left, the Triple Bs on the right. Yellow teams are Crushed by Soda team, and we got the purple team for the Triple Bs. Make sure not to get them mixed up. We are seeing a V range on the side of the Triple Bs here. And we're seeing, of course, the classic Reflux Deco on the side of Crushed by Soda, piloted by the Dripster. We're seeing the red pencil coming out. It seems like you guys just can't let go of pencil, huh?
I was
Honestly,
gonna
low
say.
key though, red pencil's kind of hot. Go ahead, go for it.
Yeah, they were not down to like leave the pencil alone. They wanted to get it either way, and there we have it, red pencil. It does have rain, which is good for snipers, but not quite as good as tactical. It will get a lot of the zone though.
Yeah, I will say it does put down a lot of paint. We are seeing a lot of slider action, I just realized, on both teams here. Both weapons having a slider. We're going to see a lot of back and forth, which we did see at the start of this game, starting out in neutral, but it looks like the Triple Bs have been able to grab hold of the game here. Crushed by Soda is making their way back in. The Pencil trying to get some paint in for their team. The stamp coming out for the Luna Neo, but gets canceled very quickly. It looks like Drip is the only one left on the side of Crushed by Soda, holding onto their slider, waiting for their team to come back, getting them some jumps. It looks like the Triple Bs aren't really able to push up forward. Their comp doesn't really allow them to do so aside from the Tetra. Everyone else is really trying to hold back here with the kind of like the double passive with the heavy and the Flingza. Anyway, go for it.
Something to note, I just realized they also have a Neo Luna, which was also present in the other matches. So, like, is this a new meta that I'm missing?
I'm going to tell you this right now. Luna is not that kind of... Luna ain't built like that, okay?
And they got a wipeout right there. Seems like
Triple B is really now starting to push up and get themselves in a really strong position. Although the Pencil's looking to force out this range blaster, does find the pick. Triple B's only holding on to a wave breaker here. Meanwhile, Triple B's holding on to their slider and a rain. It looks like they have some really great specials here to get a contest on the zone. We're also seeing strikes coming out from the order slasher on the side of Crushed by Soda, really giving the Triple B's a run for their money on the zone. They are getting a good back and forth here, although that slider might be coming out soon to get that cap in. Oh, but the double on the side of Crushed by Soda does push them back and gives the control back to the Triple Bs.
Yeah, also the missiles is putting a lot of pressure, making them go back, retreating because or else they will get targets. They would, oh my god, they would target the zone. Like they need to, oh my god, I can't talk. You go.
It's okay, Lila. It looks like the Triple Bs are looking to clean up this game. The Flicks are going on the offensive, making use of those horizontal flicks, chasing out the Pencil. It looks like the yellow team doesn't really have any time left to get the zone back. And that is going to be it. A clean victory for the Triple Bs. Although I will say Crushed by Soda did put up a really great fight there, but they just weren't able to get their foot in the ground and get a push going and get that zone back.
Yeah, a lot of contests there. The Brain Blaster put a lot of pressure to their team.
Yeah, I agree.
They maybe didn't have as much tools to come back.
It is very tough.
Helping a bit, but it's tough, especially on that map when they already pushed into your base.
This is true. It really was unfortunate. They almost had a really good push going, but they just got that 2 down at the most inconvenient time. Their specials were perfectly lined up. They just weren't able to like clean it up. I actually want to take a look at the comps again. The one issue I'm seeing is that Crushed by Soda really only had 2 bombs with a spot bomb and a fizzy, really just making it hard to poke back into this team because they really didn't have that many long range specials to force out the Flingza and the Heavy on the side of Triple Bs, which might have contributed to their struggle generally to get back in. But I am curious to see what happens in terms of the comps. If they're going to switch things up or if they're going to try and keep things going into the next game. I'm expecting Clamplets for the next match.
Expecting the same, although not many people do like Clam, actually. So I'm surprised we are playing it right now. I do also notice there's not many bombs in play in general. We had the Flingsa that didn't have a bomb. I think Heavy doesn't have a bomb either, if I'm not mistaken. The Reflux, we have the Pencil,
a lot of some deployables, a lot of deployable subs. But I will say it definitely mattered more for Crushed by Soda just because they didn't really have any good entry tools outside of Rain to push weapons like the Range Blaster and the Heavy and the Flings out of position.
Yeah, they play a lot of mid line as well. I could be completely wrong, but I feel like the range difference, like they had Range Blaster, they had Chaedr, which also kind of has some range, not that much. They had Flingsa with the big vertical flick and Heavy. But they only had, for range, they had the bucket and the pencil, which, the other were very short range weapons. Yeah.
So, we might see some more bombs coming out on the side of Crushed by Soda. We'll see. I am curious to see what map we'll be seeing for what I'm expecting to be Clamplets. It could be zones. I'm trying to think what would be my favorite Clamplets map to play. I think Barnacle and Dime is probably my favorite Clamplets map in this pool.
Barnacle and Peak. Barnacle Envy. Yeah, we could just see that. They could go crazy and go Mahi Mahi as well, with very crazy.
Mahi clams, I will say, is definitely not like unplayable. Like I think it's probably like the second best Mahi mode.
It's a good thing, but it's a quirky map for sure. Like the way the stage is laid out and the two.
I just love the water going up and down. But it looks like we've seen our next map mode locked in here as Ink Block Clam Blitz. Ink Block Clams is a really good Clam Blitz map, I will say. I think especially, I really love just playing around the stacks and the tree area on that map. There's just a lot of really fun ways to enter, and it feels really satisfying to break into the enemy team plat on that map and work off their little like.
Honestly, a map where you don't want to see a brush there, so maybe a good call.
That's pretty true, actually. Yeah, not a brush map you want to see. But it looks like you're seeing a pretty big switch up on the side of Crushed by Soda. Meanwhile, the Triple B's mostly keeping the same comp here, but opting to switch the Tetra for the Decavitator. Which is a really interesting pick here. That bubble might be coming in handy to hold some space. But we got on Crushed by Soda a V-Try. I guess I'm proven wrong. People are willing to pick V-Try today, and a Zedfin scope, and a dually for the crab out. But Drippy still sticking to that reflex deco, which is kind of based, honestly.
Honestly, pretty interesting. They gave up the pencil. They knew that it had to be gone. It wasn't contributing as much as they would have probably liked before. We see our clam already approaching the basket, but it's not enough. They get killed before making.
Yeah, they unfortunately missed the clam throw. They did get a really good bubble spot going. I will say the Zedfin Charger pick is definitely just like Rain isn't as good in this mode. I definitely think the strikes will be helping in terms of their entry, especially because they definitely needed a stronger entry tool in the last match. So I think they've picked that up and learned from there. But it looks like Triple B's is holding onto a power claim. And it does seem to be. It does seem that they have better control of mid and are starting to slowly but surely whittle their way into the enemy plat.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting the decision of special because they have Crab, they have Jet, they have Tri, but they also kept the reef, which is, maybe not the best on Clam Blitz, but it does allow you to move the enemy like further down, so
it clears out it clears out that area right in front of basket, I will say. And I think it's more so just Drippy just likes sticking to that reef deco. I get it. It's just funny.
It is perky. Very perky. But they do seem to not have a lot of turf on the map as well, making the BBB make a push. But nope, they killed the Blinksa. That wasn't able to take the missiles off. They do have a plan. They're holding a bit. Very unfortunate. We see the range blaster on the right there, trying to pressure them. Oh, on the left. Never mind. What did I see?
Come on, you should know your lefts and rights by now, Lola. Come on, keep up. Anyway, we are seeing three specials on the side of Crushed by Soda on top of a power claim. It really looks like they're gearing themselves up for a push. It looks like their try is going to try and get in position to get a good inkjet pop here. The strikes are coming out as well. The inkjet might be looking to follow, although one does go down on the side of Crushed Soda. Two go down. It looks like this push isn't going to be able to follow through. The missiles providing additional crossfire. The Decavitator getting set up with the bubble. The Flinksa finds another pick, and it looks like the tides have shifted in the favor of the Triple B's getting the power clam in. The first clam of the game just halfway through.
Oh my god. It's crazy how long it actually took for it. It seems like we are not gonna see another point. It is Clam Blitz, but this isn't Bluefin, so a bit hard to see like a point so late into the game.
I was saying this earlier, but Inkblot is definitely a map where you really need to spend time coordinating to both push into the enemy plat and take control of your own plat once you do lose it. I can't freaking talk today.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we're seeing here right now. They have absolutely zero of their section basket, so they do need to try to reclaim it as fast as they can. We can see the Resider there coming, but the missile kill. Oh my god!
Missile gets the punish. That's so tragic. And it looks like Triple B's are going to be holding on to this plat for a little bit longer, although the Tri-Slash are trying to clear out some space. We're seeing Fry here trying to get some more progress into mid. Now has the Inkjet out 4-2 situation. They do still have strikes as well. They should have their Pity Clam. The Range Blaster gets the Inkjet. We're looking at another 4-1 situation. It looks like just completely flips. Triple B now back in control, almost ready to get another power claim and maybe get another push in.
Yeah, it seems like the Crushed by Soda is a bit struggling again. I don't know if it's an entry thing. I'm not a competitive player to know for sure, but they are definitely staying back.
I definitely think they have better tools this time. They're just not able to get themselves in the right position before they get picked off. It seems they just need to like really play for their lives here and just hold out until they can get their moment to shine. And it looks like Crush by Soda is going down again here. Triple B's holding onto their plat. Good job from that. Oh, actually, no, they're on the enemy flat. My silly Billy brain. Looks like they're really trying to get another push here. Stone sitting with 8 clamps, gets the power clam in and getting even more points for their team. Wavebreaker coming out from the heavy. And it looks like the Crush by Soda is here to trying to hold out the storm.
Yeah, they need to be careful about that person scoring right there. I think they had 6 clams.
Oh, very sticky for their decav.
A big push there. It seems like they're still staying and no one takes a notice. A kill there by Stone. 21 points left and 12 seconds. Maybe this is the end of the game. We're gonna see right now.
It's not over until it's over. I will say Crush by Soda does have one more chance here. They do have their pity clam. They do have Reef Slider from the reflux here. They just need to find a pick and get their opening. They really need to coordinate their specials well here. The time is ticking. They are on barred time. They can't take their time here. They just need to keep on moving forward slowly but surely and try and get this in. It looks like Drippy is a little too hasty. I mean, they were running out of time, so it is unfortunate. But the Triple Bs do get in from behind and break their barrier, forcing overtime to end. That is honestly an underrated strat to force overtime. Get a power clam in while they're distracted. It looks like Triple B's able to clean it up for a clean 0-2 victory.
Honestly, very interesting game. They put a lot of a fight at the first half, but they kind of crumbled at the second half. Maybe
I will say very even for that first half of the game. It is unfortunate they just weren't able to get their push in just right. But a great effort from both teams. So our final score is 0-2. The Triple Bs have won this set, but a great effort from Crush by Soda. Great games. I loved watching it. Thank you.
Yes. Also, chat, remember to donate. We have the link in the description at the top of the pinned comment, and we have the QR code on screen right now that you can scan and donate.
True.
Money.
Oh my
God, money is good.
Oh my God, his yap fire? Guys, please listen to him. He's telling the truth. Donate. I'm okay.
Donate. Okay. You were talking about a bit like what was your team you would have bring to this whole thing. I would want to use Aerospray. That's all.
I know you'd want to use Aerospray.
I want it to become meta. Like, I don't know, make it the only good painter in the game. Solution.
I think Pro Terraria did a video on Aerospray recently. I don't know if you watched it.
I did see it, and I did agree with a lot of their points, honestly.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yes, finally, because there's been a couple. I'm like, I don't know.
Anyway, Drep, if you want someone to thank for those music picks, thank Jardonian, the person who's been piloting the stream this whole time and has been piloting the tournament. Again, if you haven't done so already, drop a sub to Jard. I'm just saying, you really should.
Yes, chat, by subscribing, by liking, and by sharing this stream, you're also helping this whole tournament, which in favor helps the charities we are donating to.
Exactly. So even if you aren't willing to donate, I recommend taking the link, sharing it to someone who might have some spare cash in their pocket. Tell them to stop buying coffee because that crap is garbaggio. In my opinion,
coffee allowed.
No coffee allowed. The only coffee you're buying is the coffee that goes to charity.
Honestly, I wouldn't want no coffee because I'm dying of a heat stroke or something. It's so hot in here. Oh my God, we see the next match, Part 3 Civilization, the awesomest name, and Goofy Gooper Guppies. See, it's hard.
We got Goofy Gooper Guppies coming back for this round here. We got Custom, Aaron, Ezio, and Leo on the side of Parkour Civilization. I do know Custom and Ezio. I'm not super familiar with Aaron and Leo though.
Yeah, me neither, honestly.
And then we have
not many commentary from me on that end.
I know Custom is a Battlefly coach, or not Battlefly, my Metafy. There you go. They're both a Fies. I'm stupid. Custom is a Metafy coach. Super great player. Also, sorry, I'm gonna interrupt this by saying, Jack, thank you for the $25.01 toppling Avra from being the donation champ, bringing us up to 94 buckaroonies. We're almost at that $100 donation goal. Again, if you guys want to drop a dono, Donation link is at the top of the chat, top of the description. Get us to that $100 goal, and you got to put a silly image on the screen. If you guys want to recommend an image, second line in the description is the Discord where you guys can post your suggestions. The Insanity Discord. Anyway, as I was saying.
Okay, what do you know about custom and SEO?
Custom's a pretty varied player, knows how to play a lot of stuff. I've seen them, I feel like I've seen them play mostly Range Blaster, but I know they play other things as well. SEO is a really good comp player. I've seen them around a fair bit on the Tweemers. I just haven't looked into their competitive stuff in a while, but I know they're still fairly active in the competitive community. So I know they're going to be cooking with the sauce. And of course, you do have Cactus, your Turbium, Kira, and Rice from our first round on today's stream. My brain has to now recall what weapons they were playing. This is definitely my memory test for today.
I'm definitely Googling it, or not Googling.
Googling it?
Rewatching the stream right now to see what weapons they were using, because don't remember at all. They were... Okay,
yes,
they were
our
Splatoon Pencil 52, which is
they were what is it called? That's the team where we saw the Wiper and the 52 notably. I wonder if they probably are going to bring it back. It might be their bread and butter. It might be their rice and beans. I don't know. Sorry, that's not
rice and beans. Oh my god.
Get it? Because one of their players is named Rice.
Oh. No.
Sorry.
But why beans though? Like,
that's what rice goes with. What else do you put rice with?
But no, rice goes with like almost everything.
Well, yeah, but I feel like if I were to pair rice with anything, I'd pair it with beans.
Hashtag not sponsored by Team Rice. We just see a bit of the bands. Okay, since I read the things, now you read the
Yeah, it's my turn. On the side of Parker Civilization, they'll be banning Tower Control as their mode, shooters for their main weapons, and Tactical as a special. Another Tactical ban for today, and another shooter ban. On the side of Goofy Goober Guppies, they are banning Splat Zones as their mode. From what I hear, Splat Zones is everyone's favorite mode, apparently, which I can understand. They're banning Dualies as their main weapon, and Triple Ink Strike as their special. Interesting. I am very curious as to why they're banning Triple Ink Strike. I feel like especially...
It is annoying. Oh.
It is annoying.
But it's annoying on Tower and Zones. The two
That's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say.
Just a quick...
My god, I'm getting same brained by Alola Ways YouTube right now. Oh my god.
Crazy.
But as Alola was saying, I feel like Triple Ink Strike is a very interesting ban here because I feel like the two strongest modes are Tower Control and Splat Zones. Tower Control for just stalling, especially in overtime, and Zones for getting those like super easy flips or neutrals. So I'm very curious as to why they chose to ban it. I guess it is good on pop and just a good special in general. I will say Tri-Strike is very, very good. Very good entry tool. But I feel, I don't know, we might be seeing some Zuka this time around then. Now that Tri-Strike is gone, Zuka's the other like big entry tool, big pick getter, if you know what I mean.
I want to note that we haven't played a single game of Tower Control, and you know, maybe that's...
I think that's for the better.
That's for... We played Clam Blitz, you know.
Clam Blitz is a goated mode, okay? I don't want to hear no Cam Bit slander on not my tournament.
It's something with G, and it's garbage.
Are you talking about me?
No, what?
Oh my god.
Are you Mr. Clamblitz, actually?
No, I'm Derpy_Gah. And you just said there's a thing with a G and it's trash. You can't be talking about anyone else but me.
No, because you say goat, and goat starts with G. So, see, okay, when you say it's like good takes, you're Derpy Goat, and when you say bad takes, you're Derpy Garbage. How about that? The perfect compromise.
I don't... Why is everyone so mean to me, man?
That's so funny. But yeah, anyway, interesting. They banned the most shooter-like weapons. It's the shooters themselves and the dualies, which...
Yeah, I will say dualies probably are closest to shooters. I hate those auto-fire weapons. Yuck!
Imagine not having to press CR or CR multiple times.
So considering
Because
we
the
have
control.
Rainmaker and Clam Blitz as our final two modes in play, what kind of weapons do you feel like we'll be seeing? Do you think we'll be seeing some brushes, mayhaps?
I was gonna say, are we gonna get a brush situation? Maybe we're gonna get brush. Maybe we're gonna get rollers. I feel like rollers, depending on the map, could defend the basket pretty well.
Yeah, I feel like rollers can cook on tower control. I am shocked to see that there's no blaster ban for tower control, especially being in. Oh wait, no, I'm stupid. Tower control's banned.
Yeah.
Oh my god, my brain is dumb. Yeah, never
Maybe
mind.
that's the reason.
I'm a little stupid. Okay.
Stupid guppy. Just like the team, but it's guppy.
But
you know
I
what
will
I mean.
say, if anyone ever decides to not ban tower control, you poor thing, definitely I'd take the opportunity to ban some blaster. If you're not going to ban tower control. You are seeing Greg56 with the $5 dono. I do appreciate it. I was saying a bird flies, but so does a hawk too. What?
Oh god. What did you say there, P? What did you say? You know, just repeat it for the class.
Hawk too.
Anyway,
We are officially 30 cents off from the $100 goal. If anyone's got 30 cents, please.
30 cents. Like, come on, chat. Like, just take out of your pocket 30 cents. It's right there.
Yeah, it's right there. Anyway, I think we do have our 12 stages banned. Am I counting correctly? One.
I thought you were the perfect map counter.
I'm counting. I think it's 11. Is that 11? I might be 11. I might be 11.
Wait, let me see.
6,
No,
7.
it's 12. We have 12.
It's 12. Okay, so we are left with. Actually, Lola, it's your turn. Go for it.
Yeah, we have Hagglefish, we have crab leg. Oh my god, okay. We're starting already. We have brine water still, somehow. We have Barnacle and Dime. We have Humpback for the first time.
Yeah.
We have Mahi Mahi. We have Makomar.
My goat!
We have Inkblood. We have Wahoo World.
Wahoo
also
World.
somehow. We have Undertow. We have Umami. And we have Scorch Gorge.
Gorge.
Romo Ramen being banned is bold. Very
Yeah,
bold.
I guess we're seeing the banning bad maps play from one of the teams here. I don't know which actually. Unfortunately, we don't get to know. But what is it called? I will say, oh god, Humpback. I think by far the worst map here is probably gonna be Wahoo World.
Probably.
Wahoo Rain and Clams are both some real stinkers. Undertow Rain is pretty solid. Undertow Clams is kind of mid. It's okay. It's whatever.
I like it.
Umami Rain isn't super great, bro. Don't tell a photo I said that.
Oh, blow down the chat raging.
Oh yeah, and Rainmaker Brine Water is pretty bad.
Yeah. Remember when you said like if someone banned Museum, they were just wanting to play bad maps?
Yeah,
we
that's
are.
what I'm saying. I'm saying there might be a team here trying to go for the ban the good map strategy to maybe get some like cheesiness, you know? Because like there are reasons why maps are bad, and it's because they usually let you employ some degenerate strategies that are not very competitive. But you know, this tournament is about banning things. So I don't know how competitive that is.
Also, they could have just seen the other team being more competitive, maybe, and just decided to use maps that are less intuitive.
You
to
stop
them because they
being
don't play it.
good.
Like,
Anyway, it looks like
who
we
would
have
play
our first round matchup, our first round map mode picked out. We have Rainmaker Scorch for our first game here,
Oh
which
my god.
probably one of the better. Hey, Rainmaker Scorch is actually kind of heat.
I don't
Alright,
like
don't
anything
sleep.
Scorch. I don't like anything Scorch.
Listen,
honestly.
Scorch Zones might be the worst map mode in the game, but Scorch Rain, kind of nice. All right, I'm looking forward to it. I feel like it's
okay.
pretty balanced. I feel like for both attacking and defending teams. Outside of that one
is
little
true.
pit area that I don't feel like is super great. Not a good. It's annoying to stall in there. But aside from that, Rainmaker Scorch, one of my personal favorites. I'm trying to think what I feel like we're gonna see a crab here. I'm getting a feeling like we might see. Although shooters and dualies are banned, which means there's no splash and no splatter no splat dualies. So if we're gonna see a
Splatter
crab,
shot
it's gonna have to be
pro.
like Sword Nouveau. Bad, I guess.
That is probably the pick there. I feel like a crab in this map is pretty well, especially like considering how the
On the
crab
snipe.
can just shoot over the wall. Yeah.
I'm thinking about that little snipe spot once you pass first checkpoint. Like getting crab on there is huge.
The snipe, like the mid, or like making the team push.
Oh yeah, even
like,
in
push
mid
the
is
team
pretty
back.
good. But let's get into this game. We got Parkour Civilization on the yellow team, and we have the Goofy Goober Guppies on the purple team. We're seeing a splashdown, not in a machine, Neo. I am not surprised to see the Zuko. We're seeing a Zimmy on the side of Parkour Civilization, along with the V-Well string and a custom range blast. These are some interesting cooks. We also have a Sorella Brella, not our first Brella, but you know, it's probably one of my favorite Brellas. I really like playing Sorella Brella.
It is. Also, no crabs as we predicted, honestly.
I'm so sad. I would have loved to see Crab, but I'm not surprised to see at least one Zuko. We do have bubbles on both teams.
Yeah,
here,
we have double bubble with the same weapon on.
Is it? No, it is not the same weapon. Oh, it is the same weapon. I'm stupid. Oh my god, 2 Zimmies. Zimmy stocks are up today. Anyway, it looks like Goofy Goober Guppies are getting the first push of the game here, breaking check in a breakneck pace in the first 40 seconds. But they are 2-3. Parkour Civilization is definitely gonna be able to hold this and get the pop. Looks like Goofy Goober Guppies are just gonna hold on here and try and see if they can maybe etch out a pick and try to push forward. It looks like the Wellstring does find a pick on Typhlosion. And is slowly clawing back. They have the stamp ready. The Rainmaker's about to reset, and it looks like we're going back into neutral.
Yeah. At least, like, of a team that, like, was getting pushed on, at least they, like, managed to bring it back to the middle. Because a lot of teams didn't do that. Like, the first team we couldn't do that. And the second team was just grabbing Rainmaker and pushing it back, which is kind of makes sense on Robo Ramen since it's not that big. But yeah, we see a push over there, painting the checkpoint. Let's see if they're gonna get it.
They are getting the checkpoint knockout, and it looks like it's looking pretty even for both teams. Although the Autobomb finds the pick on Euterbium from Custom. Or it wasn't from Custom, but it was an Autobomb. But we got Custom here on the Range Blaster, trying to find some more picks on the left side of their plat. Right trying to hold on here, maybe trying to get a bubble set up to try and hold this space. An Inkjet comes out from the side of Parkour Civilization, the stamp clearing the way, but the Rainmaker does get reset, and they aren't able to push. Looks like we're going back to another neutral here, although it looks like Ezzy is trying to hold on here with the mini splatling. I don't know if Aaron does survive with the Brella shield there, which is, shout out to the Brella shield, we love it.
Yeah. A lot of kills happening actually, like, you close your eyes once, and then you 3 of the teams, honestly. Rainmaker main here,
Lola.
Obviously. Oh my god, and a wipeout.
No, your Wi-Fi went like bye-bye.
Oh
also,
my god,
I do want to a quick intermission, so to speak, to say thank you, Greg, for the $1 donation, pushing us over the $100 threshold, and we'll get a funny image on stream momentarily. Again, if you guys want to suggest an image, second link in the description for the Insanity Discord. You guys can leave your suggestions there. But getting back into the game, Parkour Civilization taking the lead here as you're pushing forward with the Rainmaker, getting to 28 and playing it safe, backing up to get some shots out and try and solve for time while their teammate clears out the way. 2-2 situation with only the Wellstring up, and the Rainmaker gets the kill off the bubble, but Typhlosion is able to get the pick on the Rainmaker. All the ways? No, always died. No. Anyway, I'll keep it up. Don't worry. We are seeing the Goofy Goober Guppies getting back into mid here and dragging the Rainmaker behind them, trying to see if they can get this lead back. The Custom is able to find a pick off the grates. Euterbium's over here trying to clear out the right side, doing wiper things as per usual. 3-3 situation, although, or sorry, 3-4 situation. Getting a pick from the stamp coming out here. And getting their Ultra Stamp as well, which is pretty crazy. The Brella Shield broken, getting that pick as well. And getting the wipeout, it looks like a free lead. Cactus here racing forward. The Toxic Mist to stall, preventing them from getting a huge lead and getting that knockout potentially. Wellstring quick to get the pop there and pushing the Goofy Goober Guppies back, way back. It's going to be a bit of an uphill battle, so to speak, because, you know, it's like an uphill map, to get the lead back. But we're going to have to see how it turns out. 2 specials ready on the side of Parkour Civilization. Rainmaker's back in mid. It looks like they went for a manual reset here, giving giving the ball to Goofy Goober, so to speak. So we're looking at a bit of a neutral game here, though, as the Parkour Civilization gets set up on their plat, trying to hold off Goofy Goober Guppies here. Although they're the ones who really need to push forward. They need to maybe try and get some plays going in with the stamp. They only have 30 seconds left to try and pick up the Rainmaker. Typhlosion pushing up the splashdown and pushing them back even further, but does get punished. Now all 4 up, but it looks like the Zuka's gonna try and find a pick here. Isn't able to find it, which means it's a good situation for Parkour Civilization. The stamp misses the pick just barely and gets canceled. They got stuck on the sign. That's so sad. That might have been the pick they needed to try and claw their way back into the game. But looking at 4-2, the Wellstream just on respawn. I don't think they have enough time. They can try to pick up the Rainmaker, but I don't think it'll be enough. We have Inkjet coming out here trying to get some picks, trying to clear the way for their teammates to pick up. They are going to pick up before the last second ticks down, but they do lose the Rainmaker immediately, and that is the game. That's so sad.
Oh my god.
Yeah?
My internet got a little excited about that game, honestly.
I'm so sorry.
I don't know what's going on.
It's okay. I exhausted all of my oxygen. Don't worry.
You carry.
Anyway, that's a win for the Goofy, what is it? Goofy Goober Guppies. Oh my god, that last 30 seconds was insane. What is it called? Parkour Civilization was just like super duper setup. They had specials ready, they had the numbers advantage. The stamp comes out from the well string and they just barely missed the pick. It was so sad. But they were almost able to do it. The Inkjet came out, they cleared out the way, they got the paint around the Rainmaker. Their team was able to pick up, but they got picked off immediately after. It was such a good effort, but the Goofy Gooper Guppies were able to hold.
Yeah, it seems like we have a clear favorite for this tournament right now. With the Goofy, the GGG, making up strong plays, honestly, in general.
Well, I wouldn't say it's a favorite, actually. The favorite's actually determined by the poll, which can be voted on by donating using the link at the top of the description. But I will say they are the team that does seem to be kind of balling through. We did see them perform super well in the first round of today's stream. It looks like they might be trying to repeat that performance again here. But Parkour Civilization does still have the opportunity to tie up the score and go into a game 3, the first game 3 that would be on stream today. So I am curious to see. We are actually, we do know the map mode we're going into next. We're going into Mahi Mahi Clam Blitz, which is an interesting pick. Looking at this map pool,
I said it.
You did say it. I think I'd say Mahi Clams is probably like best, if not second best, behind like Mako Mart. Here to pick. Actually, Inkblood's pretty good too. I think Scorch is off the table because they just played it, unfortunately. But Scorch Clam is pretty good. But Mahi Clams definitely solid, especially post map rework. So I'm high-key pretty excited to see how this turns out. I'm trying to see, maybe how that water plays into it.
Yeah, it's interesting that they banned all the good maps, but we're still playing on the same good maps.
Listen, Splatoon 3 got more good maps than people give it credit for. But now we're going into game 2. Parkour Civilization rocking the Bamboozler Mark II.
Oh my god.
And we're seeing a V reflex coming out on the side of the Goofy Goober Guppies. The one with missiles and not goddamn reflex.
Yeah.
We're seeing them keep
repeat the same thing that the other team did last time, where they used the missiles to make the team not be able to push as fast. We already saw a couple of missiles on the first 20 seconds of the game.
Yeah, which is definitely allowing the Goofy Goober Guppies to start making their way forward. They already have a power claim and a bubble ready to set up. It looks like the basket is looking mostly clear. They got the bubble set up so they can hold the space. 2 down on the side of the Parkour Civilization. 3 down. It looks like they're starting to trickle in a little bit too scarcely there. They need to start grouping up a little bit, maybe. It looks like they're already down to 39 on the scoreboard, 36 and counting.
Oh my god.
They still have the basket open. Oh, they're down to 24 already. They're already hunting for more clams. Parkour Civilization does have an Inkjet, so they gotta try and use it to try and clear out the space. Chump's ready on the side of the Bamboozler. Only the Wiper left. If they get 2 clams, it's over, so they gotta be watching out for this Wiper. The Wiper goes down. The Zimmy's on respawn. It looks like it's the end of this insane push. It looks like Parkour Civilization has a lot of work to do.
This game could have really ended before 1 minute, and that's something very scary, honestly.
They had some great momentum at the start of this game. Really had a lot of clams ready and really got a good clear, good bubble placement. It was a great push. But on the bright side, it looks like they won't be knocking out quite just yet, as their penalty is at 47 because they scored so many at once. And since the water's already down, does leave a little bit more space for Parkour Civilization to kind of, hang around and get set up on. They do have enough clams for a power clam. They are set up pretty well here to get a score. They just need 1 clam on the Brella, and they can make a power clam. They do pop Inkjet. They do have a power clam on the Wiper, so they are going to be getting their first score of the game. Let's see how far they get with it.
Yeah, will they make a comeback? It's pretty hard to come back from this point because it's almost at that point knocking out
well,
the
there's
game.
Still 3 minutes left in the game, come on.
But there's 3 minutes, and that's a lot of time So maybe we'll go finally to game 3, which hasn't
we'll
happened
see.
this entire tournament.
They are holding pretty well here, despite it being even. The Splashdown does find a pick on the Bamboozler and clear out the space. It looks like a Goofy Gooper Guppies is putting their foot down and clearing out this plat for themselves. And it looks like this might be the end of the push. Ezzy is still trying to hold on here with the Wiper, but Cactus does get the pick, and it looks like we're back to neutral. If not worse, it looks like Goofy Gooper Guppies has a pretty good control of mid and is firing the missiles to push them back.
Yeah, not a lot of penalty on the same team either. This is definitely comebackable. But still, the GGGs are putting a lot of pressure mid, so maybe they won't be as easy to come back from now.
I definitely think the constant missile output is causing some problems. Sorry.
It is pretty annoying to combat, honestly. And it's not very useful. You don't see like a reflux in any tournament.
Oh yeah, missiles have fallen off a little bit, but I feel like Goofy Gooper Guppies does see the value and does feel like it can work with their comp, and it definitely does seem like it is. It's allowing them to get more time to get into mid and stall the other team so they can't really get any control here and are forced back onto their plat, which is definitely working out for them. As you can see, we're looking at a 3-3 situation. Looks like the Reflux is trying to build for their next missiles. Yellow team, Parkour Civilization, slowly clawing back here. I can't talk. Don't judge me. We see the chumps getting out for the Bamboozler Mark II to try and get some paint on the ground and force the Goofy Gooper Guppies backwards. But the missiles again stalling them and forcing them back, leaving the Triple Gs with mid.
Yeah, they seem really pressured out, and maybe this is gonna be the end of the game. Who knows? They are putting a lot of pressure, and they have 2 picks still, but they are quickly respawning there, so we're gonna have a net neutral. The kill with the range blaster pretty hype there.
Getting a nice clean direct. Another kill on the range blaster, going in for the third, chasing down the clam ball. It looks like they have now broken into their plat, got control of the ink rail, got a Kraken at the ready. Looks like the custom range is trying to hold down the fort, waiting for their team to get ready and in position with the power clam, some specials. The Kraken coming out here to stall even longer, fighting this Wiper here. They do get a score, and it looks like Parkour Civilization trying to get some more points on the board. The Kraken's got behind, and he finds another pick. 3 down on the side of Goofy Gooper Guppies, now really on the back foot here. It's up to Parkour Civilization to find more clams to keep this basket open. Luckily, they got some spawns right next to them. Now down to 20 points, 17. Only so few clams left, about 5 or so, and they can maybe take this lead back. 4-1 situation. They just need some more clams. The Bamboozler is coming in with some more. Down to 11, down to 8, taking the lead. One more clam for the knockout. They just need one more clam and they can end this game right now. The brothers running back, trying to get it. The Goofy Gooper Guppies have to fight for their lives, are able to stop the basket from being completely knocked out here. They have one last chance to take this game back. We might be seeing a game 3.
They do need to score more than 40 points, so this is gonna be hard.
This is gonna be very difficult.
One of the biggest comebacks ever.
2 power clams, but they do die off the bubble from a curling bomb. It's just the reflux.
Oh my god, they need such little points, but they get a wipeout.
And that's it. Parkour Civilization ties up the score, and we're going to game 3. Am I crazy? Was that not a curling bomb kill off the bubble?
I have no idea, but that's hype. That is so hype.
I need the instant replay.
We are finally going to game 3. It seems like this matchup is way closer than we would have thought at the first game.
Hey, I was right. They had time and they did it. They did their thing, and I was right. That penalty came back to bite them. That was a lot of points they had to clear through, and they just weren't able to eat through it. They still had 7 left on their penalty, and still 2 more clams to score after that. It was tough, but Parkour Civilization was able to claw back, and now we have a tied-up score going into game 3. Ooh, I'm really excited now. This is exciting.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's so cool.
Very intense, honestly, here.
I love tournaments.
True. Maybe we're gonna finally see one of these quirky maps we've been getting, like Waffle World, Humpback. We have even Rhine Water again.
Also, I was completely smoking. It was not a kill on a curling bomb. I'm so sad. But it was a very good double in that bubble. The bubble got shredded very quickly at the end of that push there. But honestly, shout out to the Zimmy. Great bubble placement. Definitely gave their team some good jumps and a good spot to just like anchor themselves and get their push going. It really is unfortunate that they just got clustered up too much and just went down. It is what it is. But it was a very good effort to try and claw back the game.
We did have one last chance though to redeem each of the teams on their game that they lost. With the third game, which could be anything. We're probably gonna go back to Rainmaker, I'm assuming.
I am assuming that as well. But we will see. We should get the map that we're playing next shortly.
I would enjoy a Crab League Rainmaker. I am guilty of charge.
I mean, it's not that bad. It's not the best, I will say. Like it looks so much better on paper than it does in practice, unfortunately. Anyway, it looks like our third map for today's game is going to, or for today's set rather, is going to be Rainmaker Undertow. Honestly, it's been a classic since the start of Splatoon 3 competitive. From what I've seen, Rainmaker Undertow has been a staple Rainmaker map, and it's always been a very dynamic one. We have the right route being super fast, super risky on that uninkable, and we have the left route being super slow, allowing the team to kind of just like tunnel through and slowly work their way into the enemy base to get their knockout. But we're gonna see how this match is gonna turn out. No shooters, no dualies, no tacticalers, no tri-strikes.
Very hard
I don't know if we'll be seeing some Zuka, seeing some roller maybe.
Rollers. We
I
could
feel
even
like Roller can cook on
see.
this.
What's? I was gonna say Brella, but we already got a Brella.
We might keep seeing that Sorella. Who knows? We might be seeing some more Sorella action.
Who knows? Who knows?
I definitely feel like we're gonna see the Viper again. I am curious to see if the custom range is gonna stay on the what is it called? On the side of Parkour Civilization.
He did do them pretty well. It's like that.
Yeah, they've been cooking with that. They've been cooking with that. They know what they
got them pretty far in. They got the lead from that.
Anyway, I'm assuming Jar's working on the funny image on screen. But again, every $100 gets us another funny image on screen. If you guys want to donate, link at the top of the chat, top of the description. But I'm done yapping. It's time to head into game 3. We got Parkour Civilization keeping the Viper, coming back to that Machine Neo. Oh, actually, it was Goofy Goober Gubbers had the Machine Neo, but now both sides have the Machine Neo, meaning they both have a Zuka. We see that vanilla Wellstream coming out again. We see the Brella coming back and the Viper, and now a Viper on the side of Goofy Goober Guppies. It looks like they're the only team with a bubble this time around as well.
Yeah, they just gave up the bubble for Trisuka, which I feel like it's better. But bubble has been pushing us lately into comp.
Yeah, it's true. Bubble's been
surprising.
Bubble stonks have been up, and I love to see it as a junior appreciator, which I know not many people appreciate junior, but it's fine.
We have the Goofy Goober is down, so they get a push, pretty like crazy push being alone there. They get the
listen, no one's gonna stop them.
No one's gonna stop them, but no one's gonna help them, and they do die to the. I thought it was a hammer, honestly.
I thought it was just a lot of ink. Okay, too much ink for my eyes. Anyway, it looks like Goofy Goober Guppies is back in control of the Rainmaker, working their way back into mid, and maybe trying to figure out, which direction they're trying to push. They're trying to go fast, or they're trying to go slow. Well, we'll figure it out here. It looks like the Zimmy's bubbles are going to be definitely helpful to keep the Rainmaker safe as they just stall for time and wait for their teammates to get picks here. We're looking at a 4-4 situation, fairly neutral. The Inkjet is coming out, looking to stifle this push, getting the pick on the knock. 2 picks on the side of Parkour Civilization, however. The Inkjet does go down. The Machine is holding down the fort. The Wellstream trying to provide some crossfire here. The Viper pushing forward, maybe trying to get this Rainmaker out of here. But this Rainmaker is holding their ground, just waiting for their opportunity, for their chance.
Oh my god, the kill with the hammer over there. I think maybe this is the time for a push there on the checkpoint. They do get the checkpoint, which is pretty unfortunate for Goofy Goober. Okay, whatever the team names is. But they managed to like keep it there. Not much movement there. They do have the lead right now.
But we'll see if they'll be able to hold it. A checkpoint lead isn't a super great lead, but this match might be closer than we expect.
Not.
But it looks like the pop's going over to Parkour Civilization here. The Machine holding down that mid, trying to fight back. Getting the Zuka out, gets 1 pick, gets 2, and it looks like we've just seen the way cleared out for the Goofy Goober Guppies. Talk about a Zuka moment, 4-1 situation. Although we're seeing a Zuka of Parkour Civilizations coming out, but it is not able to find a pick. Looks like Goofy Goober Guppies now with the checkpoint broken. Nothing is stopping them from pushing forward. Going through the main route, going straight through, getting some nice clean squid rolls, breaking their way to 23, and it looks like the Parkour Civilization is on the back foot.
I'm thinking, are they gonna reset, or what are they gonna try to do? Because there's a lot of people here, and they could also go for a sneak like they did on the first set. They do seem to be grabbing it, but that's not enough. They get killed. Only 1 person left on the Goofy Goober Goopers. I still don't know how to pronounce that name.
Goofy Goober Guppies. This is the tongue twister of the century. Listen, you just gotta be you gotta be a professional speaker. Anyway,
They did that on purpose.
Parkour Civilization coming back into mid here. The Nautilus running some counter fire, getting the pick on the well string, going for the pop as well. I think Goofy Gooper Guppies might be trying to get in another push here. I don't think they want to leave this to time. They want to try and get that knockout, but they are starting to go down 3-2 situation. Parkour Civilization holding on to that Inkjet. Wiper working on getting some pain and moving forward. The Inkjet does come out. 4-4 situation. I think they might want to try and look for at least 1 or 2 more picks before they try and pick up this Rainmaker. And looks like this Neutra's gonna hold on for a little bit longer as this Inkjet wasn't really able to find too much.
Yeah, they do grab the Rainmaker, but be careful, that hammer comes in quick. But the Rainmaker does get it.
Clean
Seems like they're finally gonna push for the checkpoint, which they haven't gone to like at all in this entire game. They do seem to get it. They're pretty even, I would say, because this checkpoint could be anything. It could mean like you're right next to winning, or you haven't progressed at all.
Yeah, it does seem like we're looking at a no progress route here as 2 go downside of Parkour Civilization. I don't think they're going to be able to pick it up as it resets. Less than a minute left in this game. It looks like Goofy Gooper Guppies is holding on to this lead quite firmly, but there is still a minute left. There still can be a change. It might be time to see for the fast route to come out for the side of Parkour Civilization. It might be their only chance as this time ticks down lower and lower. 4 on both sides, although there's a stamp held by Parkour Civilization. We're going to see how this neutral gets broken, whether for the side of Goofy Goober Guppies or Parkour Civilization. We'll just have to see. 1 down goes on the side of Goofy Goober Guppies. They might be trying to claw back in. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, no, but they seem to be in a very hard position, really, because like they have like the whole surrounding area painted, but also the other team has so much control. They do get a pick with the Inkjet, but die shortly after. Seems like this is not gonna be a good ending for them. 10 seconds left in the game.
Yeah, Parkour Civilization is running out of resources and they're running out of time. They need to get this pick up. The splashdown, ready to counter the pickup, immediately finds the pick and leaves Parkour Civilization with no time to pop. And that is going to be it for this set. Goofy Goober Guppies takes the win over Parkour Civilization. 2-1 score, a close set, but a winner has been decided nonetheless.
Yes, oh my god. Really, I did call it. They were the favorites for this tournament, but Parkour Civilization fighting off very strongly, going to game 3, which no one has done in the stream at all.
Yeah, they really gave them a run for their money, I will say. Great effort from both teams. Shout out to Parkour Civilization. Real ones for sure. Good Clan Blitz comeback. It looks like Goofy Goober Guppies will be the ones progressing.
It does seem like so. Well, this, I think, the ending of the pool section of us.
If I'm not mistaken, this is the end for us. The Inksane Silly Heads. The Goofy Goobers. If you will.
Yeah, they're hard to pronounce things.
Oh my god! Whose cat is that?
That's correct. Okay, what? Oh my god. YouTube censor that.
Guys, block that out. Chat mods.
Mods. Okay, but yeah. Please go donate. It's for a very good cause.
Agreed.
And like, isn't it hype to like also for your donation you get to see this awesome tournament and apparently Jack's dumpy. Like,
yes, of course. Who? I love how you how do you know his dumpy like that? Huh? Why do you know his dumpy like that though? You see his dumpy?
Exact.
You study his dumpy a little bit? Question mark?
Yeah, people go to university to learn about like I don't know.
I studied dumpyology.
Oh yeah, we just studied dumpyology.
Anyway, if you guys forgot, remember donate, or you're getting banned. Anyway, I've
J by the way.
No, I'm /SR. This is serious. I'm banning your ass if I don't see you on this latest contributors list. I'm gonna get you. Anyway, I've been Derpy. Thank you, Jack, for the dono. I really appreciate it. That just came in. Let's go. We're up to 110 bucks. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, maybe. Bye-bye.
And we are back. Thank you all so much for your patience. My name is Mileve, pronouns they, she, and I will be one of your commentators for the next little while. And joining me on the mic, we have Che. Hello there!
Hello, everybody. Good to be on the stream today. I'm sure you all know how this works by now. We got a bunch of banning going on. It's all for charity. It's awesome. We got the donation incentives already. We have a little silly picture on the stream. Every $100 we hit, you can put another silly picture up on the stream. Also remember that you can vote for what BBB stands for, and the team will pick their favorite answer, and you get an art prize.
There's also a bid war poll going on right now, asking about who your favorite team is. There's BBB, Crushed by Soda, Consistency. Oh, I get it. Consistency.
Yeah.
Team Sad Face, Three Right Turns, Goofy Goober Guppies, Joofy Jubers, who are in the lead right now, and Parkour Civilization. You feel like one of those other teams are deserving of being the popular favorite team, you can actually donate. Put a little bit of money in there. Maybe get the consistency up there. Or Team Sad Face. Or maybe you want Joofy Jubers to be even further in the lead. That's absolutely valid.
Yeah. Remember that believe that the proceeds from the donation pool are going to be split between 65% of winning team's charity and 35% of the second place team's charity. All of these teams have picked a charity to represent and to fight for in this tournament, which I think is very, very cool of them.
I love it. Right. It's adorable.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing the Joofy Jubers versus Crushed by Soda here. Do remember that I believe we've got, 2 content creators, 2 competitive players on each team? Is that how that works?
Is that? That sounds about accurate.
Sounds right. Yep, that's how that works. Cool.
We've got Luna, Nobody. Hopefully somebody will fill in that spot. Arvol, Nub, and Joofy Jubers facing off against Crushed by Soda's Cap'n Fry, Drippy, Lucio, and Krungle.
Krungle is an awesome name. I love that for them.
Yeah, there's some fun names in here. Shout outs to all of them that are content creators and pro players. I'm still learning all the people. I'm still getting all the details. That's a slow and busy process. Do you know any of these friends?
Oh man, I can't say that I recognize any of these people right off the bat. Unfortunately, yeah, there's a lot of names rotating around the community. I also find it hard to keep track of all of them, but very excited to see what these teams will bring here. Of course, we're gonna wait on both teams to do their banning. So we've got ban a mode, ban a weapon class, ban a special, and then ban 6 maps.
It's quite the process, but honestly, that's a really fun thing to do. It's nice to have change-ups or just rule sets that kind of let you experiment a little more freely like that. There's a lot of cases where maybe there's a specific mode or special that you're just kind of sick or tired of, and I mean, for an invitational like this, it's really fun to be able to just be like, this is the weapon I'm sick of. This mode, I don't want to deal with it against this team. I know this about them, and they're busted good here. So let's not go there.
Exactly. Or if you know that one of these comp players is a one-trick, you can be like, hey, I don't want you to play that weapon. And then they just go, well, now I got to flex, you know? And both teams get to ban the amount. So in the end, we're going to have 2 classes of weapons, 2 specials, 2 modes, and 12 stages banned. So each of these rounds is going to only feature 2 modes.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot to be banned, and it is. It is a whole lot of things to be banned, but that's just how diverse and widespread Splatoon is in its modes, and even just in like competitive. You could take away like 24 things in there, and there's still a wide berth of variety for you to be able to explore and enjoy.
Exactly, and it makes for funny combinations of map modes too. I mean, we've been seeing some of them on stream already. I know, and so we're going to get combinations that you don't often see in competitive, where even with counter picks, a lot of the times you just kind of see the same stuff over and over because this scene has been around for so long. Competitive players have figured out what they like to play. And that's not a bad thing at all, but it just means you get a little less variety. And so stuff like this forces there to be some variety. And that's what I like. It's what makes it fun.
Yeah, it's definitely like, it makes sense. It's not a bad thing for players to kind of go into their like tried and trues and that what they get used to. That's kind of the point. As a competitive player, more often than not, you're trying to optimize, you're trying to clear up any of the weaknesses that you might have. So the stages you don't work good in, you're going to try to avoid. But in a situation like this, I mean, you get to remove all the ones that you don't like, but on the other hand, you now have a wide variety. You just have so many choices that you might not be very experienced with. You might be like, I forgot that this was even like an option I could pick. And now you have to go into here and they're like, the stages get altered a little bit. Not drastically, but there's enough that you go into a lot of these stages on different modes and you're like, where am I?
Yeah, like, what is happening? I know for me personally, like, if they could see me in ban Splatlings and I'd be completely disarmed. Like, that's all of my weapons gone right there.
Oh, yeah, no, I used to be the kind of person that my thing was brushes. And I would just be like, oh, well, that's the only weapon I have fun with. I guess I'll play roller, and I don't play roller good. But
yeah,
I mean, that's the nice thing about having that bit of variety is that now I play Explosher a little bit. I've got the Wellstring, which I imagine that's gotten banned a few times in this because it's one of those weapons.
Yeah, I can see Chargers getting banned just for pencil.
Poor other Chargers. They all deserve a little bit of a chance, but the pencil's just like, it's just writing its name everywhere, and everybody's kind of just, they want a little bit of space sometimes, and we gotta respect that. But when the pencil gets space, or has to give space, all the others that aren't getting to be on the ground floor are being told, you have to go sit down in the corner too. And like YouTubers just like, but can I have a turn? No, go sit in the corner with your sibling pencil. But I've been in the corner for like 3 years. Go sit in the corner again. Oh.
Yeah, YouTuber in the corner since its release in what, too long ago.
Wasn't it meta for a little bit? Because
probably like for a little bit, and then people were like, hey, wait a minute. The long ass charge hold the extremely long charge hold isn't the best gimmick to have.
I think it was because of the Tenta missiles. Anyways, I think we've got everything cleared up here.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
All right. Ooh, so we've banned Cooler and we've banned Zuka, which if we had a little bit more time to speculate, I was gonna say those are probably my top 2 bans. Maybe Strikes is a possible ban, but I know I personally am sick of fighting Zuka, so that's entirely fair. Bans on Clams and Rainmaker, no surprises there. Bans on Stringers and Sloshers, so there goes the Wellstring like you were talking about.
No, my baby!
And we also won't see V-Bucket anymore, which is definitely fair. It's really been making a name for itself recently. And then looking at all of the stages, we have... wait. Okay, yeah, I can't see. They're the ones that are not allowed are grayed out, right?
They're kind of grayed out. I'm still learning. I'm learning the names and stuff. I think the one that's tall, where you
Flounder.
go to the Flounder. I think that one's banned. The one right above. I can't make out what that is. There's a couple of stages that are also banned. That's the important part. Those are stages that we will not be seeing in the slightest during this match. Chat, you probably understand which ones are banned better than I, and we'll definitely recognize those, and we're not going to be seeing them. So it doesn't matter. They don't matter. They're banned.
Yeah, the ones in color matter, but yeah, they are actively banning right now because, for fairness, we have the alternating bans going on for both teams.
Right, I just started to notice that some additional ones have started to turn gray. we 07s for those stages as well. They will be missed.
Yeah. I do think though, like bans on I was just gonna say like bans on stringers and sloshers disrupt comps a little bit, but there's still plenty of room for people to still feel comfortable. Like I feel like banning shooters would have a huge effect on a lot of team comps, right? Considering how ingrained into the meta right now they are. But a lot of players that play sloshers are able to just be like, yeah, I can flex to shot or something like that.
Yeah. I imagine there's like one team in all of this where all the others are like, no, we got to use the shooters. There's just one team that's like, we've made a comp that's specifically designed to terrorize everybody because we're going to ban the shooter.
Oh, there goes Manta.
Quick heads up for people too about the donations. Small celebration and stuff too. We've currently raised $120.70, which means that we're well on our way towards our goal of $750.
Oh yeah.
Really looking forward to if anybody's got more donations that they would like to make. Or if you don't have the money to donate, you know what helps out a lot? Give the stream a like, give the video a like, maybe go to your friends, be like, hey, Inksane's happening. You like that Splatoon game? There's a charity going on right now where we're trying to raise some good money for a couple of charities based on how well the players do. They get to choose where things are donated. Why don't you go and cheer the players on? Maybe some friends will drop by.
Yeah, sharing the stream helps a ton, and just more eyes on the stream is great. And we would love to have this reach as big of an audience as possible, both because I love the Silly Squid game and because I deeply appreciate the cause that Inksane is working for.
Now, I've got a question for you. I know it is a donation incentive too, so chat, you definitely could maybe donate and try to input some name ideas here, but what do you think BBB stands for?
Oh man. See, it says the BBB, so it implies that there's got to be a noun in here somewhere, right?
I know a big part of this has got to be beans. There's got to be beans somewhere because we all love a good bean. You give the bean a good head pat. We appreciate the bean. Brian's red beans.
I'm trying to think of I have burst bomb. I'm trying to think of a third word that starts with B.
Beanie burst bombs.
There you go.
Perfect. I'd give those ones head pats, but they're gonna explode on me and I'll eventually splat. So I'll just like appreciate them from a distance.
Yeah, I think we're almost done with the bans. We've just got a few stages remaining.
Oh yeah, we've really whittled it down.
Yeah,
a lot of open space stages. There's Mahi still in here. Well, I wouldn't say surprisingly. It's a really cool stage that some people do enjoy, but also like compared to a lot of the open-ended stages that are here, that one's a very closed one.
Yeah, let's see. Robo Ramen's still here. Museum. Barnacle, Mako is still there, so I'm not surprised by any of that. Hagglefish and Humpback still being there, so a lot of classics.
Yeah, if somebody came up and told me that these are the only legal stages I get to play on from now on, I'd honestly, I'd miss all the other stages, but if I had to look at these stages and it's like, you're only allowed to play on these stages, I'm like, I'm still gonna get my money's worth. Like, these are a bunch of really good stages. Full respect for why these are
still here.
These are our last surviving ones.
I would say Marlin being still here, especially over something like Manta, is a little bit interesting. I feel like I see Manta more often in comp spaces, but that could just be me. We are going to chill and wait for our first map mode pick from the available things, and then we will get running. We are still, I believe, in best of 3 right now, and we will stay that way for the next couple rounds, and then round 3 winners as well as grands and our possible reset will all be best of 5.
Very nice, very exciting. I know best of threes can be a little scary and tense because it's very easy to just like blink and then you're out, where the best of fives give you a little bit of that breathing room. But I mean, for the sake of speaking as somebody who's organized events in the past, I've got a little bit of history with a lot of things. And also just players in general. We don't want to be here for 35 hours.
Oh my god, yes, please. Yeah.
I love this game just as much as the next person, but I'm not going to sit here and play this game for 35 hours. I'd rather be donating and helping out in charities.
I'd rather be putting my... I'm trying to think of like a Splatoon way to say put my money where my mouth is. I don't know.
I would say...
Well, you know what they say, don't put all your clams in one basket, except for the case of Clam Blitz, which is when you should put all your clams in one basket.
Yes. Or when you're putting your money where your mouth is, that's probably the one case where you want to put all your clams in where your basket is.
You know what? You guys know what we mean. You should donate.
Yeah, donate, please. Add more funny images.
Yeah, I do want to see what the next image that chat votes on is going to be.
You want to see us get shocked and surprised, and I will have a giggle fit. Like, it's not hard to cause me to break down. You just gotta get the right silly image up and available. All we gotta do is we need to just hit another $100, and I mean that good booty is really solid. But I mean, aside from all that, let's focus on this game. We got Jupi Jubers and Crushed by Soda all up and ready.
Yeah, we are on Zone's Haggle right now, so we're seeing a Vanilla Sploosh come out, as well as the Snipe Rider 5B, which you never see that, but the Snipe Rider 5H is banned because of Cooler. So we're going to see Pencil's younger, slightly neglected sibling come out in here, and we also have the ZF Splatter Scope, not banned because Chargers are fully on the line. Nice snipe there from Crushed by Soda, taking control of the zone first up here. See the Knot trying to get a little bit of action done on right, especially with the splash down here, but they have been spotted, and the Stamp is going to go, and they are going to get canceled. Or well, the Knot is not the Stamp.
Very cleanly cleared out. A lot of pressure being done by Crushed by Soda, just really excellent, and just keeping that up. Nice play with the triple ink strike. We are going to see Jupi Jubers reclaim that and just kind of force up that penalty, trying to hold out until they can really properly reclaim ground. Triple ink strike can be, it's interesting to kind of rush it in and just reclaim it quickly like that and cause that bit of chaos. There's some cases where it doesn't work out, but definitely seems to have worked out kind of well here. But Crushed by Soda has definitely reclaimed that. They're quickly chomping away at that penalty.
Yeah, and this Sploosh has that Stamp at the ready too, so it's dangerous for when Jupi Jubers decides to push back in. You can see how far Crushed by Soda is. They have a lot of space, but this Storm right now is going to help them push back in. They did also lose a member there, and especially with the Tri-Strike, she was just talking about this really nice take-back special, especially with the distance you can throw them onto the zone. We got the Wavebreaker on the zone. Blaster looking for a pick, gets taken out, unfortunately, and that's Krungle there on the Sniper getting a bunch of nice picks there. Pencil also getting a pick there. Zone is in favor of Crushed by Soda right now, but it is going to get, it looks like it's going to get flipped there, applied the penalty to them, all the way down to 32, which is nice, but we are still very early on in the match. Strikes from both sides as well, and that Storm going to come out and lock in that zone for Jupi Jubers.
A huge swing for them. Oh, but the Stamper is quickly coming in and causing a lot of damage. Jupi Jubers does manage to hold their ground, losing 2 players, but it looks like they're going to be able to safely recover. Stay up for the triple splashdown. Didn't get any splashes, but it forced them all back, which just means that there's just that little bit more time to try to gain control, try to get some kind of pushback, but it doesn't look like it's going to be very successful as Crushed by Soda back on the offensive, back into claiming that territory and chipping away once more at that penalty.
Yeah, this Storm here that the Pencil is waiting on, you want to see them pop that there, the strikes as well. All of this is going to help them get back in. Counter strikes from Crushed by Soda, getting a pick on the splash. The Knot goes down as well. It's making it really hard to come in and retake because the Pencil and the Blaster don't have a lot of paint on their own without the support from those weapons that did get taken out. So Crushed by Soda in a really nice position here, does lose their Charger. You can see watching and waiting for the Blaster to drop here. Blaster lands the direct though. Awesome work there, and pulling out the Wave Breaker. So those some really good plays from both sides. Juvie Juber's finally able to retake control of his zone. Does have to watch for the stamp here.
Stamper does end up running out. The entire team from Soda was going in for a shark, punished by the triple splashdown. Really nicely done by Nobody.
Yeah, Nobody is really having a good time on this Nautilus here, working really well with the Charger and the walls that they're putting out, and now they're just going to guard this right zone of the map. You can see there is a drop here from the 52, but they are going to just kind of to back up. 52 is able to get off Whale, so we'll see how this matchup ends, especially... Oh, Juvie Juber's losing 3 while the Knot was busy with that, and now we're going to see a little bit of a collapse here. The Gal does get taken out, though. Somehow Nobody is still alive. All the way on the side here, we do have a 1-point difference in the zone right now, and that is going to quickly flip again to Crush by Soda, taking this lead here. Going to go nice splat with the triple splash, and I almost couldn't see anything there for a second with all of the strikes on the zone. We have the stamp coming out again. I feel like we've seen like 10 stamps this match. It's kind of insane.
Yeah, no, I how many stampers do both teams have? I feel like they have a couple more than I think. I'm still figuring out the weapons on that area too, but there's definitely a lot of them. That period was really chaotic and really good on Nobody for that movement to just kind of slide out, even though they did unfortunately get splatted a few moments later. 25 seconds left on the clock. It is still dead even in score for the most part. Crush by Soda finally getting some good tempo once more, and it looks like they are planning on holding on to it as 15 seconds locked down. The knockout is imminent. And that is going to be a point for Crush by Soda.
Oh man, yeah, that wipeout at the end. Like you said, the score was still close, but the combination of the penalty pretty much being getting that wipeout, and you could see immediately, especially the members just running up and taking as much area as possible. That kind of was the end of the game for that. But that's how Splat Zones goes a lot of the time. Sometimes the timing just coincides exactly right or exactly wrong, and you're not really able to do anything about it.
Having to have their pencil be the one with Rainmaker or the Acid Rain as well is a little bit difficult. Rain is a very hard special to use well, even casually. It's not just like a lot of people might look at it and see it as just like, oh, this is just paints the turf. And it's really easy just to lean into that. But at least from my experience playing Slosher and spending time figuring that special out, its big play is just either keeping opponents damaged or giving your teammates a little bit of an opening for a path to kind of push forward. To utilize it to rush it or push for mid or reclaim the splat zone, it's not nearly as effective as triple ink strike, especially since it is a slow burn. More often than not, people are going to, if the opposing team sees it coming, they can kind of slide out of the way or just paint the zone if it's being covered up, which just means that they're still there. But if you're able to position it in a spot where like somebody's dealing with some pressure and they might need some support, even if it's literally just to support one person and seeing a splat against the opponent, that makes a huge difference for that one player. Gives them a little bit of recovery from what I remember. And yeah, it does chip damage. If you're coming across an opponent that's taken a good bit of damage or they're trying to rush you down and you just need to stall, you drop down a rain cloud and all of a sudden they either have to leave you alone or they might be risking moving in and falling out. It's really, really good against opponents that are damaged or to pressure an area where the opposing team is caught in a skirmish.
Exactly. There's a lot of nuance to that special, and the area claiming that it has is super duper powerful. But you do also have to follow up on it. Like, a storm by itself isn't going to take back the zone or take back mid, right? It's what you do with the slight edge that it gives you that's so important. Like, I know I myself as a backline, if I'm set up in a nice place and there's a storm, I'm okay. I can just kind of sit in the ink until it passes over. But if there's a storm and I'm getting bombed or shot at, I have to move because that chip damage means I'm going to die so much faster, right? So it's really good to work around. Also want to say thank you to Nobody and Derpy for the $10 each. Thank you guys so much for donating. Reminder that Jack still holds our top Dona slot with $25.01. So if you want to take that top slot for yourself, you know, you could do $25.02. You could do a little bit more than that. Whatever your heart desires. But that brings us just a little closer to our next $100 checkpoint, which is, again, where you guys will get to vote on a silly, goofy image to put on stream. And now we have our second map mode, Rainmaker Ramen. Which is, you know what, that's entirely fair. You see Robo Ramen a fair amount in comp. I wouldn't necessarily say Rainmaker Ramen a lot, but ramen's definitely a staple in this community.
Mm-hmm. It's got a lot of room and a lot of flexibility for how you can kind of go about it. There's a lot of exploration. They've got the back alleys on either corner where you can kind of dip down and you can just sneak around really cleanly. A lot of situations, especially mid to early game players or level players will forget that exists. And that's a very useful tool. It's not always the most useful because it takes a while to kind of move around it, but it can be very effective in the right situation. On Rainmaker, we've actually got two
we're on zones.
No, this is zones. Different beast altogether, but still really interesting. Honestly, the sneaky path is a little more useful in zones than Rainmaker.
Yeah, I mean, for an objective that doesn't move at all, the pathing in Robo Ramen is so important for how you're deciding to get back into zone. Even that the little fork where you see that the pencil is set up, whether you're deciding to go on the left side of the wall, on the right side, that really changes how you play. We're going to see the strikes come out almost immediately for Joofy Jubers. Take that zone, take out the sploosh as well, and we all know how important of a factor that sploosh was in the last game, as well as another member. And you can see this storm here. Look at how the members of Joofy Jubers are using the area created by the storm here. We have a member of Crush Soda Drippy here trying to get the shark and the strikes off, not exactly getting the picks that they want, and unfortunately getting taken out in pit down there. The height differences in this map can be insane when you're fighting and you suddenly drop what feels like 50 feet and suddenly you're at like a huge disadvantage. Really nice stamp pick here from Fry. We've been seeing them go crazy with that, and they're going to toss that all the way over there as well.
The stamper throw is so useful. It's not always the easiest to aim, but because of that arc, there's a lot of situations where you can get it to just reach that perfect spot. If you get a good read on where your opponents are and you just throw it, it's basically just one Trizuka shot.
Exactly.
And if you make it work, it will instantly splat somebody. If you don't know where anybody is, then you just throw it out in the open where there's... Oh, that snipe was so good!
Yeah, great snipes from both sides. Avril getting a nice shot on the Jar on their pencil themselves. Also, Droid, thank you so much for the $10. We really appreciate it mid-match here in the middle of a great set from Joofy Jubers and Crushed by Soda. We got another stamp coming up, but it is going to be canceled quickly. This time they're catching on. Crushed by Soda is, and they're at 30-60 right now. A nice place to be, but they do have to work through all of this penalty. You can see how far up the 52 is as well. Now that they have Whale, they're going to immediately pop that, place their team at an advantage, and getting a pick off of that as well. Really good. That is 2 down on the side of Joofy Jubers.
Killer Whale's so good at it's great at catching a player off guard and getting those surprise splats, but it also gives information. You get to see exactly where they are just based on how the icons prompt.
Oh man, we're in the single digits here, and especially with this hammer, we might see another knockout. We have the splashdown. Oh, the zone, and the splashdown does get onto the zone, but it doesn't cap. Oh,
that's not enough.
I think that the zone got painted over while they were in the air splashing down.
Mm-hmm.
And thus when they and it had already flipped by the time they landed. Oh man, I thought for sure that we were going to see that zone flip and the penalty applied. Man,
that was definitely a heartbreaking one. Joofy Jubers actually got really close to claiming that zones, but unfortunately for them, they just could not. They lost that tempo, and then Crushed by Soda crushed Joofy Jubers in the process. That's a double crush right there.
Oh, man.
Because of that, managed to be able to claim a very clean 2-0, and that's going to lead Joofy Jubers to advance further in the bracket. If you're a fan of Joofy Jubers, though, do not fear. There is a lower side to the bracket. I don't like calling it losers. They're not losers to me. They're still fantastic people. It's just the lower half of the bracket. It's the salty run back side.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it is called losers because you lose once and then you gotta lose twice to be out. But yeah, it does kind of suck. Did you know that like sometimes losers will get censored in Twitch chat? I'll be like, guys, they're in the losers bracket, and then my message will get starred out, and I'll be like, what? Hello?
Of all the things, like I get it, but also of all the things they could censor out, it's losers.
Yeah. All right. Well, that does it for our round 1. We are going to take a short break, set up round 2 for y'all. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
And we are back. Thank you all so much for your patience. We are gearing up for our next battle. It's going to be Goofy Goober Guppies against Team D or Team Sad Face.
Yeah, it's D colon, so it's the oh no, the sad face.
Ah,
yeah.
Sad Patrick.
Me when my opponent in Battle of the Bands banned Splatlings.
Me when I realized that last match we had, I was talking about how much I like the Explosher, and I've got the Wellstring as a backup, and then I've got the Brush, and then I realized, oh, Explosher and Wellstring were both banned. I guess I'll just go to, if I was playing there, I'd be like, I guess I'll play Brush.
Guess I'll Brush, shrug.
But yeah, we got a couple of nice players coming on here.
Oh yeah, you mentioned getting consistency on the board for favorite team, and I just realized that our latest donation, Droid, in fact, did that was put towards that. So now consistency is on the board with $10 to their name. Look at that.
Very, very nice. Quick update on that board. Once again, BBB is at $3. Consistency is now at $10. 3 Right Turns is at 5. Goopy Goober Guppies is at 10. Joopy Joopers is at 25. And Crushed by Soda, Team D, or Sad Face, and Parkour Civilization are all at $0. They want some support. They deserve love too.
If you're donating for Parkour Civilization, I better see your donation message written in Parkour.
There's a Parkour font?
Yeah, it was a whole thing. Just in one of the Parkour Civilization, the narrator went, I opened up the book and I saw that it was written in parkour, and it's just a series of block jumps and underscores and stuff, and I found that very funny.
Yo, that's sick. Yeah, you better write your donation in parkour then. I want to see that.
Yeah, I saw a screenshot. Somebody wrote a whole Parkour Civilization fanfic, and it was also written in parkour. I thought that was hilarious. The commitment to the bit is insane. All right, we are going to wait on those bans again. I do think that a cooler ban is going to be pretty common. Oh, okay. Here we go, I guess.
Everything.
That was fast. We're going into Zones Mahi.
What are we looking back? Here's the game. Can we figure out what's banned? Chargers were banned. We're shooters, chargers and shooters
I
were
think-
banned.
Yeah, that's my guess because we're seeing dualies, we're seeing buckets, we're seeing that triple bucket come out of the side of D colon, which, you know what, V Slosher on both sides is entirely fair. Love to see the blob coming out as well. That double dually is hopefully going to wreak some havoc, and then the single roller, very, very funny to see. Team D colon and Goofy Goober Guppies struggling. Yeah, I want to. I don't know if we know what specials are banned yet. Oh no, a DC.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I think it's early enough. Yeah, it looks like we are going to do a quick reset on that. Triple Ink Strike is not banned. I saw a triple Ink Strike on the board.
Yeah.
What
Probably
else?
cooler being banned.
Cooler makes sense as a banned weapon. I don't think any of the weapons we saw there had cooler, so that's a pretty confident one.
My guesses are cooler and Zuka, but that's just because those are the most common.
I think that's a pretty confident guess that I'd be willing to second.
The fun game for the commentators. Can they guess what exactly has been banned?
We'll see. I'm sure we'll see in a little bit what the actual answer as to what was banned. I'll be stoked if we got it right.
Yeah, I think so. We know that Zones is still there. I'd wager that Clams and Rainmaker were banned again as well. I think Clams being banned. But that's just me.
I love clams, but I absolutely respect it getting banned.
Yeah.
Tower control probably is going to be left legal, but yeah, definitely. It's the safe picks to say those are banned, but you're probably right in that those are the ones that are going to be removed. We do also have opposing the roller. We've got the what's the sword called again? I know the Stamper.
The Wiper?
The Wiper, thank you. We've got a Wiper to face off against the roller. See if we get any epic 1v1 clashes between the two. Crab is definitely not. We've got the classic dualies, and that is such a good option for if you don't have a charger, just to bring out the dualies or the crab dualies and just have that as your option for when you need that ranged. You bring out the crab and it just covers everything.
Ooh, that's just a 3 down on the side of D colon right there. The roller being the only one left for just a second. So Goofy Goober Guppies is going to very nicely have set control of mid. You can see the Wiper coming forward, taking that area, but they do have to back up a little bit, especially because of the roller and that big bubbler popped on there. Strikes from both teams on the zone. Water level is about to drop as well, which is going to open up a lot more area for these teams. You can see how much damage that rain is doing. The Stamper's going to come out with the chip damage from the blob. Ooh, somehow they survive that. I was going to say the chip damage from the blob can make that situation really, really dangerous for them.
Really good catch on the Wipers and just deciding you're too far out of range. It's better for me just to throw this, get this out of the way, and get back to Wipering. Managed to get the splat out of it too, which was a huge positive win. Trying to get the dualies, but too sneaky was the Slosher.
Yeah, both dualies and Slosher going down in the corner there. We have a synced respawn from Goofy Goober Guppies, who might be just the slightest bit staggered, but you can see they're all going to come in together now. Meanwhile, D colon has set up in mid here. We have the strikes, so those are going to really help with the retake for Goofy Goobers as they drop down, but they lose their Wiper, meaning they're going to lose a lot of that driving force behind the push. Oh, and the dually is going to get taken out by the Slosher as well. The lead going to D colon as they have those strikes waiting on them. We are going to see the crab come out here, I believe. But with the strikes, that zone is just going to flip immediately back. And the rain coming out as well. 3 down again on the side of Goofy Goober Guppies. So that being a wipeout. They're going to be a little bit staggered now. So they need to come back together as long as they're not dropping out. But they do have to watch for the roller now that they're up this far in the map.
Roller's definitely been applying a lot of very effective pressure. The big bubblers have been in really good places and just applying like a lot of scary coverage and just danger. Nice movement there to stay out of the triple ink strike from HUDs.
Absolutely, that movement is awesome. Really nice pick there. We have The strike's going to come out, but the Slosher's not going to stay alive enough to put them out there. The Dooley's going in from the back here, looking for another pick. Does get it. Ooh, and unfortunately, they eat all 4 shots from the Blobber. Sometimes you're just in the wrong place at the wrong time, which means, though that zone flipped and there's a little bit of penalty on D: don't have very much, only 32 points, and with Goofy Goober Guppies being 2 down right now, that's going to make it that much more difficult for them to get back in. D: is just nicely set up on the zone here. They are chilling.
Blobber doing a really nice job of just zoning and covering, controlling the map right now. There's a lot of just narrow pathways that as long as you've got little blobs just lobbing over there, or as long as you're lobbing a bunch of blobs over there, they kind of just cover up the path, keep up the track, and just lock things down, make it really difficult to kind of push through, especially when you're experienced with the Blobber and you're making really interesting angles where the blobs are just like bouncing back and forth, rolling around freely without many issues. Nice, just barely stepping out of harm's way, and Teams D are going to be able to get the knockout in that game.
I was going to say that stamp at the end neutralizing the zone, but unfortunately not putting enough paint to cap, and I think they just didn't quite have the firepower behind them to cap the zone. So another situation in which you'd think that they would have the zone flip, the 1 point left, but they
Oh!
Oh! Splatlings!
In tower control. I somehow guessed tower control, or no, I didn't fully guess it, but like I suspected.
So we might see clams come up. Banning Splatlings, interesting. So I guess these teams maybe didn't intend to pull out Pencil at all, but I guess that's fair as well.
They just
And then
don't like their
Zuka
characters.
Cooler. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like, my team plays Chargerless anyways. So the Splatling ban would, again, affect us much worse than any Charger ban would.
True and fair. And yeah, Trizuka, Tacticooler, those classic bans. We've seen it enough. Rainmaker's a very standard one, makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of situations where if you're not the one who's making all the pushes and pressure, if you're not good at pressure, Rainmaker is a nightmare. Well,
Yeah.
Clam Blitz feels that way in a lot of situations. It's a lot easier to kind of hold your ground in Clam Blitz and kind of push back. And I imagine tower control, if I were to hazard a guess for Goofy Goober Guppies, I mean, we saw a lot of their weapons. It can just be a situation where they're not confident in having anybody be their pusher. I mean, they definitely have somebody who they're used to having as a pusher because they've played competitively before. A lot of these players have taken things seriously, but it's just at the same time, they'd rather not.
Yeah. I think all of our stage bans are mostly the same. We do see Marlin banned this time, and Shipshape is allowed, which was not the case previously.
Debbie's a one-trick Splatling, so we got a little know you going on
Debbie?
here.
Yeah, I was gonna say we didn't. Hold on. Me when I look at the rosters again. Oh yeah, no, Debbie is insane on those Splatlings, especially the Hydra. So, you know what? That Splatling ban makes complete sense now that I look at it.
Yeah, Hydra's a beast to deal with. It's even for like effective teams. It's less of a challenge when there's strong chargers that can kind of contend and pressure it. But Hydra, it's so easy just to be a monster if you know what you're doing with the Hydra.
Yeah, Debbie's Hydra gameplay is actually insane. So now I see entirely why Goofy Goober Guppies wanted to put a stop to that. All right, we are here at Barnacle Clams. Let's take a look at what we're going to bring out here. Same comp. All right.
Very, very much the same comps. Definitely from some similar strategies here. A lot, makes sense. I guess Climb Blitz kind of works in that way too, because there's a lot of aggressive tools to kind of push through. So if they get the advantage, you just run in and you hold that area and you get clamps in.
Yeah, I think the blob's going to fare pretty well with all of the area up there. I do wonder how the other two buckets feel. I mean, there's some ledges, but generally this is a relatively flat stage, especially when you compare to some of the other things in the map pool here. We got Whale coming out, we got Crab. This bucket's almost to strikes, but they gotta move out of the way of this Stamper first. Feels like we got all of the specials on the field popped at the same time. We got a lot of picks for it as well, with 2 down on the side of Team D, Colon, and 1 on the side of Goofy Goober Guppies. We got a ball created, but just as quickly taken out. Slosher's been sitting on these strikes, and they're punished for it, unfortunately getting taken out by the other team's V-Slosher, and Goofy Goobers Guppies are going to go in for a push now. Looks like, especially with those strikes, they got it in. They do have enough clams in their economy for follow-up. Some of them were stuck in that crab for a second. Cactus is going to come in here and try and get something done with these dualies against the Slosher, but with the blob as well, not able to back up, and that is almost a wipe, with the Wiper ironically being the last one left alive.
And so many clams still left on the table that they were not able to claim. I mean, they've got a really good start already, 59 points with now a 20 penalty. That's about as happy as a lot of people could take it. But I saw a lot more that could have been done. They were almost there, but just some choice plays from Team D managed to push them back. And now it's Team D's turn to make a push as the triple ink strike creates some good cover. And here we go with the points.
Oh,
I think
yeah,
they're going to be able to claim the lead. They have!
Really nice lead there. Roller getting a crucial pick. Reef Slider under the basket is also an awesome place to put it. Dr. Huds and Devi taking care of this upper left situation here. And even with the Whale, Huds is able to get in one more clam. Looks like they're all looking for another pick on that Slosher right now. And now everybody's going back to mid to grab even more clams. The fact that they have time to do this speaks a lot to how effective that push was. I think mostly through the way... partially through going back to mid, they were like, okay, we probably don't have time to come back, so we're just going to start gathering clams. But a really, really nice push there. Fun fact, chat, did you know that the phrase happy as a clam actually comes from Clam Blitz? This is an entirely true fact that you should not fact check me on.
Yeah, please do not fact check. But huge props for Team D on that, like you were saying. Like, they had a really good push. And usually... what stops the push is just you all get wiped, but this was one of the few cases where they're like, nah, we can actually just retreat. Didn't even get their penalty clam in there, which would have been another 20 points. Maybe didn't think of it, probably didn't have the time with just how everything kind of flew together. But that just means that they've got the penalty clam ready for in the future if they get the opportunity.
Really,
Here's a
really
good
nice
opportunity
double.
for Goofy Goobers. They are pushing. We've got the crab out.
Yeah, that double was sick, but the thing is, do they have the clams to push? And they do, but they lose 2 members in the process, including the clams carrier.
Oh, twice!
Almost getting that in, not quite. The Stamper's still down here. They still got a couple members. Ooh, but Euterbium gonna go down there, unfortunately. I think they were gunning for Devi with the Stamp throw and just missed a little to the left there. So with both of our teams coming back into mid, Devi, though, having that rain and popping that all the way on the left there, Team D is going to have a lot of space to work with. Even with this Whale coming, you can see that they have a lot of clams on the board as well. This Reef Slider is going to be a really nice tool if they want to push with the ball that they have. Got to watch. Oh, a little bit of a flank from behind coming there, but nicely called out. And you can see this curling ball making way. Oh, that's really nice. The Reef Slider going to come in. The Strike's going to come in. All of this space cleared underneath the basket. Huds again coming in with those little clams. The penalty is entirely cleared for them. And with 2 down and only 1 clam remaining, I don't think they'll get any in. But, you know, I have been reading the team tag as Doctor when it's just their D colon. I am so smart. My brain.
Dr. D colon.
Same difference. You know what? It's funny. They all have PhDs in Splatoon now.
Why wouldn't they? Really good. The push just kind of... They were so close. They filled up the penalty, but that's all they were able to do. And didn't really get to bring any lead further. Last 7 seconds left on the clock. We are going to be moving into overtime. Huge push needed from Goofy Goober Guppies to be able to bring things back. If they're not careful, it is entirely possible that D will be able to get a sneaky push back in.
Ooh, that crab cancel's gotta hurt a lot. Euterbium gonna go in, does get a pick, but the clam goes down. They do get one of the clams in, but the other clam carrier, Debbie's
that would have been
able to...
it!
That would have been it, and instead they're gonna wipe. Oh man, just one power clam away. That's really, really unfortunate.
So
Man.
close, but so far.
Oof. Yeah, that clam's overtime pushes are really just a race against the clock. You only have so much time before you just have to gun it. You have to throw that clam in. And I think D Colon knew that, and they were just they said, we can just wait this out and look at those coordinated emotes at the end there.
Very fabulous poses. Very nicely done. Team D managing to secure that win with a very nice strategy, just banning the shooters. I imagine the reason Goofy Goobers went with all the dualies was because those would all be shooters normally. But when shooters are banned, what's the closest thing you can get? Probably dualies.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
But unfortunately, it's not nearly enough, and they ended up getting knocked out.
Yes. Yeah, that we were in losers there, so both of those teams did have one loss, and you need 2 losses to get knocked out of double elimination. Such is the structure of the bracket.
Indeed. Quick reminder before we head out on break that Inksane Invitational Battle of the Bands is a charity fundraising event. 65% of the money raised will go to the winning team's chosen charity, while 35% will go to the second place team's chosen charity. If you'd like to donate, there is a donate link at the top of chat. Lots of fun little things as well that are available, such as getting to potentially decide what the BBB stands for. If you win, you might get a free art little prize.
All right. We'll be back in just a sec. Stay tuned. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our Inksane Invitational 2024 Battle of the Bands. We are just about to head into Winners Finals. If you're just joining us, I'm Chaedr, and I'm joined here by my wonderful co-commentator, Mileve.
Hi.
I hope I pronounced your name right, I'm sorry.
10 out of 10, perfect.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Gamer.
All
We
right.
got some donations in, eh?
We do! We had an anonymous donator give $30 to Team D: both taking the top dono spot and also bringing Team D: into the lead for favorite teams. So 2 for 1 there. Reminder that you can vote towards your favorite teams, and you can also vote for what BBB stands for in the BBB.
What else do we got here? Oh yeah, no, that's brings us up all the way. There were a couple others. I believe. Hold on, my brain is being a little, just an itty bitty. I believe Jardonian did a small donation as well. $3, very nice. This brings us all the way to $163.70. Many thanks to that fantastic and beautiful individual. That brings us all the way. We're $36.30 away from hitting $200. If we just get that 36, get like about 37 more dollars. You see that booty in the top left corner?
Oh God! Well,
you can add another one.
Oh gosh. Yeah, or you can add, another image. But yeah, you remember, chat gets to vote on an image to add to the stream every $100. So yeah, you could put another booty on stream if you wanted to.
You could put the exact same image. You could just we could work towards the goal of just like $700, and there's just 7 of them all over the screen, and it's like,
just covering it. So submissions for those images are the second line of the description of the stream here. Anybody can submit into our Discord server. Hooray! Or you could just vote for the same one again.
You could. I'll be happy either way. Donation. You're donating towards a great cause. Each team is actually representing a different charity, so they're not gunning to the top to be the players that win the money. They're fighting for their charity. So there's like a noble cause to this competition. There's like some these are like holy knights or whatever, being like, I fight for my cause, charging forth to represent their charities. If they win, 65% of all the money raised will go towards their charity. If they get close but not necessarily first place, also known as second place, they will donate 35% of the earnings to a charity.
Remember that no matter what, your money's going towards a good place, because all these teams have picked wonderful organizations to represent in this tournament here. I do like that the method of determining the charity to donate to is Squid Game that we've decided to use, but hey, anything works.
You could say that it's a pretty insane decision.
All right. I suppose you could, yes. Oh.
Yeah.
All right, let's do some speculating on bans again. We've seen Cooler and Zuka get banned the past 2 rounds. Would not be surprised if that's happening again.
These are the top, whatever we're getting at the top. We know that Parkour Civilization is going to be one of our players. We're still figuring out who the other one is. That's a very fierce battle. I can only imagine what's happening on that battlefield. But at this point, I imagine that there's going to be some serious consideration on what are we banning based on who's going to be on the other team.
Right.
And I imagine Cooler's going to be banned just to get rid of the pencils, because I feel like a few people are kind of just tired about that. The question is, which one's going to ban that? Unless everybody in this tournament just unanimously, quietly agreed, yeah, we're just going to ban Tri-Strike and Tacticooler. So it's not even like a question. It's just every time.
Zuka and Cooler,
or
yeah.
Zuka, I mean, yeah. They all agree.
Yeah, we are going to. It would be funny if they had all just gentlemen agreed that we are going to see Crushed by Soda come back onto stream here versus Parkour Civilization.
Looking at the seedings, actually, from what I understand, that would be considered an upset as Crushed by Soda marked as the 5th seed, managing to take the BBB out 2-1. That is an impressive showing by Crushed by Soda, who, yeah, what we've seen so far has been absolutely fantastic. Parkour Civilization. I actually know some of these people.
Oh.
Aaron is player 1. Actually, shout out to Aaron, also known as Aaron is player 1. They're also a prominent table turf player. Very impressive in that scene. Has actually had a couple of record placements in some of the events that happened there.
Yeah, I mean, you would know a lot about the table turf scene here.
I would.
Yeah. Fun little events that go on. Table turf's awesome little side event that happens there in the game. You know what? Coming in to commentate that tournament, I had no idea that table turf had been so streamlined and that players had put so much thought into it, but it makes a lot of sense.
It's if you think Splatoon is optimized, imagine if it was consistent. I mean, there's still RNG in decks, but like you gotta put the specific cards you want in, and all of a sudden you have a very streamlined plan. You just have this straightforward game plan. You gotta basically Tetris everything together, and it's beautiful. But as great as it is, and there is a scene if people want to check it out. Shout out to Table Turf. Just look up Table Turf on like Twitter, or I'm sure Blue Sky, it'll show up soon. But that's not necessarily why we're here. Talking about another player that I know here. The individual that actually got me more active in the Splatoon competitive scene, Ezio, known for running the Battle Dojo, which is another place you can go to for Splatoon 3 tournaments.
Yeah, a lot of awesome places to be in the competitive scene out here. I don't imagine that our stage bans will look terribly different. All the stages that you've been seeing, pretty classic. Makes sense to ban things that nobody likes. Looking at you. What's the name of it again? Lemuria. Looking at that stage
The
disparagingly. No, Lemuria Hub.
Oh.
It's the one with the moving platform in the middle.
That one. I love it, but it's such a nightmare of a stage.
Yeah.
What do you do on there? I don't understand. I've tried it so many times, and every time, like, I have something that works, but it's so weird. There was this one time where I just came out, and I mean, this is my fault because I was just being a bad player, but I saw somebody just on a perch that wasn't really doing much, but I was like, I have to beat them. So I kept trying to fight them and keep losing. And so I just wasted my time while they were perched up there, and my team ended up losing.
Yeah. The bloodlust wins, unfortunately.
Sometimes it's fun to look at a puzzle and be like, I wonder how I do this. And the answer is you don't.
Yeah. Oh, man.
But yeah, so that's definitely going to be something. I imagine the Apartment Heights one, that it's a cool stage, but it can be a really awkward to fight on sometimes.
Flounder, I love Flounder on paper, but in practice, it's kind of just a nightmare.
What kind of modes do you think? I feel like this is going to be another cut and dried Rainmaker and Clam. Though I'd be I always enjoy. I mean, if we get Rainmaker and Clam, I want to see Tower. I have yet to see a Tower match, and Tower matches can be really fun to see play out, especially if something like Tacticooler is banned.
That's true. Yeah, I think we saw Double Zones our first match, and then Zones and Clams, right? Or was it whatever?
Yeah, Zones and Clams. Correct.
Zones and Clams. But we are in best of 5 now, so we have an opportunity to see more of whatever the teams decide to bring out.
Indeed. And then, yeah, weapons. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Chargers were banned, but if Tacticooler's banned, it kind of clears out the need to ban Chargers because all the other Chargers are there. We've seen that the Snipe Rider A, the one with the rain, is good, but because it doesn't have Tacticooler, it's significantly less effective. It's definitely not one of the better rain weapons out there. You'd be if you're wanting to use rain, there's so many other tools that you'd be better off working with, unless you were playing a really interesting synergy build.
Mm-hmm.
But so we probably won't see that. I can imagine splat lanes getting banned because those are just clean. There's just so many of them, and most of them are good. And if you're not a team that has a splat lane, then you don't want to see a splat lane on the other side.
Right. I do think, like, if you are the one doing the banning and you've got a splat lane player, banning Chargers might also be the move. Like, I know we talked a lot about Pencil, but even things like Leader and Splatter Scope are still really difficult for especially slower splatlings to fight. And so having those off the table might also be, a weight off your shoulders.
I know, like, they're usually not discussed anymore because Snipe Rider just carries the conversation so well, but it's easy to forget how effective, like you say, the other Chargers, E-Leader used to be back in Splatoon 2 and a lot of Splatoon 3 until Snipe Rider, people realized the power of Snipe Rider, was like the Charger just having such long range, having so much power. We see ZNF Splatter Scope or Splat Charger as well as a really great option. There's a lot of really good ones there too. So I guess, it's pretty fair to just ban all of the Chargers in that regard. I feel like I'm going to put some money on. I'm going to put $5 down. If my bet is wrong, I will donate $5. But I'm going to put $5 down and say that shooters are not going to be banned in this one.
That's fair.
We saw it in the last one, and it was a wild pick, and it was a really good wild pick that worked out for them. But I imagine especially now that we're at the top echelon of players, and I'm curious to see how things are going to kind of play out. But I feel like going off of no information aside from pointing and say table turf, I imagine a lot of these players are probably going to be the kind of people who would rather not, and they're like, well, we might be hurting the other team, but we're hurting ourselves as well, and we'd rather not hurt ourselves more. So we're going to ban something that will not hurt us as much, but should hurt the other team.
It'd be funnier if the bans were only for the other team. Like, we can still play shooters, but you can't. Ha ha ha.
Well, that would just mean that, then you just see on the ban page, shooter.
Yeah, exactly.
Anytime someone bans shooter, the other sides are immediately like, well, you know what?
Well, screw you, too.
Screw you. Your shooters are banned also. So yeah, splat lanes and Chargers, definitely one or the other, if not both. Yeah, I'm confident shooters are not getting banned this time. Dualies don't really have a reason to be banned. There's a couple of really good dualie weapons that are starting to become meta, like the Dapple dualies. We saw a bit of that earlier in this tournament. You see it in a lot of tournaments nowadays, especially with the Reef Slider and the Dapple dualies. That one's been showing up a lot, which makes me really happy. I like the Dapple dualies.
Yeah, Dapple's becoming meta is not something I would have expected earlier on, but it makes me happy to see it happening.
They're so fun. But they feel like they have such short range, but they're incredibly ink efficient, if I remember correctly. They're pretty fast and dodgy. And they take people down very quickly when you get in range. It's just hard to get in range. But just the way the meta shifted and changed, Dapple Dualies has an easier time getting in.
Yeah, I feel like banning sloshers might also be fair just because you got things like Blob, you got V-Slosh, even things like Fry are still very strong right now.
No!
Okay, the ban on zones makes me very happy.
Yeah, I'm actually happy to not see zones, but I see that I've lost the bet.
Banning Splatanas. Okay, so there might be a Splatana player that I don't know about here. And then a big bubbler ban. Very interesting.
This actually makes a lot of sense if the 2 remaining modes are Clan Blitz and Tower. Those are both state modes that are incredibly good big bubblers. And then Tacticooler makes sense.
That's true, because the bans do happen in order. So yeah, that bubbler ban makes a lot of sense.
Shooter's ban means that we're probably going to see some very defensive play or team competitions coming in, especially since Splatanas are also banned.
Yeah, those 2 being the main Slayer classes. I'd see Dapples or other dualies come out and fill that niche, though.
Mm-hmm. We're probably going to see a lot of like Dapples. I can imagine, like the last one we saw, there's going to be a lot of sloshers. V-sloshers are going to be really useful in this one. Triple Ink Strike is going to be super good. Tower, splat lanes are so good on Tower, especially like you brought up before, the Hydra. Now that that's an available option, you got the Booyah Bomb on there, and it's a super long-ranged thing. It's just an anchor.
Yeah, absolutely. The range and the kill time on that thing makes it so powerful when it's set up correctly.
I don't find it easy to use, but like when you know how to, when you see someone using it well, it is such. It's frustrating to play against, yes, but it's also very interesting just because you get to see how they're kind of functioning, and it changes. It shuts down a lot of the field just by how Hydra functions.
It's a real beast. I know that like when I'm fighting a Hydra, since both of us have charge times, if they're mid-shot charge, I can't do anything because they look at me and I get annihilated. I have to wait till they're done charging.
Yeah. Nautilus is probably something that's going to be pretty good too, because like we saw before, and I'm starting to learn that Nautilus is a very mobile. I always used to think it was just like the mini Splatling that was the one that was meant to be like the mobile Splatling, but it's like heavy edit, mini, you do really well. Nautilus does phenomenally well, especially the one with triple splashdown.
And that charge storage mechanic just gives it even more power. Especially when you compare it to something like Heavy Edit, which can definitely flex to midline, especially with the kit that it's got, Curling Cooler. But or if you're playing Credit or Crabbit, as my team likes to call it, you have that Crab, which is insane, and so is the Splat Bomb. But you do have that full 2 seconds if you want to charge. And Nautilus, not only can it charge hold, it can recharge while firing, which is just something I found out the other day when I tried to pick up Knot, and I was like, wow, I didn't realize it shared that mechanic with Ballpoint. That's really interesting.
Yeah, it's really nice. Nautilus is a very, very good splat lane that I'm surprised doesn't show up as often as it does, or as it should. It deserves more spotlight. But honestly, that's kind of the fun thing about Inksane right now. On top of that, aside from this being a charity event where we're raising money for a good cause, link at the top of chat, go check that out. Is that when you ban shooters, when you ban Splatanas, this is one of my favorite things. I used to do this back when I did stuff with the ARMS community, is I would just run events where I'm like, hey, this thing that's a staple, you're not allowed to use it. Figure it out. And people would come in and you'd get to see like a new meta just immediately shape. And while not many people like to explore or try things out differently sometimes, this stuff like this, when you get people who are open-minded and willing enough, this is an incredibly great place to encourage people to experiment, and they try something out and they're like, oh, maybe this might actually be more meta than I thought. And then after an event like Inksane, you go to the next major and all of a sudden there's just this one niche team that comes in with a wild composition that nobody saw coming, and they sweep everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. When, sometimes you just get a little too deep set in the meta, and you gotta mix it up a little. That's how you get, changes in the meta. People realizing, hey, this thing is kind of slept on. It's a little underrated.
Or sometimes something just hard counters it, like Pachirisu.
Oh, yeah.
That all
Or like,
said,
remember that patch that basically made Barella viable again?
No. Wait. Yeah, no, I don't think I do.
Yeah, that's the one where they like changed a little bit how the like, because you know the lag kind of
Right,
who it favors when you shield defensively or you shoot somebody, and that change in latency basically made it so that Brilla could be played.
Definitely, yeah. No, that's good. That was
All right,
good.
we got Bamboo coming out, Neo Machine, that is Umbrella there, and also custom dually squelchers, which is something you used to see a ton back in Splatoon 2, but not nearly as much anymore. Now you see Media's a lot. Yeah, and then we have that knot coming out, like you said. Got a bow, got the pencil, since Cooler is banned, it's the other pencil, and then the blaster. So, yeah, this is almost kind of like a normal Splatoon meta match if you shifted it to the left a little bit. Change some things just a little bit.
This Bamboozler is actually doing pretty good here. Custom, I'm liking to... Or no, Custom isn't the one that's playing with the Bamboozler. But Custom is also doing a sizable jump. Wait, what bucket do they have? Oh, that's the Sloshy Machine.
Yeah, the Neo Machine.
Oh, okay, Neo Sloshy. That's a really good one, too. It used to be super meta way back in the day, but I mean, part of that was because it could shoot through walls, if I remember right.
Yeah, the hitbox on Machine is a bit lenient, funnily enough. We're seeing Parkour Civilization get a really nice push here. That is the second checkpoint broken for them, and the Brella here has this Inkjet in a nice position to pop it as well. There they go. Unfortunately, they do get canceled by, not the Charger, as you might expect. That's what I expected anyway. We gotta have the Kraken defensively on the tower here from Crushed by Soda, looking to do some cleanup picks here. Whale gonna come out from Parkour Civilization. Somewhere up in Bats, Custom is still alive here on the Neo Machine, and doing, well, very nicely. They have a friend up here, too. So with the Zuka here, Zuka not being banned, really nice pick there. Despite Crushed by Soda looking to clean it up, they did not get the cleanup done. And now the Neo Machine just going to force that Charger all the way back here and will survive unscathed, dropping out of the Reef Slider hitbox. And that's all the way to 24 for Parkour Civilization.
Yeah, no, Custom managed to survive exceptionally well. I feel like a large part of that is because shooters just aren't around to contend with them right now. So there's just a lot more room, a lot easier just to kind of dance around as there's just not a spray of bullets just covering and painting the turf. Parkour Civilization doing absolutely phenomenal right now as they are at the final checkpoint trying to push through. This Nautilus trying to stop them, but it's another Rain Cloud weapon, and the Rain Cloud just not necessarily having as much impact. They finally get some kind of momentum. It's their chance to push back. Managed to get the punish on Aaron. Nicely done.
Yeah, through the Brella Shield, unfortunately. We do have Bamboo with the Whale here. Gonna pop that. Yeah, nice trade there. So eliminating the threat from the Knot in Bats, which can be... that's a huge position for them to be in, so that's really good that the Knot isn't there anymore. Just under 2 minutes left in this game. 2 down on the side of Parkour Civilization right now, but they do have that jet from the Brella. They do have to stay alive, be careful, especially since this blaster looks like they did get a point camping the ledges here. They do get point censored, but I think they're still going to push up in plat here. That bomb and Kraken kit, very, very effective when they decide to be super aggressive. That Stringer does have their special as well. We're going to see the Storm come out, Slider at the ready, Chumps on the side of Parkour Civilization, so a lot of specials coming out. And that Slider, unfortunately, the hitbox is not being kind to them, and the Kraken getting pushed out. Zio, unfortunately, does not manage to survive the Blaster Direct.
Crushed by Soda continuing their push, but it is going to be a wipeout, finally cleaning them out. The push is forced to an end. 1 minute left on the clock. Parkour Civilization with a significant point lead, just managing to keep tempo up really well. Just having the dually squelchers, while it's not the same as a shooter entirely, dually squelcher is incredibly effective and dangerous when used in the right hands, and it seems like when shooters are banned, it's a very good meta for it.
Absolutely, and the Zuka not being banned too, Custom is having a really good time on this Neo machine with this kit. I think the sensors are doing a lot as well for the locations. Really nice pick there, and now being on this plat is a really nice angle for the machine to come in. Does get another pick there. The Lucy here on the knot, though, is able to come in. Oh, trying to get that pick again on the Brella. Pop the Storm for a free ink refill there. We are heading into the last few seconds of the match, and Crushed by Soda has to get on this tower. Jump out there. Ooh, does get the pick. That's a huge pick there, but no one's on the tower. And so we are not, in fact, going to see overtime.
Parkour Civilization taking a very confident game one. Just honestly, I think a lot of it is they just had a really good team synergy. Just everybody played along to their strengths. They knew what they were working with really effectively. Bamboozler is... I always feel like I look at the weapon, I'm like, it's not that great. And then you see people at top level actually using it, and it's just clean. Like, that was an incredibly effective Bamboozler. They used their specials well. The weapons kind of worked together really effectively. It felt like Crushed by Soda in that match were a little just like discordant and separated. And having double rain isn't necessarily that great of a thing either, unless you get both the rains to happen on the same spot.
Right. I remember when I used to call having double rain overlapping, I used to call that Venn diagramming. Because it's like, if you get caught in the center of the Venn diagram with both the rain, you're basically dead.
Yeah, there's like no time to be able to react. Or there's time, but you're not going to react nearly as much, and it's sometimes you can easily miss that. Depending on how they're layered up, you can miss the fact that there's both there, and the damage will stack incredibly fast. If you even have like 20-30 damage on you and you get stuck in the double rain, the Venn diagram, then you're going to be taken out pretty effectively. But yeah, no, that requires a lot of like communication between the two players. It requires them to line things up effectively. But the problem there is we're looking at a game where we saw the Trizuka take down like 3-4 people, and then you on the other side you have two players with rain that neither of the rains are doing like even half. Like, combine both the rains, they're still not doing as much. They're not creating as much impact on the field as that single Trizuka. So that just means that one team just has a much greater special advantage.
Yeah. And you gotta consider those specials. I mean, even with Bubbler and Tacticooler getting banned, there's still a lot of room for maneuvering. Like, I mean, we were seeing Zuka do a lot, but we did also see Chumps out there. And then, of course, Strike's also a really big option there. And there's Crab, too. Especially considering that we are seeing tower games. Those, or possibly clams, those crabs could be very effective there.
All Soda had, like, actually, yeah, thinking about it more, Soda had 2 rain clouds and a Kraken. I don't remember what their 4th special is, but those are like 2 rains and a Kraken. It's really hard to create pushes or like opportunities to like fight back when that's like the majority of your power.
Right. All right. Let's check out our comps here. Got the Slosher Deco. Umbrella. All right.
It looks pretty similar to last time.
Yeah, you know what? That's fair. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I feel like Crushed by Soda do need to fix a little bit, though, considering
yeah.
what we've noticed in this situation. They have some good weapons, but they need the special oomph. They really
Wait,
lack
did you
the
see?
special.
Did you see? The CDS on that took that off angle going all the way to the left, and it looks like I think they got a double off of that and are still alive. They're gonna hold out the Chumps right now, but really, really nice. And the Blaster also went down pretty early on the side of Crushed by Soda, and Zio is just gonna get another pick here and start camping these legend. Nobody's on the tower right now, even with this explosive start for Parkour Civilizations. Are gonna bring that to the first checkpoint. Already they were partially through it, and you do have that little bit of checkpoint delay, but the combination of this whale and the Zuka here, and I was gonna say the jet, but unfortunately the jet does get taken out, the wipeout. I mean, with all the force behind that, I'm surprised they only got past that first checkpoint.
Oh, we do have one change. We've got the triple ink strike available now. That's going to be super impactful in the right moments. This is a great moment to throw it out.
Yeah, and that does actually gain them the lead there. That the strikes clearing out that flat area just long enough. We got the Reef Slider. The hitbox is not being kind today, and that is going to be 3 down on the side of Parkour Civilization. That Bamboo being the only one, so the Stringer, especially with the wall here, very, very powerful position for them to be in, and they recognize that because they are taken out. Parkour Civilization now has to deal with that Kraken spinning around on the tower. They have to deal with a bucket that's coming up to get them, which they do relatively effectively, but that's already down to 30 past checkpoint 2. Another pick from the Bamboo here. But the Blaster is still alive in mid and still putting out that chip damage. They haven't fully cleaned up the members of Crushed by Soda.
And Crushed by Soda, as long as the Fry's been here just doing that poking, doing that pressure, the rest of the team is finally back and ready to push once again. Parkour Civilization has yet to get their footing and is again already dealing with immense pressure from Crushed by Soda. I didn't even notice that the Reflux has Reef Slider, which is another good swing special. They solved their problem with special. They swapped to a bunch of good weapons. I didn't even realize it.
Yeah, the special, like you said, the special synergy problem has been solved. They've got take-back specials now. It's just a matter of using it, which they have been doing very, very effectively. Parkour Civilization, their turn for a push here. We've got right stack taken by this Brella. Going to migrate over here and probably pop Jet along with the Whale that's coming out here. Really nice pick from the Bamboo as well. They are coming up on this checkpoint. Have to watch for the Slosher coming at this angle. The nicely placed Zuka shot coming in to take them out. 3 people on the tower is not good when there's a Reef Slider around, but somehow miraculously only taking out the Dually Sculptures there. Oh man, Reef Slider hitboxes with ledges are just really strange sometimes. Oh, that's lead. Hey, nice.
They managed to secure lead. Reef Slider has a really... I mean, it's that explosion property, and a lot of weapons have very specific ones, and it's really hard to control exactly where the Reef Slider is, and its explosion is from that point. So if there's even like the thinnest of lines between you and the Reef Slider, all of a sudden you're safe, even though it should completely annihilate you.
Yeah. Oh man, a lot of control for in mid right now for Crushed by Soda. You could see those dualies on the low ground just unfortunately getting taken out in one fell swoop there. The Crushed by Soda on the tower here, nicely placed wall. They've got 2 members riding that tower and cycling off to right stack. So you can see the Brella going in, does get a pick, but kind of just gets collapsed on there. We do see the Slider going onto tower again. Oh, taking the lead back now and getting all the way to that 3rd checkpoint. Bamboo able to take them out, but in the last minute of the match, taking a lead that far in is very, very important. Brella going down to an unfortunately placed bomb there, and Dooley's going down on the stack as well. So we have a 3v2 situation on the board here as that tower starts resetting back into mid. Storm coming out from Crushed by Soda, Whale coming out from Parkour Civilization, but they don't have a lot of chip damage to follow up on that Whale, and they lose the dualies again. So they are lacking in pain and range here, though the Bamboo manages to pull off that pick. They are running out of time to make this push, but that double from the Bamboo is crucial here. They just have to get on the tower. They have to do something, but you can see the Sloshers painting for those GG strikes.
They're getting that ready, and they're going to be able to pull it out in just a few moments. If Parkour Civilization is not able to pull somebody out to respond or just keep enough pressure that even with the GGs, Crushed by Soda won't be able to respond. They're trying to hold on to it. They're going to be able to cling onto it. Now is the time. Out come the X-Strike. Is that going to be enough? It is. The Kraken closing things out, and Crushed by Soda will claim a point for themselves.
Love to just see the Kraken sitting on the tower as that game ends. But man, now we have taken this set 1-1.
This is not going to be a match easily earned for either side. Both will have to make an effort, earn their right to advance to grand finals. Crushed by Soda fixed their problem. They had a very poor synergy special team before, and then as soon as we went to towers, switched up all their weapons, and immediately so much better results because they just had specials that actually had impact. I love rain. I love the rain just dripping down. The acid rain is so fun. unless you have stuff that causes an absurd amount of chip damage, like Explosher, Rain usually doesn't do that much, though. It doesn't control the field of battle, and even when you have an Explosher or weapons that do benefit it, there's so many situations where your opponents just like take 2 steps to the left, and then they continue gunning you down, and the Rain hasn't done anything.
To the left, take it back, no yell, cha-cha real smooth, and then they're back in the game, and you're out of special.
Yeah, your special was literally just an ink refill, which is really great. We love a good ink refill. But I'd also like something that, actually scares the opponents sometimes. It's nice that it doesn't scare them because they underestimate it, but it'd be nicer if it did scare them so that you could actually do things with it. And yeah, not having 2 of those on their loadout and having a bunch of stuff that can actually work with the Rain a bit more, huge difference just because of the impact all of those could have alongside each other.
Absolutely. Did want to point out that we do actually have Crab Leg Capital up for grabs this time, which it was not the past 2 sets. Not sure if we'll actually see it, but it's out there.
It looks like we are going to be going to Umami, though, for Clan Blitz. So we're going to have a very strong shift in tempo in this. It's going to be a much more aggressive blitz, I would imagine, from both teams. Which is hard to do when you don't have shooters or splatanas. But if anyone's able to do it, Parkour Civilization has demonstrated that they definitely can. And Crushed by Soda has a good loadout too, honestly. They've changed things up a little bit more now. We've got a Luna Blaster, and I love that. That's a great idea for this match, I feel.
Absolutely. I'm really, really excited to see what that Luna does. They will have to watch out for that longer range blaster, but it's a huge amount of power behind that Luna Blast. And especially against that Brella, I think that's a great pick.
It comes out so quickly, too. If they can find a way to like sneak up behind or get around that blaster, then they're definitely going to win the exchange. 2 quick pops of that are going to come out much faster than the other blasters' longer, slower charged hits.
Oh my gosh, this bamboo! They are just popping off this set. Dude, that was a really, really nice ledge pick from them, and the movement as well. They're doing great. We do see a ball here on the side of Crushed by Soda. It is going to get taken out. They are 2 down now. Save the ball, but not exactly in a position to make a push. Chaedr going pretty far back here, actually, just to save the ball and stay alive. Unfortunately, the Whale takes them out, and we do also have a Jet coming out from Parkour Civilization and the Kraken. So all of these specials get popped, but they don't have clams to follow it up with. To be fair, they did not necessarily use that to clear space. I think they just kind of wanted the picks so that they could have mid, which is also a fair way to use those.
Mid is a very important part of the field when you're playing Clan Blitz, because as long as you're holding mid, then you have the position for when it is time to push. You have a really good position to just rush in and actually get the clam in there, because all it takes is just 5 seconds of confusion from the opposing team to slide straight in and get something into that big net, especially considering how close the net is. I didn't realize that it's literally right there.
Yeah, it is. It's you take 2 steps out of mid and it is right there. So having mid in this scenario is almost the same as having basket. Not quite, but it's pretty darn close. We're going to see the rain come out from Crushed by Soda, as well as the trip strikes. They're going to come back and take a lot more space. Nice pick on the trip strikes as well. They'll take those. And cornering the bamboo here. Really nice pincer move. The stamp is going to come in, and now all of these clams can get thrown in. Already they're down to 53, 50, 47. Oh, they're going faster than I can count. They've taken 2 down, but getting all the way down to almost 40 is really, really nice, especially at about the halfway point of this. Oh, they do lose a couple members as they are retreating, so they do give up a lot of mid, which is really unfortunate, but they got staggered instead of completely wiped, which means that Parkour Civilization does have to deal with a little bit more of Crushed by Soda as they're working their way back in here.
Right, taking out once again.
Oh,
That's
that
a double from this Bamboozler. The net is broken.
Triple.
3 down. That is just time to feed into the net.
Yeah, but they don't have a lot of clams on them. Only 3, if I see correctly. Bamboo getting another pick on that Chaedr on the grapes now, and they're just going to go back into mid and start grabbing clams. Unfortunately, though, they didn't have enough time just because the clam economy wasn't in their favor. So despite all those picks, they get it down to only 71. They're going to have to get another push in here.
You saw they were even like trying to pace out the times they were throwing their clams in to make it last as long as possible. But even then, just the rest of Hardcore Civilization was not there to be able to support them in time, unfortunately, and no clams were able to make it. We do have 2 big power clams ready to come in, and not gonna have the opportunity yet. Fizzy Palm coming in clutch in that moment.
Yeah, I can see this Luna just guarding this like a hawk, saying, you absolutely will not be able to have this. We did see the Kraken go in for Parkour Civilization, but unfortunately it didn't get nearly as much done as they wanted to. I think it was just almost at the wrong time. We do see 1 go in, but the Bamboo tosses down, gets 1, but isn't able to get it in themselves. And so they open the basket, but unfortunately that is not quite going to be enough. They're going to have to make a 3rd push happen, and with the amount of defense that Crushed by Soda has put down, that's going to be very, very difficult.
On top of that, not only will they need to make that push, they need to actually have the clams. They've 3 times now they've had, or 2 times now, they've created an opening and just not had any support or not had any clams to really work with. Just Crushed by Soda has done such a good job of just snuffing out all the clams in the field and just forcing them to have a very limited supply. We finally got another one. It looks like we're looking for a chance. Stamper's chasing!
I was gonna say, like, oh, let me just go around the corner to throw this in. No, bam, Stamper. We do actually see 3 down on the wipeout on the side of Parkour Civilization there in the last 10 seconds of this game, which means they have no clams. And with the 7 up here, I think that Crushed by Soda is just gonna. Oh, yeah. Wait, hey, no.
Wait, what's going on over there?
Hey, who did that? What?
Oh,
no. No, I want to see the VOD on that one. What happened? Because they wiped. Oh, beacons. They had beacons.
Right.
I bet you somebody picked up a pity, jumped it, and jumped it to a beacon.
That's definitely what happened, but all the clams were already taken up.
Yeah.
There was nothing available for them to collect in that situation. And I assume there was enough Crushed by Soda there to respond to that sudden influx. And they managed to handle the situation, take them out, and that's going to be Crushed by Soda claiming the 2nd game.
But man, I've never felt pure confusion like that. Like I thought they were wiped. What happened?
I've seen that happen before, and it's such a weird thing when it happens. Is you're just like, oh yeah, all right, game's over, and then you're just sitting there smiling, and it's like your clam basket has been broken. You're like,
hey,
what?
Wait. Like, hey, wait a minute. That's not supposed to happen.
There seems to have been some kind of error. Is it? Did you? No, they're actually there. What do you mean? We just splatted them all. Yeah, no, they're all there.
The power of beacons.
But I was about to get ours in.
Yeah, I was like, oh, it looks like they're gathering clams so that they can just end the overtime. And then it was like, oh no, the clam basket's not there. Well.
Very unfortunate situation, but it did work out for Crushed by Soda as they have claimed the 2nd point.
Yeah, this is going to now be match point for them.
Looking for one more win. What would you do if you were in Parkour Civilization's position here?
Honestly, I think it's a lot of mindset this late into the tournament, which is kind of what I always say. But like, if you're in the position of them, you won that first match, and then now you've lost 2 in a row, which kind of sucks. And so having the ability to step back and say, like, what did we do that first match and these last sets that worked well? What is it that's not working? And being like, oh, is there special coordination like being really important? How are we going to sidestep those or counter those special stuff like that? Sometimes you just got to take a step back, you know?
Indeed. Especially, yeah. I feel like trying to respond to the special situation is going to be huge. That first win, they played phenomenally. I'm not saying anything about that for Parkour Civilization, but their first win, a lot of that was in part to Crushed by Soda just did not have the answers. Their loadout felt more just picked at random. It had 2 reigns, And then everything afterwards we've seen so far by them, they've actually like synergized a lot more, and it's caused Parkour Civilization to be at the back heel far more often as they've been trying to find a way to kind of respond. It's entirely possible that they got that win, start to feel a little overconfident, and as soon as the actual battle started, they're completely caught off guard because they thought it was just going to be a walk in the park from here.
To be fair, sometimes you're playing with your team and something just clicks, right? You make a little switch, you say, we got to focus on this one thing more, and something changes and it starts working. And if you're the other team, it's really hard to know how to respond to that.
Yeah. It's really hard just to be like, oh, how do we throw them off their game or find an answer to what's going on? Because, I mean, Soda wasn't even the same. That they had a slightly different loadout going into even that game. Like, they've been changing things up a little bit here and there since that first game and just refining that a little bit more based off of no shooters, no splatanas, which are probably a couple of big things that they're likely used to working with. So it's just turned it into a bit more of an awkward situation for them to really have what they're going for. But, I mean, they figured it out, and now they're just steamrolling.
Right, the whole thing, the whole gimmick of this tournament is like, what if you had a normal Splatoon tournament and you kind of just shifted everything 3 inches to the left? You can't play shooters, but you could play things that kind of fill the same niche as shooters, but they're not going to feel exactly the same, right? You can't play Cooler, so how are you going to function without Cooler? I mean, I was playing Splatfest the other day with a couple of my friends, and we were fooling around and playing weapons that we don't usually play, and the person that I played with who usually plays Zap popped off Zap and went to play Decav instead, and suddenly we didn't have Soda, and I was like, what am I going to do now without my Soda buffs?
Right. It changes a lot of, like, thinking. And I know I said this before. Oh, quick reminder, speaking of things I've said before, this is a fundraiser. Be sure to donate.
Oh yeah, donate. Do that.
It's so easy to forget when you're just watching top quality, high-level quality Splatoon. You're like, oh wait, we're raising money. Please donate.
That's true. All of these teams, no matter what they're doing, are fighting for great causes. They've all picked charities to represent here in this battle of the bands. And the winning 2 teams will have the prize pool split between their charities 65 to 35. So yes, please donate. All your money is going to a good cause, and you could possibly get a funny image on stream or even an art prize out of it if you decide to want to know what BBB stands for. We've got the clam economy very heavily in favor of Parkour Civilization early on this game, losing 1 on both sides, and we have a couple specials coming out as well. Slosher's going to pull out those ink strikes, create a lot of space, and you can see already this aggression coming out. Ooh, and we got the Kraken very nicely timed under basket there. Slosher does get taken out, but we do have that Kraken just kind of running around doing what it wants to do, and that's a great place for it to be. They are getting, and also getting all those clams in at the right time. Custom here, holding down the fort on this top left. Rally coming in, getting a pick. This is a very, very smooth push. They don't have a lot more clams. I don't think they'll have the time to go get them, but that's, I mean, for the first minute of this game, 59 is incredible.
That's definitely setting the pace, setting the tone, telling Crush My Soda, you're going to have to pick up the pace if you want to be able to win this. There's still a lot of time for Crush My Soda to set up a counterattack, and it looks like we're already getting one set up and ready, but ooh, never mind maybe as that Stamper gets taken down. But yeah, no, it's very strong start, it's very great opening. Okay, I guess that reached. The head was just too big.
Yeah, I was gonna say, reef slider moment, I suppose? Man, and oh my gosh, Drippy all the way underneath the basket here, probably saying, guys, you should jump to me, but they don't have the, just as the ball is made, unfortunately, they do get taken out, losing the bucket as well, so Blaster and the Pencil are a little bit on their own. They're going to have to back way up here in order to avoid the just slew of specials getting thrown at them. We are going to see the rain here, but the whale directly facing the Pencil. I know what it's like as a backline to just have that whale popped and be staring directly at it and being like, well, I guess I can't, I gotta move, I gotta go.
They're going to be able to protect that power clap, but like that was... It does not feel good when you're holding on to that. Was an incredible snipe.
Yeah.
It does not feel good when you have the power climb and then you lose it in your own base. You're like, what am I doing?
It really sucks, yeah, but they've picked that back up. They saved that clam. The members of Crushed by Soda here are just kind of all the way back in here, not a little bit trapped, but we have that Slosher breaking out, unfortunately getting taken out. That is 2 down on the side of Parkour Civilization. You can see that the bamboo here is forced back by this rain, and this gives Crushed by Soda a lot of space, especially taking out that jet. That is huge, canceling that special. 2 balls on the side of Parkour Civilization, though, and the bamboo getting that close-up pick there, so they are still holding their own.
In comes this Ultra Stamp. We have it ready. They're trying to juggle both of the power clams,
Ooh,
but
nice.
with this big hammer coming in,
Whoa!
we get a wipeout!
Oh, that triple is huge. There's the wipe, and this is exactly what Crushed by Soda needs, but they do take the lead here. Oh, those tri-strikes are so nicely placed, jumping in with even more clams to take this down all the way to 23, and the blink of an eye. Drippy is coming in with a slider and 4 more clams. They're going to get 2 of them in. Good decision not to slider there, because then you drop all your clams at the end of the slider. I was worried about that. We have the Kraken coming out here from Parkour Civilization at the ready, but 14. Oh my goodness, that is so many clams. And now it is up to Parkour Civilization. The tone of this match has just shifted. Whoa, nice bomb pick there. That was really good.
Very nicely done. 1 minute left on the clock, and yeah, all of a sudden, Parkour Civilization needs to have a counter push here. If they cannot get that opening, if they cannot get the power climb in,
they have no clams.
They're not going to be able to get anything off of this beyond. There's another penalty. 45 seconds left on the clock. They need to get so many points in there in the next 40 seconds, or this is going to be Crushed by Soda walking on into the grand finals in the advantage position.
Right, they're going in with 2 clams right now, but they don't have any specials. And they do have to watch for the rain from the pencil that is going to come. Taking out the bucket is really big, really important here, and that whale is going to be super nice to create space for them as well, but they don't have anything to combo with the whale because they're just popping these specials as they get them. Bucket gets taken out, but is going to jump back in. 15 seconds left on the clock, plus overtime if they can get it. We have this Kraken, but the blaster is carrying the ball, so they don't want to pop Kraken right now. They've got to hand this off to a teammate if they want to. 2 down on the side of Crushed by Soda. We got the jet coming in, and it is now or never, but the Reef Slider, the stamp, the combos, 2 down! Oh! No, is not able to escape. That's 3 down. The Prella being the only one alive. That is a wipeout.
That's a wipeout. That Reef Slider was so perfect. That Reef Slider was so perfect. You knew they were just, made that little area for themselves, and they're like, I'm just gonna wait because they're about to try to make a push. Saw that push happening, press the button. Press button, receive bacon. Saw the Kraken try to come out, but it takes too long to load. You would have had to read the Reef Slider happening. No bacon for them, and it is going to be Crushed by Soda crushing Parkour Civilization with a 3-1 score.
Oh man, you could just feel the energy in that last push, and then the combination stamp, slider, jump scare right at that choke point there where everybody's trying to enter the basket area. Whew, tough.
But yeah, good moment. As much as I want to keep talking about that, we do have, it's good to remind everybody what we're doing here. We are at Inksane Invitational 2024 Battle of the Bands, raising money for charity, a lot of different charities. Top 2 playing teams will get to donate money to their chosen charities. Every team has their own specific charity that they want to support, and you can donate by looking at the link at the top of chat. I will be doing that as I lost a bet. And there's also a bunch of rewards, such as if you donate like $3, you can enter in to tell us what the BBB stands for. And if you have the best answer, you might receive an art prize. Alongside that, there is, of course, polls on which one you think your favorite team is, which we've got the BBB at $3, Consistency at $10, Team D, colon, at $30, right now in the lead. 3 Right Turns is at $5, Goofy Goober Guppies is at $10, Joofy Jubers as $25. All of these kind of just roll along. They're all of the silly names. And Parkour Civilization right now alongside Crushed by Soda. Those two players you just saw, neither of them have any money voting for them. If you think either of these players are great, if you think either of these teams are fantastic, and you want to try to be like, yay, put a little money towards them.
Well, they both just gave us an awesome show with an incredible set on stream, so throw some love their way and for the charities that they are representing. Real quick, before we have to hand the mic off to our awesome next set of commentators, where can the wonderful people in the audience find you on the internet?
Please don't. No. You can find me bluesky.mileve, or however they do it, mileve.bluesky or whatever. That's the main place. If you're looking for me across the board, best way to look that up is Planet Scrapstar, all one word, exactly how it sounds. What about you?
You can find me on Blue Sky, Chaedr.inkling.social, Twitter, Chaedr_, Twitch, and other places. I post art, I do stuff like this. It's real fun. But yeah, thanks to Jardonian for putting on an awesome event. And we are going to hand the mic to another couple of super awesome commentators, Tiger as well as Pat, two super awesome people. And we have, I believe, what are we heading up on? I think we're hopping back down to losers. We'll watch a couple matches there, and then the long-awaited grand finals. So yes, thank you all for watching. Stay fresh, stay hydrated, stay tuned. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Hello and welcome back to the Battle of the Bands, and we are now in the final stretch, ready to watch the final games of the day. I hope you're ready, but here we go. I am Pat, here with Flo. Flo, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great, Pat. I'm excited to see what shenanigans are going to go on here, what's being banned, and see who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, lots could happen, and yeah, we've had a big day. We had 8 teams at the start, but now we only have 3 teams left. One of these teams, Crushed by Soda, is already in grants, and they already are guaranteed to get 35% of the donation pool to their charity. But Flo, we have 2 teams here in losers finals who are battling for that second spot in grants.
Yeah, the BBB, which, by the way, you can take a vote and donate money to see if you get the art prize for guessing the right name, is going against Parkour Civilization. And today's bracket, we have a very interesting lineup here with some names that have been seen.
Yeah, we've seen these teams play a lot, and Parkour Civilization who just lost winners finals. They were doing incredibly well. They still took a game and they almost took more than that. Coming into there, we saw Aaron, I believe, with Brella a bunch and a lot of different action. On the other side, the BBB, they were thrown into the losers bracket by Crushed by Soda. So both of these teams want to get back at Crushed by Soda now, I guess. We'll see which team is able to get the better score.
Indeed, Pat. The BBB has been battling quite a long time down here, so I believe they might be ready to get back up for Crushed by Soda, hoping for a brilliant rematch here. But right now, they got to figure out what can they do against Parkour to help them, and what can they do to help themselves in these bans.
Yep, and I guess we are waiting for the bans to be declared now. So as soon as we get that, we'll get more info flow.
Indeed. While we are waiting, you guys should donate to the causes. All this money is going to the wonderful charities that are spread out by these teams. Everything, you can donate money to get a new image on screen. You can even vote for your favorite team that's going to win this all. Everything goes to a charity, and it's great. You should donate.
Yeah, right now the team in the lead is Team D Colon, but Team Jubers is right behind them. So if you want to create the upset, you get to go vote, and you can also come say what you think BBB stands for. If you could get an art prize, and we always like a good art.
Love a good art, Pat. I honestly have no clue what the BBB stands for. I've been stumped on this team name since I've arrived here.
All right, you can hear in my ears a big bean burrito, I guess. I don't know if we can hear you on stream, Jar, but okay. Okay.
The magical man behind us is whispering very magical words in our ears.
I guess that's what it means. But yeah, you can invent a better meaning if you want, and we'd love to see that in chat. I saw a stream of these earlier in the stream. Yeah, that's the cool things that we like to do. And yeah, we're still waiting on the bands. Jar, if you can tell us where we are on that prospect. Anyways, Flo, important question.
Yes.
What
Yes,
team are you on for the Splatfest?
Oh, Splatfest, I'm on the Wizards. I believe that casting spells is a great thing to do. Always been a
That's
fan
cool.
of Harry Potter. Love that storyline.
Yeah, I'm a fan of role-playing games, and I always like to play a mage, so I was Team Wizard, like, without hesitation.
As the saying goes, in the Splatoon community, Shadow Wizard Gang, we love casting spells. That's what I've heard it, and that has got me hooked ever since.
Okay.
It's a very common saying. I don't know why it is, but it's kind of funny.
I don't know either. And we'd like to thank you, Mileve, for donating $5. Thanks for having me on commentary. Kid Cobra is hot. And thanks for doing the commentary. That was super cool to hear you. But hey, we have the bands now, Flo. We are ready. And modes being banned are zones and tower control.
I found that to be
What?
quite interesting, Pat. I thought that everyone really liked tower control. I have not seen tower control be banned very often. I've been seeing mostly Rainmaker or like clams being banned, but seeing zones and tower control out of the picture here is quite interesting.
Yeah, we're going to the fast modes, the modes where the teams want to run forward and get a lot of splats. They won't be able to use brushes to do that though, because they're banned as long with shooters. No bubbler, no tacticaler. So I guess in terms of support special, you can forget them. Go with more splats, I guess.
The more aggressive specials here are definitely going to be seen. Like I'm waiting to see Trizukas, triple Ink Strikes. I'm waiting to see those type of specials come out. I'm very interested to see why they ban brushes. Maybe there's a good player on Porkor that is really good at brushes. Me, however, personally, I cannot play brushes because of carpal tunnel. So, you know, I support the ban.
I can't play brushes because I think I'm too old to type enough. Octobrush, I can do it, but the ink brush, no, thank you.
But I'm definitely surprised that Big Bubbler has been banned. I've been thinking that Trizuka and Tactical would be like the most picked banned specials here, but Big Bubbler has been taking me by surprise. A lot of players have been using Bubbler really efficiently on these maps and been taking a lot of space with them. So it's very interesting to see how they're going to play around not having any good, you know, space holder specials.
And one thing to note is that these two teams, this is the first time they play each other. We're pretty deep into the tournament, but they seed 1 and seed number 2. So they were both the two teams that were at the top of each group. And they didn't meet in the winner's bracket as well. So now, like, they discover each other, but they probably have a plan. They've probably watched some of the streams and maybe seen what the other team is doing. So maybe they have an idea of what's happening. As you said, like, picking brush as a weapon to ban is kind of odd because there aren't that many brush. You don't change the game much.
Yeah, the only thing brush really adds to the game is a lot more aggressive and a lot more moving around. And, you know, even with now, I understand that Clan Blitz is now in the question here, but Brush, you know, with Clan Blitz still needs a lot of support with no Big Bubbler or Tactical to support the Brush playstyle. It's going to be really, you know, I don't really understand it quite a lot to ban it. So.
Yeah, that's pretty big. And now we have the maps ban as well. Let's talk about the maps that are left. I guess we have Mincemeat, Metalwork, Lemuria are still on the table, I guess. That could give us interesting games.
It's interesting games. We definitely have Hagglefish, but I'm going to see Hagglefish, and I'm definitely probably going to see maybe some Humpback. But if I swear, if Mint Meat Clams is picked, I might have some interesting talks.
Hey, that's the coach in you that's talking right there.
That is the coach in me talking. I've watched plenty of Mincemeat VODs, and I have to say, they are exciting to watch. To play, definitely a different topic.
Hey, these players, they can't complain if it happens because they're the ones that didn't ban it. So that's on them.
They dig their own grave, if that's how you want to say it. Definitely something for this Halloween type of year. But I'm definitely want to see the very scary map of Unami, definitely with the Clan Blitz from the last one. That was very interesting to watch of how teams controlled mid on Unami with clams. I'm also really excited to see Rainmaker on some of these maps because some of these maps are also really good Rainmakers. So I'm really excited to see what they pick and how they're going to play with these interesting maps.
Yeah. And I'd like to give a small personal shout out to Leonidas in Parkour Civilization. Leonidas is a top level salmon runner, like one of the best salmon runners in the West, and is an absolutely man, and I love him. So I want to give a shout out to Leo.
We love our salmon run players. Always better than the randoms that IQ with solo. I have a special place in my heart for them. They're always the greatest at communicating. So I want to see the communication between these two teams. I want to see some strong coordination. Yeah.
But yeah, teams are now ready. I guess we'll see how things go. And yeah, are the maps selected randomly among the maps that are here, or is it like a pick ban?
I think it's a pick ban system with the teams, but here we go. Our first map is Rainmaker Undertow.
Okay, here we go.
Already coming out from the start.
Yeah, Parkour is bringing the Wellstring Bow plus a Wiper and Umbrella. That's very interesting. On the other side, we see an Explo. I love the Explo. I want to see the Explo. Now I'm rooting for BBB.
Yeah, as the parkour solution gets pop here, the BBB seems to be down in a 2 to 4 scenario. With Stamp now on the side. Oh, the Rainmaker gets dropped here, so you want to see Stampy popped here for stabilization here. But they go down.
Yep, and teams are still fighting for mid. It looks like the BBB is going to get a lot of splats. I don't know where the Bella is, but I hope that Bella is ready to defend a big push because the BBB is already getting to the first checkpoint. They're right next to it. Parkour able to paint a little bit, but not enough. Checkpoint is broken, and it's still 2v2. 2v1, 1v1 now! That Explo is going to get the last shot, and BBB are going to rip off the Rainmaker and make more points now. And the Explo going as a front line with the splashdown. Nice trade!
That's beautiful from the Explo there, reading that they need to be pushed up and to get the pop there with that nice adjustment to the new map of... Because usually the Undertow had their last patch where that is now inkable, so with able to push up with the splashdown, it is huge for that space now. But now Parkour Civilization has 2 specials of Trizuka able to stabilize and an Inkjet, so now they're going to hopefully reset the Rainmaker and to get a good push here with the counter push.
Yep, and there's a good amount of splats right there. The BBB are maintaining the numbers advantage, keeping the fight on, and with more splats they re-grab the Rainmaker and are already moving towards that left side again.
I'd like to point out that this Range Blaster on the BBB is really good at taking his fights here as he's pushing this aggressively. He is really finding these nice picks on these openings, especially making this Brella really hard to work around the space that the Parkour is trying to work around. But now they have to reset because the Rainmaker is kind of out into the Parkour territory. So I have to see a good reset from BBB and you see a good push form.
Yeah, that was very much a good, solid push on the side of the BBB. And they're maintaining the fight. They're keeping more and more action 2 down onto Parkour with no players down on the BBB. They can get another push off of that. They only need to simply paint ahead and grab the Rainmaker, and that's exactly what they're doing already. The machine will be able to get the splat on the Rainmaker by some time, but we're more than halfway through the game and Parkour Civilization hasn't gotten the Rainmaker forward yet.
Yeah, unfortunately with the popping power with the Wellstream, they haven't really been able to find enough killing power to take these fights to allow the space. But now Parkour is chaining specials together with this Inkjet. I want to see more push up as the Rainmakers for this checkpoint. Because right now the BBB is kind of struggling to keep up as Trizuka is invested here to get some kills.
I feel like they should have used that Inkjet when they could, when they were starting the push, because right there the BBB was able to respawn, was able to punish. And they grabbed,
Ooh, caught carefully by the BBB there. That could have been devastating if the checkpoint went down there. Wellstring is posted up back in middle, maintaining the space pretty well. They have Stamp just in case to reset, while the BBB is kind of taking these fights, trying to get this Wellstring out of here. Ooh, he's traded out by another teammate, but this Blaster is getting traded out also by this Brella. Oh, yeah. BBB flip.
Yeah, BBB, they're constantly winning the fights right there. Every time there's a team fight, BBB ends up with more players on the ground at the end of that fight. And Parkour Civilization simply respawning again and again, and now with 1 minute left, it's starting to be pretty dire. Flo, they don't have a checkpoint yet, and the BBB are pushing again.
I believe that the Parkour is kind of just tunneling in. There's suddenly a player gone.
What?
So
I mean, we saw a bunch of weird lag earlier during the game, but now it's a 3v3, I guess. People were kicked. The BBB are moving forward, and the
BBB, after this chaotic mess of players falling, is able to capitalize with 1 score left on the checkpoint, making Parkour very hard to push. But I'd like to point out here that the player that disconnected is their Range Blaster, which was their key factor in taking fights here. So maybe Parkour now has a better chance with the 10 seconds left on the clock to formulate a good push with the specials and maybe take better fights here. As I say, there's 2 down, and they have to get this one person out of here for the jumps. They do have the special here. It is grabbed. So, this could be a checkpoint here if they do play this properly.
This could be good, but they're in overtime. They don't have much time left. Very nice plat onto the flank right there. They have 40 seconds to get to the checkpoint. Ooh, very nice trade thanks to the hammer right there. BBB delaying the push again, but not yet able to punish the Rainmaker. 30 seconds left on the clock. And BBB wants that splat. Parkour Civilization simply staying alive, but they need to push. They don't have much time left, Flo.
20 seconds left on the clock. They really need to hit this left side here. This team might have an opening here, but the bucket just reaches over and kills the Rainmaker. What a nice try from the overtime from the parkour side.
Both teams were playing that overtime very patiently, and I think when you're playing a 3v3 out of nowhere and you're not sure how it's going to go, being patient and waiting for the opportunity is probably the right play. But in the end, Parkour Civilization, you can't be patient for too long. When it's overtime and you're carrying the Rainmaker, you have to go at some point, and the BBB, they had their machine wait in the right spot to punish it.
Yeah, that was very, very good attempt from Parkour, I do have to say. Keeping that overtime, basically draining the clock with trading each other out. I do have to say that Blaster, though, with the 3v3, as soon as I take it out, you saw how the Parkour was fighting back. They were doing really well, trading each other out. So I think the Parkour could maybe make a slight adjustment here to maybe have a better chance against the BBB going into this next map. It's definitely possible for Parkour to take the next map on them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's as you say, it's about the adjustments. These teams have, at the highest level, all the teams have taken games off of each other. We've seen, not necessarily on stream, but if you look at the bracket, there are 2-1s, 3-1s. They're not like clean sweeps of one team over the other, and there's a lot of ability to challenge right there. Parkour Civilization, they need to find a way to win these fights, and as you were talking about during the games, they need to find a way to shut down that range blaster that was an absolute thorn on their side all the time.
Yeah, the Brella, I think the Brella was a good pick for taking space. It definitely helped a lot with trying to push it. But with the Blaster there, kind of invalidating that he can shoot around it and just this AoE effect, it's going to be hard to, especially for a Brella to find value out of it, especially when they're taking close range fights and there's a machine or like there's something covering it. So I believe that not Brella could swap, but I think there's got to be something to support the Brella to take these fights a little more aggressively.
Yeah, it's a matter of getting in. And I feel like, yeah, as you said, they have good tools, but BBB counters them so well. Both the Blaster and the machine can punish the Brella pretty nicely. Though if a Parkour Civilization is able to go to a bit of a flatter map, maybe they'll be able to see a BBB coming and they'll be able to punish these plays a bit more easily.
Yeah, if I think I'm Parkour Civilization students right now and I'm picking the map, I'm definitely picking something like, Unami, or I'm picking something like Hagglefish, something with flat lands to help this Brella with these easily pushes to, use that shield, something like that. Try to find these nice opportunities to fight, because if they don't have something like this where the Brella can't really full capitalize on itself, it's going to be a real struggle. Because as we saw in the 3v3, they were trading each out flawlessly. There was nothing wrong with the players doing anything. It was just that Blaster just gave a little advantage against the Brella one-on-ones.
Yeah, it's a lot about that, but again, it's the long game. Remember, it is a best of 5. There's a lot more that could happen between these two teams. There will be time to adapt, time to learn, and especially when you only play on 2 modes against this team, you have time to understand what they do and how to counter it. In the end, after the 2 disconnects, Parkour Civilization was able to hold their own, was able to push. Unfortunately for them, it was a bit too late. Now they need to be able to push in a 4v4, I guess.
I definitely agree with your statement on being able to only 2 modes and being able to read your opponents. I believe as a player, especially, you should be able to make small adjustments as you play him on with more modes. But we'll see right here, right now, on Mahi Clans, we'll see how this is going to churn out.
Hey, it's a flat map, and I think that could be very nice. And Parkour Civilization is bringing a range blaster of their own, I guess, to counter on the other side. They will have Krakens in order to get under the basket as well.
I do agree. I think Blaster on this map is a huge essential, especially with these Ledge playing. But the Bamboo also could do work here, pushing, helping to fight with this Brella that I said that needs just some support, I think. So I think this could be well. But as we're saying, the BBB is down 2, but is having all the space maintaining. They're trading out, but they just keep maintaining the space.
Yeah, the fight is still going for Mina. It looks like Parkour Civilization is doing much better in these fights now. Both teams are losing players left and right. It's not over. But the Wipers are getting in, getting the fight still down onto the BBB. Parkour Civilization are making a super clam, and now they're preparing their push.
Unfortunately, this is the hard part about Mahi. Mahi is the push up here. It's either you take the ramp or the right side, and especially with an Explo on the other side, especially also with that resource with the splashdown, it is hard to push before you accumulate a push. But as we see right now, the BBB strike back with a stamp of their own that just gets knocked out of the sky like that. That is beautiful from that range blaster. They're going to play under the ledge here without many clams to make, you know, a super clam. So I'm wondering if the Parkour may be able to build some specials into this next retake fight for this space.
Yeah, the BBB had a good push, but it was their Stamper that had the 6 clams right there. After the Ultra Stamp was splatted, there was nobody with clams left, and then the push couldn't do anything because they couldn't open the basket. Right now, Parkour Civilization, they got the time to get back in, but they lose a few players. They lose 3 players in that move right there, and that's a delayed wipe onto them. BBB have special advantage, and now they have a super clam as well, Flo.
Yeah, the space that they're maintaining here is also really huge with these specials. I think Parkour needs to get some specials here quickly for this retake, or this is going to really snowball really quickly. Because these clams spawn quick on this map, and they're really easy to access. So right now, they're just going to try to cycle and try to keep this space and support their players, as this Explo is doing really well.
Yeah, it's not stopping right now, but with few players down, Parkour Civilization is going to breathe a little. They get to get back control over mid. They're going to need to use that control to paint for special, get as many clams as they can. 2 minutes and a half left. They have more than enough time to get a comeback now.
Bunch of specials inserted into this push, hopefully to gain this space. Kraken and Whale Exchange. Now they have Inkjet to increase it too. But I can see now that the space, BBB's kind of crumbling in the space. Stamp in their spawn, their space, but they need a super clan here. I think they grab the pity too. I think they have time for it. I want to see this Inkjet invested, maybe to have the jump easily to be able to get that pity in. But no, it's used under ledge to hopefully get a pick. But that splashdown, cuts it out of the sky, just like swatting like flies. However, they aren't too far. Not a bad push. Still have a minute 50 on the clock, able to work around with the space. And I think this blaster could get an easy punish here. It's a traded out, unfortunately, but I still. BBB is gaining a lot of resources here, so this is very scary. That's a stamp moment if I've ever seen one being cancelled out, but it is traded successfully by the BBB.
Yeah, Leo on the bamboo right there, getting a lot and getting more and more. Parkour Civilization are taking back control, and now with a jetpack, they should be able to push forward again. They have a super clam, they have enough clams to get the lead flow. All they need to do is push now.
They just need to get this space. Unfortunately, with the stamp is now coming in. This could be a huge space bringer as one is knocked down. Almost 2, but the space, it's chaotic, and they get a pity clam in, and they take the lead there.
They don't
get
That's
lead
not
there.
the lead.
No, that is not.
They get a tie. They lose a point. Not getting the lead here in the last minute is going to be pretty rough, because now BBB, they know that they only need to maintain a fight into mid for the last minute. Parkour are still fighting, but both teams are getting trade after trade. Oh wait,
BBB's getting a little gritty. They're trying to extend their lead a little bit, but they might be getting gritty for this. They're basically handing a pity over to Parkour for free overtime. So this could be a massive mistake on their side, depending on how they play this out. With the resources from the Parkour side too, this could be devastating. That could have been a huge error.
Yeah, that's a free super clam for Parkour Civilization. They're going to need it now. All they need to do is, if they reopen the basket, they take the lead back. That's all they need to do. They need to do it, and they only have 2 players left on the map right now, Flo.
This Kraken needs to find some value, needs to find some space, maybe even get this bamboo inserted here as he gets one like that. The pity clam is picked up here. They're
Ooh.
2 down. The space is open. They just need to get this Expo out of
Three
here.
down. Three down.
down.
The Expo is the last defending. They get the splat. They're going to reopen the basket and by a hair. By a hair. Farcool gets game number 2.
The BBB kind of biting their own tails with that score, trying to boost themselves, giving over a free pity. That is unfortunate, taking your own mistakes responsibility as the parkour bounces back for a good Brella map.
Yeah, and it was a close one. BBB were so close to winning this one, but as you said, in the end, they got a bit greedy. They tried to reopen the basket, but in doing so, they gave a pity clam to their opponent, and they didn't extend their score enough that they were more than 20 points away from the opponent. So the super clam was still enough for Parkour Civilization to get back the lead, which was all they needed.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate. If I am BBB here, I am hoping for a mental reset here, because this could be very tilting, and we know tilting can also lead to bad gameplay. So I'm hoping the BB here is sitting back and is hopefully rethinking their collective thoughts and hopefully making with a better gameplay as the BBB goes to a good pick.
Yeah, and I feel like BBB still has to feel a bit confident in what they're doing, because they won the first game pretty well. They were dominating that first game. In the second game, on a flatter map with a slightly different comp for Parkour Civilization, they had a bit more trouble. But if they go back to Rainmaker on a map with a lot of cover and a lot of ledges, I feel like they have to feel confident from that.
I agree. I think the BBB pick here might be something on Humpback. On Humpback, because that Expo was doing a lot of work. Even now with Humpback's ledges and those abilities to, utilize that space, I think that BBB could technically take a really good map from the parkour, and that also hinders the brush with those ledges a lot too. Now it is still flat land, it's still accessible, but it's a lot difficult to do it.
It can be difficult indeed, but I mean these teams, they got to losers finals. They're pretty good. They've shown that they're able to adapt. Despite banning the shooters, the tacticalers, these teams can switch up their comps, create something new, and you have to create something new when your opponent can ban your favorite weapon at the start of the set. So these teams have shown what they can do, how well they can adapt. Now it's a matter of doing it, and we'll see if they're able to do just that in the next game.
I agree. I like how the Bamboo actually comes out to help support the Brella there. You can see that the Brella was a lot more comfortable taking fights knowing he could be traded out by that Bamboo. So I believe that was an excellent choice. And the Bamboo was even getting some good shots off and some good trades, taking solo fights too.
Yeah, you can never underestimate a good Bamboo. That weapon is so fast and has the tools to really fight pretty much anything. I know it can be weak in some situations, but you can never think, oh, that Bamboo will not be a problem, because there's always a way a Bamboo can surprise you.
Especially up here, a lot of low players that I know, that I coach, definitely would be looking at this Bamboo like, why would you ever pick this up? But this Bamboo is providing so many resources to this team that they aren't even seeing. Like the paint, the fire rate, and the trading is really all they need. It's doing so much work for and enabling so many of these players that they are able to take these comps and make a good comeback on Maki.
Yeah, it really worked very well, and Parkour Civilization showing that they can work well together. They got very nice pushes, and that's really that coordination, which is key, especially on Mahi. I feel that's one of the best map to test coordination of your team, and it really showed right there. BBB. Now they need to force the fight and get back their fighting spirit that they had in game number 1. It's still a best of 5, though, so I guess these teams are not forced to sweat too much yet. I know we're deep in the tournament and you're gonna sweat anyways, but you still have a little cushion, a little safety net.
watching these games make me even more nervous about my own gameplay because this is tight. Right here, someone's going to take the match point and someone's going to be put on the back stool trying to like fight to survive. So whoever takes this map here definitely has a huge advantage going into the next match comfortable. So it's definitely, this is a scary, scary match for this game upcoming.
Hey, every game matters. It's one thing you can never forget in a tournament. Every game is important. We're in losers finals. The loser is out of this tournament. The winner gets a guarantee that the charity they're supporting is getting a part of the prize pool, and you can donate to that prize pool, Flo.
Yeah. If I had enough money in my pocket, I would send plenty of money to add some funny more images, which you can do by sending more money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
everything goes to a charity, and everything it's worth it. Everything's just better.
Yeah, and you can vote to the poll to decide who your favorite team is. Show your support. You can also contribute to the "What does the BBB stand for?" a raffle by just giving what you think BBB stands for. You can convince the team. We'll decide which player gets an art prize for that target. I kind of lost my train of thought there.
Yeah, we do apologize. There is going to be a slight pause as we try to one of the team's Wi-Fi. One of the players' Wi-Fi did comically explode. The router or router, however you pronounce it, is now gone. So we are trying to find a sub to fill in for the time. But in the meantime, we will keep talking about these matches up and see what this new player could possibly provide to the field, because that's going to bring a whole new skill set. Because they can provide different resources. Because who knows? Maybe they're a good like backline player. Because Splatlings aren't out of the question here. They could be playing, Chaedr or something, which could be really punishing for these kind of close fighting teams together.
Yeah, I mean, Chaedr is pretty good for Rainmaker. I feel like a heavyweight weapon can be dangerous for your team, so as well as Clamblitz, to be honest.
Yeah, so it's definitely a few things that are good here. I just am curious to see what this new player brings in and what what is going to be the toss up here, because now Hardcore is going to have to adjust to this new player coming in or BBB. Yeah. They have to think about what is the possibilities and what they can do to try to maybe even take advantage of this scenario, because this new player is not going to have the same mashing of teamwork that the other team has.
Yeah, that's going to change the dynamic of these finals. That's going to change a lot for these players. We'll see. We'll see how fast both of these teams can adapt to the new players entering the arena.
Yeah, I definitely think there is a lot of possibilities now left on this table for this. I think we have the new player coming in, possibly. Yep. So we'll see now what is going to be the new strategy for these teams coming in.
Yeah, so I guess Queen was added to the roster.
Unfortunately, the playing Just Dance and responding to the text has now led them to being thrown into this mosh pit.
She looks happy.
Definitely looks happy.
Well,
as the confusion obviously sets in for these poor players.
Yeah, that's typical. Not over, but again, if you come to this tournament, Battle of the Bands, you have to be ready for the chaos, for anything to happen. And if you answer the Discord pings, you're gonna get in the team.
Yeah.
Can't complain.
I don't know if this was allowed, but maybe they banned a player on the other team on BBB. I don't know if that was expected. That's why Queen has to come in here. They could have banned anything and everything.
More bans.
Oh, you guys have a full roster? We're just gonna ban one of your players. That sounds pretty fun.
That sounds mean.
I don't know.
You come with your team, you're happy with your mates, and boom, no, you don't get to play. We don't like you.
Yeah.
You're good at the game.
I mean, honestly, I would take that as a compliment if I was chosen to be banned from the team. I would take that as a compliment.
Yeah, it's a compliment, but still, I like playing the game.
Yeah, that is true. It is tough sitting on the bench watching.
Yep.
I can imagine just being played like playing Just Dance and then just just like you're dragging in here now. That must be an exciting event to be dragged into.
Yeah, everything fine.
This is totally the plan. This was everything is just a planned skit. Everything is planned here.
Yeah, all
Nothing-
according to plan.
Nothing
No
ever goes
political-
wrong here.
Not panicking at all. But yeah, I mean, these teams were bringing a lot of interesting weapons and interesting moves to the game in these first two games. Now that we change the players, like we're going to see how these teams adapt, really how these teams are able to react to change, and if Queen is able to warm up fast after going from the dance.
As we were deciding the fate of what is going to happen to this game,
Mm-hmm.
I do have to say this has definitely been an enjoyable experience.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's been a pretty fun one to watch.
So I think according to the TOs, I think we are giving the win to Parkour. According to this is what I am reading.
I guess so, yeah.
I guess
So-
so.
I guess if that's the case, the win has been given, and Parkour Civilization is going to advance and get back to grand finals, where they will meet Crushed by Soda again. We'll take a short break as we prepare the lobby, let the teams discuss their bans, and we'll be right back. And welcome back to the Battle of the Bands and Flow. It is now time for the final event, for the final bands to be pronounced and the grand finals to start. We had 8 teams at the start of this tournament. They fought in the groups, they fought in the bracket, and now we only have 2 teams left. It is Crushed by Soda going against Parkour Civilization.
Both these teams have had wild runs, with Parkour being knocked just by Crush Soda in the last upper finals. So this is definitely a rematch, and there'd definitely be some blood that wants to be given back.
Yeah, and that means Parkour Civilization, they got to see what Crush by Soda was doing. They got to see what this team is about, and now there is much more strategy in the bands because they know what they maybe want to ban. Maybe in the last game, in the last set, they had a few things by the Sodas that they didn't like. Now they can decide to remove that from the game so that they don't have to deal with it.
Yes, there's going to be a lot more strategy involved in this and figuring out what is going to be the best way to win this. I'm expecting to see really, really strong bans here and see how these teams are going to work around each other. This is definitely going to be a strong challenge.
Yeah. Yes, indeed, and we were watching that set, the winners finals together, Flo, and we noticed Crush by Soda was able to really trap Parkour Civilization during their Clam Leads game. They really had a good hold of denying the pushes simply with the Reef Slider and the Hammer, and being able to simply get the splats that matter to deny things, to stop the pushes, and really make that work. And it was really impressive to see.
I do agree on that. Barnacle and Dime, that clam blitz trap that ended Parkour's upper bracket run really was surprising with that Reef Slider. It was beautiful to see such a good trap play run by 2 players, calm in the down 2 scenario to pull off a trap play like that and to be able to deny that push.
Yep. Oh, and it is time the bans are pronounced. On the side of Parkour Civilization, no zones, no splatanas, no tripling strikes.
While on the BB side, we have no Rainmaker, no Shooter, and no Bubble.
I think that's not the BBB, that's Crushed by Soda.
Oh, it is Crushed by it is Crushed by Soda. Oopsies.
Yeah. All bad. We'll fix that very, very soon. And yeah, no Rainmaker, no Splat Zones. So we are stuck with Tower Control and Clam Blitz right there. That's an interesting thing, and I find it fun that we have no Splatanas and no Shooters. These are the 2 classes that are amongst the most popular in Splatoon right now, I feel.
Yeah, and also the special bans are kind of surprising because now they leave the 2 in question meta specials. They leave the Trizuka and the Cooler now open to be picked. However, with the Shooter, and Zap is not allowed as a cooler weapon, so it's probably going to be off the pencil. But you also, like with Big Bubbler, you can't use the regular decav kit, the mint one. You're going to have to be using the charcoal one with Wall and Zuka. Not Zuka.
No, you can't. You can't. It's a Splatana.
Yeah, you're right. You're a Splatana. They're just not allowed at all. So it's going to be interesting how you're going to try to have be able to take this space. So you're going to be mostly relying on specials to take these spaces.
Alright, maps are being banned right now. We already have a few casualties. More are coming. Hammerhead Bridge and Humpback Pump Truck have been removed.
Alongside we have Manta Maria, and we also have Ship Shape being banned.
Yeah. There's still more. I think we're at the right number. I can never tell.
So they each ban 6 maps. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 maps banned. So we're missing 3 bans currently on the field.
Okay. 3 more bans before we can start. And there's a lot of thought to give it. Okay, I see Rubber Roman disappearing.
The Mako Mart is now also gone too.
Mm-hmm. We're losing the classics now. And that's honestly, that makes sense. If you've seen what the team is doing on the map that you know, you're able usually to know whether you'll do better or worse against that team. So banning that map where you feel like, oh yeah, they're likely to do better than us, it's to be expected, I feel like.
Yeah, these maps that are left open are also very interesting because there's a few global maps like Hagglefish is known to be a good, a good tower map, excuse me. But also like some of these other maps are not good for these modes that they have to choose from. So now it's kind of a sticky situation where you might unfortunately be picking a game mode on a certain map that's just not comfortable to play on.
It's a strat, honestly. If you have practiced your tower control on Bluefin Depot, this is the time to make it work. If you're able to bring a weird map mode that the other team is not ready for in grand finals, you can get very, very easy points with that just by having practiced that map mode better than the other team.
I agree. I think now is the chance to pull all the magic tricks out of the hat. Everything that you have that's been saving for this scenario, you should be using now. Weird picks are going to be like really hard for other teams to get used to. If you're used to them, it's going to be hard for weird, weapon like compositions. So any trick you have stored, I want to see the teams dump out onto this field. I want to see the heart and soul of their ideas pour out into these maps.
And Wahoo World gets flagged, but if you have a well-coordinated team on Wahoo World, you can really take control of top mid and you can really take control of the game. It's just about being ready for it. And I see it hasn't banned. We'll wait for what team gets to be picked for game number 1 as we are about to start this grand finals of Battle of the Bands.
Yes, it's going to be exciting to see what map is going to be played on first. There's definitely a few awkward maps being out there, like Wahoo World is definitely going to be interesting. Tower control on a few of these maps is also very awkward too. So that's definitely going to be interesting to see how they choose the right maps for these modes, or even choosing the awkward ones to maybe put their opponents in a bad position for them. So definitely really interesting to see how it's going to work.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one, and also it's pretty fun. Like you have two very different visions between Parkour Civilization banning Splat zones. They want to go forward. They want to get in the fights as well. They want the volatile mode. Crushed by Soda banning Rainmaker. They want the opposite, I guess. They want more stability, and they know that Rainmaker is the volatile one, the one where a single splat can change the whole game.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I definitely think that, these teams are going to be definitely cooking something, and we've definitely been put in a rough sea here. It's definitely sink or swim for these teams. This is the last place to put everything they have on the line.
Yep. It's all about that, and I feel like Crushed by Soda banning the shooters is a power move, and I love that teams ban shooters because there are so many teams, so many comps that depend on the shooter to round things up, and I love having a shooter on my team to round things up. I love playing a shooter to be the one to round things up. So that would distress me. So I have to think that is probably the powerful ban. That if you have the players that are able to play a few different classes and shooters is not is not their main, they have good synergy right there.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be very interesting to see where this goes. I'm quite excited to see what the weapons are pulled out here and what is the game plan for these teams.
Yep, and it looks like we're going to go to Umami for Clam Blitz. Still very much a classic map mode. We start small. We'll see what happens. And teams are selecting weapons now.
If my memory does not deceive me, I'm pretty sure this is also a map they have played in the upper finals last time they have met, Unami Clams. So I'm curious to see how, they adjust to each other on this.
Yeah, we'll see. We will see if it's working again. And who won Umami Clams? I have no memory. I'm a absolute goldfish.
I do not recollect either. It feels like it's been forever ago since they've played. But here we are now,
Well,
jumping into the battle here.
Crushed by Soda, bringing a pencil, a reflux, a Luna and Julie's Parkour Civilization, having the custom Julie squelchers, which are kinda shooters. That's almost cheating, but are also
The dually battle on the mid is won out by the V dualies.
Yeah,
Taking
these
these aggressive
Julies.
fights here.
Yeah, it looks like Crushed by Soda are getting the first good team fight, and that reflux is giving a lot of paint on top of it. He's going to survive that Reef Slider as well, but it's not going to be enough. Parkour Civilization is getting a few splats that are going to allow them to get back in forward.
I agree. I think the resources starting to pile up for Parkour Civilization here, so a good push here could potentially lead to some scoring. But they need to kind of chain down this cooler with the Inkjet here, possibly leading to some good pushes.
Yeah, and they threw this.
Yeah, threw the pity to the player, and the cooler is expended here, but the Brella has not picked up this cooler, so this Inkjet is a risk here to go for it.
Yeah, it could be risky, but very nice splats right now. It's 3 versus 2, and they have a Super Clam at the ready. Now comes the Inkjet, able to get one. The hammer is punished right now. Parkour Civilization very close to the basket, but not able to get the clam in. And that Super Clam is going to expire, leaving Parkour Civilization with 0 points. A very, very nice push attempt, just a tiny bit not enough.
It's unfortunate that they expend all those resources for almost not much of a reward, and I have to give it to Soda Crusher for holding that. That's a very hard take. But Cooler is now reopened for Parkour Civilization, so they might be going for a reaggress here. Maybe they have enough plans for something. I'd like to see what goes here as it tries to push up, but the stamp is popped out by Crush Soda. Trying to reclaim, but it is cancelled. Another stamp moment, as they say these days, is now on the field.
Yep, more happening. These Julie Squelchers are going to be punished. Parkour Civilization throwing their players forward a little bit too much. They didn't have the Super Clam to get the follow-up on that push anyways. They still have a lot of clams though. Now that they lost their bamboo though, they don't have enough fall ball, and Crushed by Soda is going to move back in. They have a bit of control, a foot on to mid now at least, as they also get the splats. Crushed by Soda now, they're going to get some momentum flow.
Yeah, this momentum is definitely piling up after doing an almost flawless hold on here. They're going to be opening the basket here, but the clams are kind of lackluster by Crushed by Soda. However, the cooler is going to help with respawning, as this dually is taking so many fights and opening up, and he's able to jump back with basically almost crabs ready in the resources to keep holding this space.
Yeah, Parkour Civilization able to splat the reflux before it got too many clams in. 56 is a decent push, especially with 2 minutes left in the game. Crushed by Soda have a good option on the victory, but it's not over. We've seen Parkour Civilization, they can have a good hold, they can have good control. Now it's about turning that control and these clams into points.
Yeah, I like to point out here that the crab is invested by Crushed by Soda, so they're trying to hold back a huge push here, but the cooler is invested. So maybe this is going to nullify it, but the stamp is also huge for this, so I want to see how these specials trade each other out, because right now the specials are flying everywhere for each other's team, trying to hold them back, each other back.
Yeah, both teams simply waiting for the advantage, waiting for the way to go in. Aaron has the jetpack ready, but they know they want to wait for the opportunity. The Super Clam has been thrown forward. They need to push now, otherwise that Super Clam is going to be a liability for them. They're able to get it back, and they finally open the basket. The jetpack able to survive the hammer, but gets punished from Snipe right there. They won't be able to put any more clam in their Parkour Civilization, not able to turn their control into many points there, and there's only 1 minute left, Flo.
Yeah, this is kind of turning into a rough spot for Parkour Civilization. Now with Crush Soda in the driver's seat, basically having a free Super Clam ready to use and specials being ready to use. Either they can choose to be holding this space really well and contending it, or they should push, or they can push it, but I think they learned their lesson from last time. being punished for too many pushes. So I think they're going to use their specials to stabilize themselves here and to give a strong hold. So give any parkour civilization trouble.
Yeah. Ooh, Parkour Civilization still trying to push another jetpack, but the hammer and the crab together are going to make a huge defense by Crush by Soda. They keep their basket intact. And nobody from Parkour Civilization can get in, and I don't think... Okay, there's a pity clam under their basket. They need to grab it now because it's overtime.
Yeah, they don't really have much offense here, but the Reef Slider is just camping the ball. They're
Ooh,
just running
yeah.
out of time and space, and that is a knockout or a wipeout. I should correct myself.
Yep. Oh, wiped out by Crushed by Soda. Getting game number 1. Parkour Civilization. They were doing good job. They had good control. They had good synergy. It's just when it mattered. When they were getting right under the basket, they were a bit too tense. Where they were losing their groove and kind of missing their shots.
I agree.
Oh,
Matt.
that's
They
all
were
it.
really good with controlling their space. You could see in the beginning that they just had so much of the space, but Crushed by Soda was just kind of deflecting them by trading specials out, and they just weren't able to formulate a strong enough push with their resources to successfully get enough clams in. As you can only saw, they only got 1 super clam into the basket.
I guess Parkour Civilization made themselves a bit too impatient. You know, they were constantly trying to throw the super clam forward, and just to keep themselves without weight. But because they were throwing it forward onto the opponent's ink, then they had to push to grab it back, and that forced them simply to maintain the status quo to use their specials. And because of that, they rushed their pushes. They could have stayed in mid with the control and with the clams and simply waited for Crushed by Soda to make a mistake. But they tried to push a bit too early, and when they didn't have to at all, because at the start it was still 0-0, and they could have waited the whole game for that one big push.
I do agree with you. I also believe that the jetpacks were kind of hold on to the resources a little too long, like especially with jetpack. I felt like they were holding on to the resources for all this time to use it, but then kind of using them in awkward scenarios where they're trying to bail themselves out. So maybe they are panicking when they have these nice core enough resources to push. They're just not coordinating them enough, or just panicking, thinking that something is going to go wrong. So, you know, they need a little more thought process in their pushes and being able to maybe take the next map successfully.
Yeah, very well said. It's pretty much that. And since we're waiting for the next map to come, we'd like to give a thank you to Devi for donating $11 to the prize pool and saying D colon representing the team.
Right now the team polls are kind of looking one-sided, where D colon is kind of leading, the favorite teams. You can donate money to change that as we go into this next map here. Mahi Clams is going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, and Parkour Civilization is bringing Tetra Juries, the Dark Tetra Juries, to this game. So we have a Reef Slider on both teams now that will be ready to simply rush in and get to that basket.
Yeah, great. Unfortunately, the Tetris goes down early, but that's kind of Tetris' point. Try to take these aggressive fights, try to take these off angles. As the Reef Slider is expanded to try to get a kill, but the Brella just simply counters it with the whale from the Bamboozler. So right now they are trying to take this space. They kind of have a somewhat decent hold on mid, but I believe that they now need to coordinate more resources as they try to use this.
Yep, and right now both teams are still fighting pretty hard. Crushed by Soda getting a few better fights, almost able to punish the jump, and yes, able to do it actually. 2 down onto Parkour Civilization. Crushed by Soda still trying to run in. They don't have the clams to open the basket yet, but they have control over mid with enough paint to get these clams and to get a clam ready soon. Oh wait, never mind.
Reef Slider is punished by the other team, and now the resources are there. We do have a jetpack that is now expended and a whale to try to make this space, but they don't have a super clan here. They're close to one, but the one holding the most clams is a jetpack as he falls from the sky.
Yeah, they need to wait for the jetpack to be over to open the basket, and that is happening right now. Parkour Civilization opening the score, but well, that was the push. That was the push flow.
Yeah, kind of stomped by that pencil over there, getting 2 off that. And now that the space that they're maintaining as they're trying to respawn in is, they're kind of lackluster in that space. This Tetra's trying to find a fight, trying to find something, as a Reef Slider is cancelled from the other side, but it's traded out.
These Tetras are doing exactly what a Tetra needs to do, and they're doing it very well right now. Crushed by Soda were trying to get back into mid, but there was already the Tetras to fight them and to provoke the fights, and Parkour Civilization has a numbers advantage again. They needed to grab a few more clams in order to make a super, but hey, Crushed by Soda are still behind in numbers and struggling with a Tri-Slusher in their midst. That's punished by the Luna. Parkour Civilization again, a bit too eager to push.
Yeah, kind of falling at the seams again at the push there. These resources were there, just not coordinated well enough. Stamp is going to go here for 1 kill and maintaining this space as the Luna now fights on this plat to hopefully get the jump in. I don't know if that jump is going to be good, but they're going to at least get some score in.
Ooh, okay. There, Crushed by Soda are able to get the lead off of that, but that's just a 3 points lead. That is not much, and there's more than 2 minutes left in the game. You can expect Parkour Civilization to get back forward and get more, unless they get all shot by the pencil.
And this pencil is maintaining so much space being perched up on their plats here, so I need to see this Tetra try to move him around a little bit. The Whale can also do this at the same time, depending on how they plan to use this resource in this scenario. Super Clan is made by Parkour, so maybe they are formulating a push here with their specials.
Yep, right now, Parkour Civilization trying to keep themselves on the map. They're not collecting clams. They want to hold that lead, I guess, but yeah, you have to play for the clams. Crushed by Soda lost their pencil right there, and Parkour Civilization are electing to move forward. They lose a player or two. Ooh, the jetpack able to get a lot. But the jetpack was not the one carrying the super clam this time.
Correct. Now this push is going to be a little hard because it seems like they're kind of being staggered in, but the bomb there may be able, but no clams can be thrown in time, so it's just another super clam throw in. Everything's kind of even right now. They can't formulate very long pushes to each other. They're kind of canceling each other out with these resource trading, which I think is brilliant by these two teams.
Yeah. Okay, we're in the last minute, and there's been 3 pushes. All of this push was incredibly low scoring. If Crushed by Soda gets a single push, if they open the basket, they get the lead back.
And yeah, they have a lot of specials to do that now. With the crab maintaining that space and the cooler, I think this Reslider and these other specials could be huge as the clams are pushing up.
Ooh.
And this might be it here. The score is going down rapidly. They're at 48. This could be a snowball if Parkour doesn't do anything quickly.
Yeah, that is huge right now. Parkour Civilization, they only have 20 seconds to get the comeback. Now it's going to be rough. Everybody is rushing forward. I think the last time this team fought on this map, there was a last second comeback as well. And that's what we see again. Crushed by Soda, activating the tactical, getting ready. Here comes the Reef Slider and the jetpack. Lots of players down. Ooh. The basket is open, but they need to put more clams in. It's a wipeout, and Crushed by Soda is now up 2-0.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate Reef Slider to be dealing with there. Another Reef Slider stuffing their choke, absolutely throwing them to pieces. What a brilliant play by Crushed Soda there to stop that push.
Yeah, Crushed by Soda simply shutting things down. That Reef Slider coordinated with the jetpack. We're so close to getting all the splats, but in the end they were perfectly punished by the Sodas, and that's now a 2-0 for Crushed by Soda. And remember, Crushed by Soda, they're coming from the winner's side. The next game could be the last flow.
Correct. Here, if I'm Parkour, I am searching frantically for an answer for these problems, trying to figure out what I can do to figure out what to beat Crushed Soda. Because right now, it seems like they're just kind of, their pushes are just not working properly. Crushed Soda's just finding a way to dismantle them, like, player by player. And it's really frustrating, I would believe. Especially in a very push-heavy game like Clams, where you need to work together. It's just not there.
Yeah. I think Parkour Civilization should go to tower control.
I think it could change of pace, going to a more slower game mode where it's more very tactically thought out, and you can play it with more range, play it with more, stability. I think that's something that Parkour really strives at, stability, not these heavy aggressive pushes.
Yeah, I feel like Parkour Civilization is just when they want that one moment where they want to go deep into the opponent's under the basket that they falter. But they have that control over mid. Entire control over mid allows you to build so much momentum. If they use that right, they could get the game. But now it's their last try. It's do or die. It's the last map mode that they get to choose. At least in this set.
Seems like we'll be taking it over to Tower Control Haggle as these teams prepare to either battle it all here.
Hey, it's a classic. And if it's grand finals and you're behind, go to a classic. You can't go wrong with a good old classic. And I do think that Tower Control is a better mode for them right now.
I agree. I think Haggle is definitely a really open space map. It helps with a lot of the weapons that Parkour likes to play. I definitely think that there can be a lot of things that can capitalize here. So if I'm them, I'm getting ready to put up a good show and to put up the best fight they can.
Yep, it's going to be decided by that. Going on Hagglefish, I mean, we've seen flat maps, we've seen open maps so far, but now going into Tower Control, I guess there will be a little bit of changes in how things are going. I feel like Parkour Civilization with the Tetras were really adapting and doing better compared to game number 1. We'll see if they keep adapting. I'm glad to see the Tetras coming back, this time with a machine for good. I mean, a machine on tower is a good pick.
Yeah, machine definitely does really wonders with that AoE damage. So it's going to see how this opening gambit goes, what is going to happen here. As the Tetra try to go for a left side move, but doesn't really get any value as the pencil is currently watching. But this right side bucket is really pushing them back. As you can see now, Crushed by Soda has to play a little farther back.
Yeah, Crushed by Soda right now. I mean, they kept at bay, and that's the power of the midline weapons that Parkour Civilization is bringing. Though the pencil is giving a lot of range to Crushed by Soda, and right now the splats are coming. Crushed by Soda will be able to move forward, but they already lost a few players. That's going to be the end of that push. No checkpoint for you yet.
No checkpoint, not even close to it, as a Stam fails to get any space here. But the specials are expended. You're trying to stabilize as it gets a pick on the Tetras, but I'm pretty sure the Tetra is fine with having him expend that resource just for him.
Yep, and right now the tower is grabbed by Parkour Civilization. Again, they won't be able to get much, they won't even get lead. As the tower is now resetting. Both teams trying to establish themselves, neither team really able to really get full control yet.
And specials are now going to be traded out as the Trizuka is cancelled.
Ooh!
But a good trade by the dualies there. Beautiful movement. But it seems like Parkour is pushing up and might even be able to touch check here for a little bit to get a little score in. But the Street Slider might do wonders here. Actually, they're going to expend the crab first instead as they use it to push them off the checkpoint. But if one person touches, that's the checkpoint broken.
Yeah!
This could actually be really huge. This is one of the hardest checkpoint hits because it's a strong hold. But this Tetra jumps in and gets a good trade.
Yeah, getting that checkpoint right there, 2 minutes into the game, is a huge move Parkour Civilization showing that they're able to get that momentum. Now it's on Crushed by Soda to get the comeback, but they lose 2 players in the process. Crunch with a pencil needs to move back, needs to regroup with the rest of the team. Parkour Civilization is going to get control of the mid.
This cooler is going to come out from Crushed by Soda, but I believe this Trizuka also has a weary effect in the fact that they can get a kill from any distance for the most part.
Yeah.
As they try to funnel back into a fight, it seems like it's becoming a really brawly scenario as this kind of Bamboo is getting stuck in the scenario where it's kind of not getting any good opening shots.
Yeah. Parkour Civilization not really able to push the tower further. They still have the lead though. As long as they keep the tower on the same side of the map, they keep the lead going their way, and refreshing the tower there to keep the special advantage is a good move by Leo on the Bamboo. And they look, these taps on the tower, they go a long way right there. With 2 minutes left in the game, Crush by Soda are kind of losing their patience. They need to move forward. They need to get things going. And here comes the jetpack to force them to move back on their own platform. Parkour Civilization are going to push the tower again.
And if they're going to push any further here, I do believe that they're going to need this control on the left. But the Reef Slider out there doesn't get the second player there. Only gets the 70 damage there, but is able to follow up. The resources are expended now. Here comes the counter push from Crush by Soda. They're going to need this right side and be able to get this checkpoint, as resources are expended, but the stamp gets cancelled. The pencil is forced off with this resource cooler. They have to regroup mid and think of a new push. But the parkour is kind of reforming on this left side, be able to take the space. This Tetra is just taking fights, but also this Reflux is running around being a nuisance.
Yeah, it's not stopping, but right now 2 players down onto Crushed by Soda. That's going to be, with 1 minute left, a good lead by Parkour Civilization, who are still ahead by a checkpoint.
Crush by Soda not being able to touch this checkpoint, they're going to need a lot of special chains together or mistakes by parkour, but it seems like parkour is doing a really good job holding this tower, and they have resources ready like this Trizuka or this Inkjet ready to fight for this control over this side of the map, as this bucket is going to get traded out by the Reef Slider, unfortunately, but the pack is still ready to be used, and I believe they might pop it here to take this fight here.
Yep, and right now it's another push by Crush by Soda. They know they need to go, but ooh, here comes the Reef Slider, punishing everybody. It's just the Julies under the tower. It's not gonna work. And with 15 seconds left now, Crush by Soda, I don't even know if they have the time to get back to the tower.
Yeah, it's looking really rough. The resources there were just perfect. That Reef Slider just kind of stuffed them entirely. This person is going to try to touch tower to get the overtime, which it is initiated, but I don't know how long they can hold on to it, as it is not very long.
That is 1 point on the board for Parkour Civilization. But that also means, Flo, that now it's on Crushed by Soda to choose the map mode.
It's true, and if I'm Crushed by Soda right now, I'm going back to my roots of the clams. You won 2 maps on clams, and you just saw how well the other team did on tower control. I think it's a no-brainer to go back to clams.
I fully agree with you. Crushed by Soda was dominating this clams game, able to simply get more. I mean, Parkour Civilization was on the map, but they were not able to play the clams properly. They were not able to get their openings of the basket to make the good points. And Crushed by Soda were better than Parkour Civilization at that. So that's really very much the mode that gives them the edge. Right there, if you're Crushed by Soda, go to the clams.
Yeah, and I believe on parkour side, I believe it is totally doable to break Crush Soda on this map. I believe they can totally win on clams. I just need to think they need to figure out their push scenario. I think they just need to figure that out and get that down in concrete. Because you saw how well they were doing on tower control with that space maintenance. They were just kind of bullying Crush Soda into the fights that they were not favored in. Even though Crush was trying their best, they were just kind of getting forced into these fights. So now if they can figure out how to do that on clams with that space, they should be able to do a really good clams solid win here.
Yeah, that was very much what happened, and I feel like Parkour Civilization, again, they're learning and they're winning the fights more and more. They were able to get the better pushes than Crushed by Soda in this game, even though neither team was really able to get the push deep into enemy territory. But if Parkour Civilization learns to use the control that they're able to make for themselves and simply be a bit more patient with that control, they can get back, and they can get back into this set. It is certainly not over.
I definitely believe a reverse sweep is possible here. They just need to win this one map here, and then it's back to their choice. So I need to see how they play this and how they do this.
Well, we'll keep with tower control. This time it will be on Crab Leg Capital.
Oh, I don't know how I'm feeling about this. This is kind of going into parkour's territory here, as we saw with the tower control last map.
Yeah, I feel like if you have a pencil, Crab Leg Capital is your territory.
I do agree with the pencil, but the bamboo has also been really good at getting those picks too. So it's really close, I believe. I think this matchup is going to be really tight.
Yeah. I think Crushed by Soda is going to be extremely dependent on their pencil, because if the pencil gets platted, then Parkour Civilization outranges Crushed by Soda and outfights them a lot. So Crushed by Soda needs to find the trap, to find the way in, to Parkour Civilization needs to just get that pencil as fast as they can.
Yeah, I definitely think like Trizuka is definitely going to be great for removing this pencil. Just anything that can displace this pencil is going to be great for parkour. Whale is definitely a great option with that bamboo, but I think they're going to just be more than whale just to get him out of there.
Oh yeah, probably, yeah, very much. And this tower control map is always a bit weird, because the first checkpoint is very much under the opponent's spawn. And like, you can get to it incredibly fast, but so can your opponent from their own spawns, which makes things very, very hard. Like, you can throw bodies at that tower just to get through that checkpoint.
I do agree. Now, it's the same compositions. Now we're going to see how they play out the beginning fight. As we can see now, Crushed by Soda is kind of grouped together, where parkour is kind of spreading out to try to take different space on different sides. But it's mostly parkour controlling this frontal space, as a crab is invested by Crushed Soda to try to remove him from the space, as his Tetra is being a nuisance as it has to be forced to jump out.
Yep. And right now, that's a first flat by parkour. Crushed by Soda answering right away. 2 down on to parkour. Crushed by Soda is on the tower and already have a lot of pain, because that reflux always puts down so much pain.
A lot of people underestimate how good tap shotting paint is by the reflux. It does a lot here. It also does wonders. The first check is broken by Crushed by Soda.
Yeah.
So, I need an answer from parkour here to get some space out of some sort, as they're kind of falling into like a Crushed by Soda fight scenario.
Ooh. Yeah, it's pretty rough. Ooh, very nice.
Nice. They are falling down here as the players are kind of chuckling down to 0, but again, they have good resources here, like a stamp, to take this fight for this next check. The Luna also here is also horrible for the parkour civilization to deal with on this check.
Yeah, I mean, as a first push, getting past the first checkpoint and almost in the second, you can be pretty happy with yourself. Now parkour, lose 2 players, 3 players! That's another push by Crushed by Soda with a wipeout. Okay, I guess that was a very nice counter pick by Crushed by Soda. They very well know what to do on this map.
They are playing this absolutely flawlessly, and even into the tower control, where parkour normally was driving really well, but parkour doesn't seem to have an answer for this. They're kind of just stuck against this pencil. This pencil's kind of just taking out their fighting.
Yeah, it's doing so much. We are past the second checkpoint flow. This could be the final push of this tournament, as Crushed by Soda doesn't seem to slow down. It's 2 down. It's just the machine right there for parkour. That machine is able to get the splat, is able to stop the tower. It is not over.
Does he notice the jump? But the dualies gets a jump in. It's close here. Oh, but he falls off here. I think they need to reset here. I don't know if someone jumped to the grates here.
I think the tower is going to move back 5 points. 5 points is all that separates Crushed by Soda from the victory of this tournament, but it's not over. Parkour Civilization is alive. They have one last chance and they need to get a lock on and get in. They're able to get a few splats. Now they need to turn these splats in control, in momentum.
Bamboo does trade out with a pencil here, so the backlines are down, but pencil comes back faster thanks to the cooler.
Yep, both these teams need to get the fights, and as you said, there are trades, and the trades are for Crushed by Soda. They have the cooler and they have the advantage. They have the lead right there. So trades are so good for them. Parkour Civilization struggling to go forward. Here comes the whale that's going to move people around, but the crab tank will answer right there. Parkour Civilization cannot catch a break.
I really can't hear. The special shading and the fights are just favoring all Crushed by Soda. The dually fights have been winning, but it's just been tough as these see just trading out each other flawlessly and effortlessly. These teams are just doing their best to try to win. It just seems like Crushed by Soda is just willing it harder somehow.
Yeah, right now
there's a check here, right? This could be a possible break from the checkpoint.
Yeah, and thanks to that jetpack absolutely denying all of that platform, Parkour Civilization is still in the race. They got that first checkpoint now. They have 2 more to get. They're on top of that second one and moving through this grade. The Reef Slider is going in and is forcing all of Craft by Soda to fight them to the side. That's going to allow the tower to keep moving forward. They are getting to that third checkpoint, but they lost a lot of players in the process. It's just the Bamboo and the Tetras now.
Yeah, good points, a good recovery here, but I need a little more from Parkour here. We're going to need that check maybe broken to even see it get a little close to the score. This Tetra is trying its hardest to find fights with this bucket, but I just think it's not going to be enough here. Yeah, this Crush Soda folds them really quickly and stops that huge snowball push.
Yeah, that was a wipeout with 15 seconds left. The Crab Tank is in position right there to seal the deal. 2 players down. And not enough time. Crushed by Soda are going to get this game. And with that, Flo, we have champions.
We have our new champions, Crushed by Soda. What a great way to end off the series. Fitting for the name, Crushed. Really good fighting by them. Just trading them out flawlessly, building the specials and fighting their lives like depended on it. It was beautiful. I have to say, it was a great time watching it.
Yeah, it was awesome to watch, and both of these teams get to donate some of the prize pool to the charity. You still have some time to donate to us if you want to elect your favorite team, if you want to tell us what you think BBB stands for. You can get into the donations and get in there, and you can win an art prize even though if you donate. So please do that. It will help good causes that Crushed by Soda and Parkour Civilization have fought for.
Definitely say the fitting win for Crushed by Soda, playing that really well. The clams were just on point with it. Even like struggling with a little bit on Mahi, they were still able to bounce back and keep that wind. So I believe that it is a great game. It was beautifully played.
All right, and that also means it's time for us to say goodbye, Flo. And before we say goodbye, do you have something to plug? Future tournaments you're doing?
I do. So tomorrow, thankfully, I have the time for it. We are hosting a tournament Reach. It's a smaller, lower div, and I will be casting at it around for the semifinals. So you should all pop in tomorrow around I think it's around 5 EST. The stream will be live. So you all should pop in and say hi if you guys want to hear more from me and hear more tournaments. Other than that, though, have a good day and see you all next time.
Yep. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.